Introduction of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. How the Ryzon Baking Book was made. When the marketing of Ryzon was begun, it was soon learned that a practical manual for the use of baking powder was desirable. There seemed to be no really scientific or accurate instructions which could be used with assurance of satisfactory results. It appeared that the use of baking powder was a matter of personal experience with one brand that might or might not be desirable or efficient. It was discovered that the present baking powder recipe books do not contain recipes now used in the best homes, and that the indefinite instructions seemed of little value to cooks in using any kind of baking powder. Therefore, it was quickly decided that the Ryzon Baking Book should be as much of an improvement over previous baking powder recipe books as Ryzon, the perfect baking powder, is an improvement compared with the old kinds of baking powder. To this end, an extensive campaign of advertising for practical home recipes was inaugurated, with an offer of prizes to secure the best possible home recipes in use, and Marion Harris Neil was engaged to supervise the work, adding thereto her store of tested recipes, together with her experience in compiling practical cooking manuals. Thousands of good housekeepers in many states submitted their best and most original home recipes, from which a number of prize selections were made for the Ryzon Baking Book by expert judges. The master recipes were obtained from the prominent cooking experts whose names they bear, and many excellent and unusual private recipes were contributed from homes where they had been in practical use. Every one of the prize selections was carefully tested by actual baking, and doubly checked by Ryzon service staff before being included in the Ryzon Baking Book. Modern recipes and the cooking schools now use standard level spoon measurements for baking powders. Much of the so-called bad luck which untrained cooks experience in the use of all baking powders is caused by inaccurate measurements and the use of too much or too little for perfect baking results. General directions for use of Ryzon. 1 level teaspoon, 1/8 ounce, of Ryzon to each cup, 1/4 pound, of flour is sufficient for making cakes in which eggs are used. 2 level teaspoons, 1/4 ounce, of Ryzon to each cup, 1/2 pint, of flour are sufficient for best results in making biscuits, muffins, waffles. 2 1/2 level teaspoons, 5/16 ounce, to each cup, 1/2 pint, of buckwheat flour, graham flour, whole grain flours and meals are required when eggs are not used. Each Ryzon recipe gives accurate level measurements and weights of ingredients, with directions which, if carefully followed with the use of Ryzon, the perfect baking powder, will ensure perfect home baking. The story of Ryzon. Ryzon, the perfect baking powder, is the result of years of research by the General Chemical Company. This company's staff includes some of the most eminent men in chemistry. For many years it has been producing the materials used by baking powder manufacturers and has been particularly well situated to understand the needs of the industry and to direct its research work along lines most likely to yield important results. Baking powder is a necessity. A good baking powder is essential to the comfort and convenience of every home. The solving of the baking powder problem, to produce for the American people and for the world a perfect baking powder, one which should be not only efficient and practical, but should also fulfill all desirable requirements from the standpoint of purity and health, is an achievement of which any company of scientific men might feel proud, especially when they are able to offer Ryzon with all of its improvements over old-fashioned baking powders, at a lower price than usually asked for high-grade baking powder. After having perfected Ryzon to their own satisfaction, officers of the General Chemical Company indirectly sent samples of Ryzon to the most famous cooking experts. They were asked to try this new baking powder, which then had no name, and to say unreservedly what they thought. The replies were uniformly that this was the most wonderful baking powder ever tried, that less was required than of other baking powders, and that the results were perfect. Finally, this new baking powder was sent to one of America's greatest food authorities, who was asked for his frank opinion of it from a health standpoint. He wrote in reply that Ryzon has qualities of excellence in physiological relations which entitle it to the confidence and patronage of the public. His opinion has been confirmed by other leading food experts of America. This is the reason for Ryzon, which is a guaranteed American pure food product of superior quality and efficiency at a fair price. The prize winners of the Ryzon Recipe Contest. From 8,379 recipes submitted by home and expert cooks for the use of Ryzon, the perfect baking powder, awards were made for originality and excellence by the judges Christine Terhune Herrick, Marion Harris Neil, and Mrs. Julian Heath, from typewritten copies identified only by numbers, the judges having no knowledge of the persons to whom the awards were being made. Comparative economy of Ryzon. At its price, Ryzon is less expensive to use than other baking powders sold at less per pound. You buy baking powder by the pound, but it is generally used by measurement. Ryzon contains 110 or more, averaging about 114 level teaspoons to the pound. Other phosphate baking powders average about 95 level teaspoons to the pound. We have found no other phosphate powder to contain as many as 100, and some brands of the calcium phosphate type have been found to contain only 88 level teaspoons to the pound. Cream of tartar powders show a wider variance, with an occasional lighter measuring pound approaching Ryzon in number of level teaspoons contained, but the average pound of cream of tartar powder contains considerably fewer level teaspoons than a pound of Ryzon. Furthermore, less Ryzon is required by measurement for equal efficiency in baking, as 1/4 to 1/2 more by measurement of so-called cheaper baking powders is ordinarily used to get less perfect baking results than easily obtained with Ryzon used as directed on the labels or in the Ryzon recipes. Hence, Ryzon is more economical in use, as well as superior in quality and baking results. Saving eggs by using Ryzon. When more eggs are called for than you care to use, you can reduce the cost of a recipe by using 1/4 level teaspoon of Ryzon for each egg omitted. Often 1/3 to 1/2 of the eggs are omitted in this way by those desiring economy. End of introduction.
Section 1 of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. Ryzon Breads. Ryzon Liberty Bread is a direct response to the call from the United States government's Food Administration for new breads to conserve wheat flour. We are glad to furnish this palatable, nutritious, and economical recipe, which uses much less wheat flour than is customary and is simple enough to be practical for use in every home. As a loaf bread, it cuts without undue crumbling and retains moisture equal to breads in which a greater quantity of wheat flour is used. The addition of the 1 egg makes it unusually suitable for children's luncheon or bread and butter sandwiches with a tea. Ryzon Liberty Bread. 1 level cupful, 6 ounces, cornmeal. 1/2 cupful, 3/4 ounce bran. 1 1/2 level cupfuls, 6 ounces, white flour. 6 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 1 level teaspoonful salt. 2 level tablespoons, 1 ounce shortening. 1 1/2 cupfuls milk. 1/2 pint or milk and water. 1 egg. Sift together cornmeal, white flour, Ryzon, and salt. Add bran, cut in shortening, and mix thoroughly. Beat egg, add milk, and mix with dry ingredients. Bake in a moderate oven 30 minutes. This mixture may be baked as a loaf bread as illustrated or in gem pans for a hot bread. Sufficient for 1 medium-sized loaf. Note: when using gas, light oven after loaf is put in. Otherwise, let bread stand for 15 minutes before putting into a moderate oven. Ryzon bran bread. 6 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound flour, 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce sugar, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 quart 6 ounces bran, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter or lard, 1 egg, 2 cupfuls 1 pint milk or water, 1 level cupful 6 ounces sultana raisins. Sift flour, sugar, salt, and Ryzon into a mixing bowl. Add bran, then add shortening and rub it in with the tips of the fingers. Beat up egg, add it with milk and raisins and mix well. Divide into 2 small greased bread pans and bake in a moderate oven for 1 hour. Currants may be substituted in place of the raisins. Sufficient for 2 small loaves. Bran adds nothing to the nourishment of the body, but it has another health function to perform which is most important. It resists the action of the digestive ferments and very materially assists in removing from the system poisons caused by the fermentation of food which cause many of the ills that flesh is heir to. By holding moisture and thus promoting intestinal secretions, it affords a most useful laxative action to any one of sedentary habit, and has none of the ill effects of most medicines used for the purpose. Bran may be obtained in packages from the grocery or in bulk from the feed store. Ryzon Almond and Raisin Bread. 1/2 cupful 3 ounces brown sugar, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills hot water, 1/2 cupful 1 gill molasses, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills milk, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 2 level cupfuls 10 ounces graham flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful baking soda, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce melted butter, 1/4 cupful 2 ounces seeded and chopped raisins, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound blanched and chopped almonds. Pour water over sugar, add molasses and milk. Mix flour sifted with Ryzon, flour, salt, and soda together, and stir them into milk mixture. Add butter, raisins, and almonds, and mix well. Turn into a well-greased pan and bake in a moderate oven for 1 1/2 hours. The graham flour is not sifted. Sufficient for 1 medium-sized loaf. Prize Recipe. Ryzon Nut Bread by Mrs. William H. Briggs, New York City. 1 level cupful 6 ounces brown sugar, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound chopped nut meats, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound chopped dates stoned, 2 level cupfuls 10 ounces graham flour, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 cupfuls 1 pint milk, 1 egg. Put brown sugar into a mixing bowl, add nuts, dates, graham flour, flour sifted with Ryzon and salt, and egg beaten and mixed with milk. Mix well and divide into 2 greased and floured loaf pans and set to rise for 15 minutes in a warm place. Bake in a moderate oven for 1 hour. This bread is excellent for sandwiches. Sufficient for 2 small loaves. Ryzon Mock Nut Bread by Mrs. W. G. W. Tupper, Minneapolis, Minnesota. 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour, 2 level tablespoonfuls brown sugar, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 egg, 1 cupful 1/4 pound grape nuts, 2 cupfuls 1 pint milk. Beat egg in mixing bowl, add salt, sugar, milk, and grape nuts, then flour and Ryzon sifted together. Mold into 2 small loaves and bake in moderate oven 40 minutes. Splendid for sandwiches. Sufficient for 2 small loaves. Ryzon Currant Loaf by Mrs. H. B. Clement, Bristol, New Hampshire. 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 tablespoonfuls molasses, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce shortening, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound currants, 1 level teaspoonful cinnamon, 1 egg, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk or milk and water. Beat egg in mixing bowl, add salt, cinnamon, molasses, currants, milk, and melted shortening, then flour and Ryzon which have been sifted together. Turn into well-greased tin and bake in moderate oven 45 minutes. Serve fresh with coffee or toasted with tea. Sufficient for 1 loaf. Prize Recipe Ryzon Health Bread No. 2 by Mrs. N. S. Baker, Meriden, Connecticut. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1½ level cupfuls 2¼ ounces bran, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces entire wheat flour, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces rye flour or meal, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 cupful 3 ounces cornmeal, 2 shredded wheat biscuits, 1/2 cupful 1 gill molasses, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, 1 cupful 1/2 pint water. Put Ryzon and bran into a bowl, add entire wheat flour, rye flour sifted with salt, cornmeal, shredded wheat biscuits, crushed molasses, milk, and water. Beat thoroughly and pour into a well greased mold. Cover and steam steadily for 3 to 4 hours. Long standing improves the flavor and makes the bread darker. Sufficient for 1 medium sized loaf, which will serve 6 persons. N.B. See Prize Health Bread recipe on this page. Ryzon Steamed Brown Bread by Mrs. A. L. Kaiser, Evanston, Illinois. 2 level cupfuls, 12 ounces cornmeal, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint molasses, 1 level cupful, 5 ounces graham flour, 2 cupfuls, 1 pint cold water, 1/2 level teaspoonful soda, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt. Sift cornmeal, graham flour, Ryzon, and salt together twice. Stir soda in molasses and add the water. Stir into dry ingredients until thoroughly mixed. Pour in greased mold and steam 4 hours. Sufficient for 1 medium-sized loaf. Ryzon Oatmeal Bread by Mrs. Anna Tackmeyer, Ryzon Service Staff. 5 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level tablespoonful sugar or molasses, 2 level cupfuls cooked oatmeal, 1 egg, 1/2 cupful, 1 gill milk or water. Cook 1 cupful of oatmeal in 3 cupfuls of water until a porridge. Add salt, sugar, and cool. Beat egg, add milk and egg to cooked oatmeal. Add flour and Ryzon sifted together. Mix thoroughly, turn out on molding board and knead well. Bake for 1 hour in moderate oven. Sufficient for 1 loaf, weight 1 1/2 pounds. Ryzon New England Nut Bread by Mrs. William Stevens, Beverly, Massachusetts. 1/2 cupful, 1/4 pound sugar, 1 1/2 cupfuls, 3/4 pint milk, 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound flour, 6 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level dessert spoonful, 2 level teaspoonfuls salt, 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound chopped walnuts. Mix ingredients and allow to stand 20 minutes. Bake in a moderate oven 3/4 of an hour. Sufficient for 1 medium-sized loaf. Winchester Nut Bread. 3/4 cupful, 1 1/2 gills hot water, 1/2 cupful, 1/4 pound brown sugar, 1/2 cupful, 1 gill Barbados molasses, 3/4 cupful, 1 1/2 gills milk, 2 level cupfuls graham or entire wheat flour, 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound flour, 3 1/2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 1/2 level teaspoonfuls salt, 3/4 cupful, 3 ounces walnut meats, coarsely chopped. Dissolve the brown sugar in the water, add the molasses and milk, stir in the flour sifted with Ryzon and salt. Add the nut meats, turn into a buttered bread pan, and bake about 1 1/4 hours in a moderate oven. Sufficient for 1 loaf. Third prize recipe, Ryzon Health Bread by Miss Nettie A. Buchanan, Dobbs Ferry, New York. 2 level cupfuls, 3 ounces sterilized bran, 1 level cupful, 6 ounces cornmeal, 1 level cupful, 7 ounces cream of wheat, 1 level cupful, 4 ounces flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 3 cupfuls, 1 1/2 pints milk or cream, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint New Orleans molasses. Put bran into a basin, add cornmeal, cream of wheat, flour, sifted with Ryzon and salt, and molasses mixed with milk. Beat well and pour into large, well-greased mold. Cover and steam steadily for 8 hours. Weight of loaf when done, 3 1/2 pounds. Ryzon baking powder bread. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce sugar, 4 tablespoonfuls 2 ounces butter, 1 egg, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, or 1/2 cupful milk and 1/2 cupful water. Mix flour, Ryzon, salt, and sugar together and sift twice into a large bowl. Add butter, cut it in with a knife, then rub it in as lightly as possible with the tips of the fingers, just working it until the shortening is well blended with flour mixture. Beat up egg, add milk to it, then add to dry ingredients, mixing to a soft dough with a knife or spoon. Turn out onto a floured baking board, knead lightly and quickly to a smooth dough. Place in a well-greased bread pan, allow to rise for 15 minutes in a cozy place, then bake in a moderate oven for 40 minutes. Lard or drippings may be used in place of butter. Sufficient for 1 medium-sized loaf. This bread is delicious. The loaf illustrated is especially good for sandwiches. Ryzon Economical Bread by Mrs. Willard Steele, Chattanooga, Tennessee. 2 level cupfuls 1 pint toasted and ground bread crumbs, 2 level cupfuls 10 ounces graham flour, 6 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 1/2 level teaspoonfuls salt, 1 egg, 1 tablespoonful molasses, 2 cupfuls milk and water, 1 pint, or potato water. Put into a bowl breadcrumbs, graham flour, Ryzon, and salt. Stir molasses into the milk and water and add to the dry ingredients, mixing thoroughly. Bake in well-greased bread pans in a moderate oven until the loaves leave the sides of the pans and are a nice brown, about 45 minutes. Sufficient for 2 small loaves. Note: leftover or stale pieces of any bread may be thoroughly dried or toasted in the oven, often while other cooking is being done on top of the stove, cooled and then ground fine through the meat chopper. These breadcrumbs are useful for many things in place of flour, as in the above recipe, and may also be used to advantage to thicken meat gravies. The water in which potatoes have been boiled will be found valuable for making breads and adds a certain amount of mineral nutriment much needed in our diet, but too often wasted. This bread may be varied by adding raisins, nuts, dates, candied orange peel, or figs, and 1/2 cupful sugar, if a sweet bread is desired. Ryzon Rye Bread. 2 1/2 level cupfuls 10 ounces rye flour or meal, 1 1/2 level cupfuls 6 ounces flour, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter substitute, 6 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 2 tablespoonfuls molasses, 1 1/2 cupfuls 3/4 pint scant milk or milk and water. Into a bowl sift rye, flour, Ryzon, and salt. Add molasses and milk, mix carefully, turn into a greased and floured bread tin, and bake in a very moderate oven for about 1 hour. Sufficient for 1 large loaf. End of section 1. Section 2 of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. Ryzon Quick Breads. Quick breads are delicious when fresh, and are so called to distinguish them from yeast breads, which require a longer time for making and baking. Quick bread mixtures are either doughs or batters. Batter means that which is battered or beaten. Dough means that which is wet or moistened. A quick bread should be quickly mixed and put into the oven at once. Doughs require a hotter oven than batters. Too great heat causes bubbles of gas or air to burst and run together. Popovers are made light by the expansion of the liquid in them as it is changed to steam by the heat of the oven, the heat at the same time forming a crust which keeps the steam from escaping. When done, popovers should be crisp, hollow inside, several times the height of the batter, and well cooked throughout. When griddle cakes are full of bubbles on the top and brown on one side, they should be turned over and browned on the other side. If large bubbles rise immediately to the top of the cakes, the griddle is too hot. Never turn a griddle cake twice. A cake turned twice will be heavy and indigestible. Use a firm piece of beef suet on a fork to grease a griddle. Do not grease a soapstone griddle. Good flour and how to know it. Bread flour, made from hard spring wheat, rich in gluten, is more nutritious and makes the elastic dough necessary for producing light bread. It is known by its creamy white color, by its gritty feeling, by its capacity for absorbing water, and by its caking but slightly when squeezed in the hand. Pastry flour, made from soft or winter wheat, contains more starch than bread flour. It is used for pies, cakes, etc., but a good substitute may be made by sifting 4 tablespoonfuls of cornstarch or potato flour into each pint of bread flour. Always sift flour before measuring. Ryzon Popovers. Second prize recipe, Ryzon Rice Popovers by Mrs. Frederick G. Wagner, Leonia, New Jersey. 2 level cupfuls, 1 pint cold boiled rice. 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 2 level teaspoonfuls, 1 ounce sugar. 2 eggs separated. 2 cupfuls, 1 pint milk. 1 level teaspoonful salt. Mash rice until smooth. Sift flour, Ryzon, sugar, and salt together twice. Beat yolks of eggs, add whites beaten to a stiff froth, and stir them into the rice. Then add milk and flour alternately, and beat until smooth. Have gem pans greased and a little flour sifted into each. Fill each 2/3 full with the mixture, and bake in a hot oven for 15 minutes. Serve hot with butter or maple syrup. Also as a dessert with preserved fruits. Sufficient for 20 popovers. Ryzon Western Puffers. 1 egg, 2 level teaspoonfuls, 1 ounce sugar, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint milk, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 tablespoonful, 1/2 ounce lard, 1 tablespoonful, 1/2 ounce butter. Beat up egg, add sugar and milk, add flour sifted with Ryzon and salt, beat well, add shortening method, and beat for 5 minutes. Divide into buttered and floured popover or gem pans, and bake in a hot oven for 15 minutes. Always have a hot oven when making puffers. Sufficient for 15 puffers. Ryzon Delicious Popovers by Marion Harris Neil, author of Canning, Preserving, and Pickling. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level cupful 4 ounces flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 eggs, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. Mix flour, Ryzon, and salt together, and sift them twice into a basin. Beat up eggs and add them gradually with milk to flour mixture. Rub through a strainer or sieve, and divide into hot, well greased popover molds. The mold should be a little more than 1/2 full. Bake for 35 minutes in a moderate oven. The oven door should be kept closed until the mixture has a firm enough crust to keep its shape when the door is opened. These popovers come out of the oven rich brown puffs, which may be eaten hot with sugar and cream, with maple syrup, or with butter and berries. When these are filled with whipped cream, custard, or blancmange, they make an excellent dessert. Sufficient for 12 popovers. Ryzon Cornbreads. Ryzon Apple Cornbread. 4 level cupfuls, 1 1/2 pounds white cornmeal, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 3 level tablespoonfuls, 1 1/2 ounces sugar, 1/4 cupful, 4 ounces melted butter, 2 cupfuls, 1 pint water, 3 cupfuls, 1/2 pound chopped sour apples. Sift cornmeal, Ryzon, salt, and sugar together. Stir in water, apples, and melted butter. Pour into well greased tin, and bake 1/2 hour in moderate oven. Serve hot. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon New Virginia Cornmeal Spoon Bread by A. C. Wood, Washington, D. C. 1 pint milk from top of quart bottle of milk. This equals about 1/2 cup table cream and 1 1/2 cupfuls milk. 1 level cupful, 6 ounces, old fashioned water ground whole cornmeal, the cup filled lightly with a spoon and not shaken down. 3 eggs, whites beat separately. 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. Scald the milk in a double boiler. Stir in the meal slowly, and cook until a smooth batter which will pour from the spoon. Break in the egg yolks one at a time, beating vigorously all the while. Then fold in the stiffly beaten whites and bake from 30 to 40 minutes in a moderately quick oven. Serve immediately with a spoon from a pan in which it was baked. This bread may also be made with hominy mush and is nice eaten with strained honey or maple syrup. Sufficient for 8 persons. Ryzon New England Corn Muffins. 1 level cupful 6 ounces cornmeal. 3/4 cupful 3 ounces flour. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 1 level teaspoonful salt. 1/4 cupful 4 tablespoonfuls molasses, or 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce sugar. 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. 1 egg well beaten. 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce melted butter. Sift together the cornmeal, flour, Ryzon, sugar, if used, and salt. Mix thoroughly milk and molasses, if used in place of sugar. Add to dry ingredients slowly, then add egg and melted butter. Bake in muffin tins 25 minutes. Sufficient for 12 muffins. Ryzon Egg Cornbread. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 1 level cupful 6 ounces cornmeal. 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. 2 eggs separated. 3 cupfuls 1 1/2 pints milk. 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter. Sift meal, flour, Ryzon, and salt into a basin. Beat up yolks of eggs, add 2 cupfuls of the milk to them and butter, melted. Mix to a smooth batter with the other ingredients, then add whites of eggs beaten to a stiff froth. Pour into a square baking pan that has been well greased. The batter should be about 2 inches thick. Lastly, pour into the middle the remaining cupful of milk. Do not stir, but place gently in the oven and bake in a moderate oven for 50 minutes. Turn out, cut in squares, and serve at once. The center will be custard-like in appearance. Sufficient for 6 persons. Note: see Master Cornbread recipe on page 16. Ryzon Wholesome Corn Muffins by Miss Sarah E. Gibson, Hagerstown, Maryland. 1/2 level cupful 3 ounces cornmeal. 1/2 level cupful wheat or graham flour. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. 1 tablespoonful molasses. 1 tablespoonful melted shortening. Sift cornmeal, flour, salt, and Ryzon together. Stir in milk, molasses, and shortening. Mix all thoroughly and pour into well greased muffin tins. Bake in hot oven for about 25 minutes. Sufficient for 6 muffins. Ryzon Raisin Cornbread. 1 1/2 level cupfuls 12 ounces seeded raisins. 6 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 3 level cupfuls 18 ounces yellow cornmeal. 1 1/2 level cupfuls 7 1/2 ounces graham flour. 1 1/2 level cupfuls 6 ounces flour. 1 level teaspoonful salt. 1 cupful 1/2 pint molasses. Milk. Wash raisins and cut them in halves. Put them into a basin, add cornmeal, Ryzon, salt, graham flour, and molasses mixed with enough milk to make soft. Mix thoroughly and turn into a large, well greased mold. Cover and steam steadily for 3 hours. Serve hot, cut in slices. The mold should be large enough so that it will be but half filled before steaming. Sufficient for 10 persons. Ryzon Rice and Cornmeal Bread by Miss Emma Collins, Albany, California. 1 level cupful 1/2 pint cold boiled rice. 1 level cupful 6 ounces cornmeal. 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour. 6 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 1 level teaspoonful salt. 1 egg. 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. Beat the egg until light. Add milk, salt, cornmeal, and rice, and lastly flour sifted with Ryzon. Mix thoroughly and beat hard. If necessary, stir in 5 extra tablespoonfuls milk. Bake in 3 well greased layer cake pans in hot oven for 30 minutes. When done, turn out onto plate and arrange like a layer cake, spreading 2 layers with butter, dusting the top with powdered sugar. If desired, the egg may be omitted and another half level teaspoonful Ryzon added instead. This makes a delicious hot bread for tea. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon Sweet Potato Pone by Mrs. C.W. Tilden, Los Angeles, California. 2 cupfuls, 1 pint grated sweet potatoes, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint sweet milk, 1 level teaspoonful ginger, 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce brown sugar, 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce melted butter, 1 1/2 level cupfuls, 6 ounces flour, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt. Beat first 5 ingredients thoroughly together. Sift flour, salt, and Ryzon together twice, and add to first mixture. Beat a minute, turn into a buttered baking dish, and bake in moderate oven for 3/4 of an hour. Serve in baking dish. This is a spoon bread, and should be served as soon as taken from oven. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon Corn Parker House Rolls by Mrs. Mary E. Hall, Jamestown, New York. 1/2 level cupful, 3 ounces cornmeal, 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce sugar, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 3 level cupfuls, 3/4 pound flour, 3/4 level teaspoonful salt, 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce butter or butter substitute, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint milk, 1 egg. Sift together corn, meal, sugar, Ryzon flour, and salt. Cut in butter, beat egg well, add milk, using more milk if necessary, and mix with dry ingredients. Roll 1/2 inch thick butter and turn over to make Parker House rolls. Bake 15 minutes and serve immediately. Sufficient for 16 rolls. Master Recipe Ryzon Cornbread. 1 tablespoonful, 1/2 ounce butter, 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce sugar, 2 eggs separated, 1 level cupful, 6 ounces cornmeal, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level cupful, 4 ounces flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint milk. Cream butter and sugar thoroughly together, add yolks of eggs one by one, then beat whites of eggs to a stiff froth, and add them with the cornmeal, flour sifted with Ryzon, and salt and milk. Mix slightly together until all is thoroughly well mixed, then pour into a well greased and floured shallow baking pan, and bake in a moderately hot oven for 15 minutes or until done. Break or cut in pieces. This mixture may be also used for corn muffins or gems by baking in muffin rings or gem pans. Sufficient for 6 persons. End of section 2. Section 3 of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. Ryzon Biscuits. Master Recipe Ryzon Biscuits. 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter or 1 tablespoonful butter, and 1 tablespoonful lard, 3/4 cupful, 1 1/2 gills to 1 cupful milk. Mix flour, Ryzon, and salt and sift into a basin. Add butter or lard and chop with a sharp knife until mealy. Add milk gradually until mixture is soft and spongy. Turn onto a slightly floured baking board and roll lightly until of a uniform thickness, about 1/2 inch. Cut with a floured biscuit cutter, place on a greased tin, and bake for 12 to 15 minutes in a quick oven. Biscuits should always be separated in the pan, as they will be more delicate and higher than when placed close together. Sufficient for 12 biscuits. Ryzon Hot Dog Dainties by Mrs. John W. Tolson, Washington, D.C. 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 5 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 pound small smoked sausages, 4 level tablespoonfuls 2 ounces lard, about 2 cupfuls milk or milk and water. Brush each sausage with mustard. Sift flour, salt, and Ryzon together. Work in lard and gently mix in milk enough to make a smooth dough, soft enough to be handled easily without being stiff. Roll out about 1/4 inch thick. Cut in small squares. Lay one smoked sausage in each square. Roll up and fasten securely by pinching dough together. Place in a pan a little distance apart and bake in a quick oven until brown. Sufficient for 14 dainties. Prize Recipe Ryzon Canton Biscuits by Mrs. Mary R. Doggett, Brooklyn, New York. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 3/4 level teaspoon salt, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce lard, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills milk, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces chopped preserved Canton ginger. Sift Ryzon sugar and salt together and rub in shortening with the tips of the fingers. Add ginger and then milk, mix lightly, roll out and cut quickly with a biscuit cutter. Lay on greased tins and bake in a quick oven for 10 to 12 minutes. Serve hot for luncheon or tea. Sufficient for 20 biscuits. Prize Recipe Ryzon Sardine Biscuits by Mrs. Florence Lowndes, Fort Lee, New Jersey. Filleted sardines. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 3 tablespoonfuls 1 1/2 ounces lard, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk scant. Sift flour, Ryzon, and 1/2 teaspoonful of salt into a basin. Add lard and butter, cut them in with a knife, and then rub in with tips of fingers. Add gradually enough milk to make a soft dough. Toss onto a slightly floured board and pat and roll with a rolling pin until 1 inch thick. Cut out with a small round cutter dipped in flour. Place close together on a greased tin. Bake in a hot oven from 8 to 10 minutes. Split while hot and place together with the sardines, season with salt, between the rounds. If liked, the sardines may be moistened with some of the sardine oil. Sufficient for 24 small biscuits. Ryzon Peanut Butter Biscuits. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce sugar, 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce lard or drippings, 3 tablespoonfuls peanut butter, 2 eggs, milk enough to make a soft dough. Sift the flour, Ryzon, salt, and sugar into a bowl. Cut in the lard and peanut butter with a knife or rub them in with tips of the fingers. Beat eggs and add them with sufficient milk to make a soft dough. Turn out on a floured baking board, knead lightly, roll out, cut with a cutter, brush over with a little beaten egg, sprinkle with sugar, and bake from 12 to 15 minutes in a moderate oven. Sufficient for 12 biscuits. Ryzon Cheese Drop Biscuit by Forecast Modern School of Cookery. 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 1/4 teaspoonful salt, 1/2 cupful 1 gill water, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful 1/2 ounce butter or fat, 8 level tablespoonfuls 1/2 cup grated cheese. Mix like drop baking powder biscuit. Bake 12 minutes in hot oven. They are excellent to serve with a vegetable, as they are high in nutrition. Sufficient for 12 biscuits. Ryzon Surprise Beaten Biscuits. 6 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level teaspoonful sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter or lard, 1 egg separated, 1 1/2 cupfuls 3/4 pint milk or milk and water. Sift flour, Ryzon, sugar, and salt into a basin. Add shortening, cut it in with a knife, then rub it in as lightly as possible with the tips of the fingers. Beat up white of egg to a stiff froth, add milk to it, and stir into the dry ingredients. Mix with a flexible knife and turn out onto a floured baking board. Beat with a rolling pin until the dough blisters, then roll out about 3/4 of an inch thick. Cut into biscuits and lay them, not touching each other, on a greased baking pan. Brush over the tops with yolk of egg beaten and mixed with 1 tablespoonful of milk, and bake in a quick oven for 15 to 18 minutes. Sufficient for 25 biscuits. Ryzon Potato Biscuit by Forecast Modern School of Cookery. 1 level cupful, 1/2 pint freshly mashed, lightly packed potato, 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound flour, 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce melted butter or shortening, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt. Add melted butter to mashed potato, mix and sift flour, Ryzon and salt, and add to potato mixture to make a soft dough. Roll out quickly, cut with a biscuit cutter, and bake in a quick oven 15 minutes. This also makes a good crust for a meat pie. Sufficient for 12 biscuits. Ryzon Prune Biscuit by Mrs. Fred Friedlander, New York City. 1 cupful stewed and pitted prunes, 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce butter, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint milk. Sift flour, Ryzon, and salt into mixing bowl. Add butter or other shortening. Cut in with 2 knives until fine. Add milk slowly until a soft, spongy mixture. Turn out on well floured board. Roll quite thin, 1/4 inch. Cut with rather large biscuit cutter. Place 1 prune in center of biscuit and pinch the edges of dough up over the prune, as for a dumpling, turning that side down on the pan. Bake in quick oven, sufficient for 12 biscuits. Ryzon Nut Biscuits. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce butter or lard, 1 cupful, 4 ounces chopped nut meats, 4 level tablespoonfuls, 2 ounces sugar, 1 egg, enough milk to make a soft dough. Sift flour, salt, and Ryzon together. Rub or cut in the butter and add the nuts and sugar. Beat up egg and add it to the dry ingredients, with enough milk to make a soft biscuit dough. Shape with floured hands into small balls, place well apart on greased tins, brush the tops with milk, sprinkle over with chopped nuts, and bake in a hot oven from 12 to 15 minutes. Serve hot with butter. If liked, the biscuits may be covered with frosting, or they may be split and jelly put between the halves. Sufficient for 18 biscuits. Ryzon Baltimore Biscuits. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 level teaspoonful sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce shortening, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint or less of milk. Sift flour, salt, sugar, and Ryzon twice. Cut in shortening, then add milk gradually, mixing with a knife. The dough should be as soft as can be handled without sticking. Toss onto a slightly floured baking board, pat or roll very lightly until 1/2 or 3/4 of an inch thick, and cut quickly with a floured cutter. Lay on greased baking tins and bake in a hot oven from 12 to 15 minutes. Sufficient for 12 biscuits. Ryzon Buttermilk Biscuit by Mrs. J. B. McIntyre, Roanoke, Virginia. 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 level teaspoonful soda, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce shortening, buttermilk. Sift dry ingredients into a bowl. Add shortening and chop until mealy. Add buttermilk gradually until it is a soft dough. Roll thin and cut with biscuit cutter. Bake 15 minutes in a hot oven. Serve immediately. Sufficient for 25 biscuits. Note: see Master Biscuit Recipe on page 17. End of section 3. Section 4 of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. Ryzon Muffins and Breakfast Bread. Ryzon Surprise Pancakes and Muffins by Mrs. George Bancroft, Ann Arbor, Michigan. 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 3 level tablespoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 2 cupfuls, 1 pint water. Sift flour, Ryzon, and salt into a mixing bowl. Add water gradually, then beat well. Pour from a pitcher onto a hot greased griddle or frying pan, if in camp, and turn when full of bubbles. When brown, serve hot with butter and maple syrup or sugar. Sufficient for 15 cakes. This batter may be cooked in muffin rings. Note that no eggs or shortening are used in this recipe. Master Recipe Ryzon Muffins. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1½ level cupfuls 6 ounces flour, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce sugar, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 7/8 cupful scant 1/2 pint milk, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter, 1 egg. Sift flour once, measure, add Ryzon, salt and sugar and sift 4 times. Add milk gradually while stirring constantly. When smooth and free from lumps, add butter, melted, mix, add egg, beaten until thick and light colored, beat well, and pour into well-greased hot gem pans. Bake 20 minutes in a hot oven. Sufficient for 12 muffins. Ryzon Squash Muffins by Mrs. A. R. Corwith, Southampton, New York. 1½ level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 1 level tablespoonful, 1/2 ounce sugar, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 5 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce shortening, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills milk, 1 cupful 1/2 pint squash, 1 egg. Sift together flour, sugar, salt, and Ryzon. Beat egg lightly and add to it milk and squash. Melt shortening and add to combined mixture. Beat thoroughly and turn into hot greased muffin tins. Bake about 20 minutes, sufficient for 20 muffins. Ryzon Apple Muffins by Mrs. C. W. Tilden, Los Angeles, California. 1 level cupful, 1/2 pint milk, 1 egg, 1 level tablespoonful, 1/2 ounce butter, 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce sugar, 1 cupful 1/2 pint finely chopped apples. Sift flour, Ryzon, salt, and sugar 3 times. Beat egg, add melted butter and milk. Stir in dry ingredients and beat thoroughly, adding apples last. Pour into well-greased muffin pans and bake in quick oven until golden brown. Sufficient for 12 muffins. Prize Recipe Ryzon Delicious Ham Muffins by Mrs. Jeanette Young Norton, New York City. 1/4 cupful 2 ounces butter, 3/4 cupful 3 ounces chopped cooked ham, 1 beaten egg, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 3/4 cupful 1/4 pound graham flour, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. Beat butter to a cream, add ham, mix well, then add egg, graham flour, flour sifted with Ryzon and milk. Mix thoroughly and divide into 12 hot, well-greased muffin tins. Bake in a hot oven for 20 minutes. Serve hot or cold, sufficient for 12 muffins. Nut and Fruit Muffins by Miss Alice Bradley, Principal, Miss Farmer's School of Cookery, Boston, Massachusetts. 1/2 cupful 2 ounces bread flour, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 3/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1/4 cupful 1 1/2 ounces brown sugar, 1 level cupful 5 ounces graham flour, 1/3 cupful 1 1/3 ounces walnuts, 6 dates, 1 egg, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills milk, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce shortening, melted. Mix and sift bread flour, Ryzon, salt, and brown sugar. Add graham flour, nuts cut in pieces, and dates washed, stoned, and cut in pieces. Mix well, add egg well beaten, milk, and shortening. Beat thoroughly, bake in 12 greased muffin cups in a hot oven for 18 or 20 minutes. Sufficient for 12 muffins. Ryzon Bread Muffins by Forecast Modern School of Cookery. 2 level cupfuls 1 pint bread crumbs, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces flour, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce melted butter or shortening, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1 1/2 cupfuls 3/4 pint milk, 1 egg, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. Cover crumbs with milk and soak 15 minutes. Beat smooth, add egg yolk, flour, salt, Ryzon, and butter. Fold in egg whites stiffly beaten. Bake in buttered muffin tins in a quick oven for 20 minutes. Sufficient for 12 muffins. Ryzon Leftover Corn Muffins by Mrs. Eleanor Ackerman, Brooklyn, New York. 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 3 level tablespoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint water, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint canned corn. Sift flour, Ryzon, and salt into a bowl. Add water and canned corn gradually and beat well. Bake in muffin rings or as griddle cakes on a hot, well-greased griddle. 1 level tablespoonful of sugar may be added if desired. Note that no eggs or shortening are used in this recipe. Sufficient for 12 muffins. Ryzon Nut Graham Muffins. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level cupful 5 ounces Graham flour, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful baking soda, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter, 1 level cupful 6 ounces brown sugar, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound chopped nut meats, 1 egg, 2 cupfuls 1 pint sour milk. Mix flour with Graham flour, Ryzon, soda, and salt. Sift twice in a basin. Add butter and rub it in finely with tips of fingers. Then add sugar, nuts, eggs, well beaten, and milk. Mix well and divide into greased and floured muffin tins and bake in a moderate oven for 15 to 20 minutes. Sufficient for 24 muffins. Note: see Master Muffin recipe on page 20. Ryzon Oatmeal Breakfast Gems by Miss Emma Collins, Albany, California. 1 level cupful 1/2 pint cooked oatmeal, 1 1/2 level cupfuls 6 ounces flour, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce sugar, 1/2 level teaspoon salt, 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk, 1 egg, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter. Mix and sift together flour, Ryzon, salt, and sugar. Beat egg, add milk, melted butter, and oatmeal. Then add dry ingredients, beat all thoroughly, and pour into well-greased gem pans and bake in quick oven. Sufficient for 12 gems. Ryzon Honey Gems. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter, 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce lard, 2 eggs, 2/3 cupful 1 1/4 gills honey, 5 tablespoonfuls milk. Sift salt, Ryzon, and flour into a basin. Rub in butter and lard with fingertips, add eggs well beaten and honey mixed with milk. Mix well and divide into greased and floured gem pans, filling them half full, and bake in a moderate oven for 15 minutes. Sufficient for 12 gems. Ryzon Bran Gems by Mrs. M.J. Harding, Detroit, Michigan. 3/4 cupful 1/2 ounce bran, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 3 level tablespoonfuls 1 1/2 ounces sugar, 2/3 cupfuls 1 1/3 gills milk, 1 egg. Mix dry ingredients and add to well beaten egg and milk. Put into well greased gem pans and bake in hot oven. Sufficient for 8 gems. Ryzon Gluten Gems. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 10 ounces gluten flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1 egg, 2 cupfuls 1 pint milk. Sift flour, Ryzon, and salt together into a basin, add egg well beaten and milk. Use scant measure of milk. Beat well and pour into hot greased gem pans and bake in a quick oven for 12 to 15 minutes. Sufficient for 12 gems. Ryzon Whole Wheat Rolls. 5 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound whole wheat flour, 3 tablespoonfuls 1 1/2 ounces butter, 1 egg, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. Sift flour, Ryzon, and salt into a basin, add whole wheat flour and mix thoroughly together. Rub in butter, add 1/2 of egg beaten and mixed with milk, and mix to a soft dough. Turn onto a floured baking board and knead lightly for a few minutes. Shape dough into rolls and place them on a greased baking tin. Brush them over with remainder of beaten egg and bake in a hot oven for 20 minutes. Sufficient for 12 rolls. Ryzon Raisin Rolls. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 3 tablespoonfuls 1 1/2 ounces butter, 1 egg, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pint milk, scant, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound seeded and chopped raisins, 3 level tablespoonfuls 1 1/2 ounces sugar, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon. Sift flour with Ryzon and salt twice, then rub in butter lightly with tips of fingers and add 1/2 of egg well beaten and milk. Turn out onto a floured baking board, knead lightly, roll to 1/4 inch thickness, brush over with melted butter, sprinkle over this raisin, sugar, and cinnamon. Roll up like a jelly roll, brush over with remainder of egg, sprinkle with sugar, and cut into pieces 3/4 of an inch in thickness. Lay on greased tins and bake in a hot oven for 12 to 15 minutes. Sufficient for 12 rolls. Raisins are one of the foods of which more should be known. They are 50% more nourishing than meat and far more healthful and natural. Raisins are not only a great system builder, they are also one of the best fruit tonics known, and in purity stand almost alone. Ryzon Marmalade Buns. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 6 tablespoonfuls 3 ounces butter, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces sugar, 1 egg, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pint milk, 1 teaspoonful orange extract, marmalade, orange or grapefruit. Sift together flour, Ryzon, and salt. Next, cut and rub in butter and add sugar. Beat up egg, add extract and milk, and stir these into the other ingredients, making the whole to a stiff paste. Divide the mixture into 14 or 16 pieces, shape each into a neat ball, make a small hole in the middle, put in a little marmalade, and close it up again. Place the buns on greased baking tins with the sides which have the holes downwards. Brush over with a little milk and sprinkle with fine sugar. Bake in a hot oven for 20 minutes. Any preferred preserve may be used in place of the marmalade. Sufficient for 14 or 16 buns. Ryzon Scotch Whole Wheat Scones. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1 1/2 level cupfuls 6 ounces whole wheat flour, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces butter, 1/4 cupful 2 ounces sugar, 1 egg, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills milk. Sift flour, salt, and Ryzon and add whole wheat flour. Rub in the butter with the tips of the fingers or cut in with the knife and add the sugar. Beat up egg, add milk, and pour among the dry ingredients, making them into a soft dough. Knead the dough lightly and divide it into 2 pieces. Make each piece into a smooth, round roll out and cut into 6 pieces. Lay on greased tins and bake in a moderately heated oven for 20 minutes. Brush over the tops with sweetened milk a few minutes before they are quite done and return to the oven to finish baking. Sufficient for 12 scones. Ryzon Quick Sally Lunn by Mrs. A. M. Crum, Florence, Alabama. 1 egg, 1 level tablespoon 1/2 ounce shortening, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 2 cupfuls 1 pint milk, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce sugar, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt. Beat egg, sift flour, sugar, salt, and Ryzon together. Add shortening, then flour, and thin down with milk. Grease muffin rings or a small pan. Bake it in a quick oven. Serve while hot. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon Hot Walnut Sandwiches by Mrs. Reynolds Casey, Flushing, Michigan. 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce shortening, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills milk, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces chopped walnuts. Sift together flour, salt, and Ryzon into mixing bowl. Cut in shortening, add milk and mix. Turn out on well floured board and roll quite thin. Sprinkle walnuts on half the dough. folding the other half over. Then cut with a biscuit cutter and bake in a quick oven. Sufficient for 12 biscuits. Ryzon Virginia Corn Cakes. 2 eggs, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills milk, 1/2 level tablespoonful sugar, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills canned corn, 1 level tablespoonful Ryzon, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. Beat up eggs, add milk and sugar, stir in canned corn. Sift flour, Ryzon, and salt together and stir them into the corn mixture, and drop into buttered muffin rings on a buttered pan and bake in a moderate oven from 15 to 20 minutes. Sufficient for 10 cakes. Ryzon Quick Coffee Cake by Mrs. Memmert, Olney, Illinois. 1 1/2 level cupfuls 6 ounces flour, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound sugar, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1/4 teaspoonful salt, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pint milk, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces raisins, 1 egg well beaten, 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce melted butter. Sift flour, salt, and Ryzon. Add milk, raisins, well beaten egg, and melted butter. Beat all together. Pour into baking pan and sprinkle well with cinnamon, sugar, and lumps of butter on top. Bake in moderate oven from 20 to 30 minutes. Sufficient for 6 persons. End of section 4. Section 5 of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. Ryzon Waffles and Griddle Cakes. Ryzon Buttermilk Waffles. 2 eggs, 2 cupfuls, 1 pint sour milk or buttermilk, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/4 cupful 1 1/4 ounces cornmeal, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level teaspoonful sugar, 1 tablespoon 1/2 ounce lard, 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter, 1 level teaspoonful baking soda, 1 tablespoonful warm water. Beat eggs light, add milk, flour sifted with cornmeal, Ryzon, salt, and sugar. Melt lard and butter, add them with soda dissolved in warm water. Mix carefully and cook on well-greased waffle irons. Serve hot with butter and syrup. Sufficient for 16 individual waffles. Waffles are artistically shaped pancakes as to their constitution, and, like these, admit of interesting and even greater variations. Their name in Old French was waffre, which has developed into gaufre and gaufre. The word is related to the German Wabe, honeycomb, and as such would be derived from the shape of the waffle, which represents a large-celled honeycomb. Master Recipe: Ryzon Waffles. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 eggs separated, 1 1/2 cupfuls 3/4 pint milk, 4 tablespoonfuls 2 ounces melted butter. Mix flour with Ryzon and salt and sift into bowl. Beat yolks of eggs and butter and milk. Add this mixture gradually to dry ingredients, beating thoroughly. When well mixed, fold in the stiffly beaten whites of eggs. Pour from a pitcher into the center of a hot, well-greased waffle iron. Serve with melted butter and maple syrup or with cinnamon and sugar. Other fat may be used in place of butter, but the waffles will not brown as well. Preparation of waffle iron. Heat the iron on both sides thoroughly. Grease the iron with a piece of salt pork or a padded fork dipped into bacon drippings. Reverse the iron to distribute the fat evenly. Open and fill the iron 2/3 full. Cover and cook about 1 minute on one side, then turn and cook a little longer on the other side. This amount will fill waffle iron 6 times. This recipe may be varied by substituting 3/4 cupful cold boiled rice in place of 1 cupful wheat flour, and in this way save flour for the government while still serving delicious waffles. As a breakfast or luncheon dish, waffles are well known. Equally welcome are the waffles served with hot chocolate or coffee in the afternoon, or for an after theater supper, especially when the use of an electric waffle iron makes baking at the table possible. Special Recipe Ryzon Rice Griddle Cakes. 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 3/4 cupful 1½ gills cooked rice, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 egg well beaten, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 2 level teaspoonfuls 1/2 ounce sugar, 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk, 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce melted butter. Mix and sift flour, salt, sugar, and Ryzon. Add rice and melted butter, the egg well beaten, and milk to make the batter. Beat well. Cook at once on a hot, well greased griddle. Serve hot with butter and syrup. The addition of an extra egg makes these griddle cakes unusually delicious. Sufficient for 10 griddle cakes. Master Recipe Ryzon White Flour Griddle Cakes. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 3 level cupfuls 3/4 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 3 eggs separated, 2 cupfuls 1 pint milk, 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter. Melt butter, mix flour, Ryzon, and salt together and sift into a basin. Beat up yolks and whites of eggs separately. Add yolks to milk, then add butter. Gradually add flour and beat up in a smooth batter, then fold in whites of eggs. Turn batter into a wide-mouthed pitcher and pour into a hot, well-greased griddle to the size of a saucer. When nicely browned on one side, turn with cake turner. When browned on other side, remove to a hot dish. Serve hot with butter and syrup, or sugar and milk as desired. Ryzon Buckwheat Cakes. 5 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 12 ounces buckwheat flour, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 tablespoonful molasses, 2 1/2 cupfuls 1 1/4 pints milk, 1 cupful 1/2 pint water. Mix buckwheat flour, Ryzon flour, and salt, and sift them into a bowl. Add milk, water, and molasses, and beat well. Cook at once on a hot, well-greased griddle. Serve hot with butter and syrup. These cakes are excellent with fried sausages. If liked, a well-beaten egg may be added to the batter. Sufficient for 35 cakes. Note: see Master White Flour Griddle Cake Recipe. Ryzon Hoover Pancakes. Mrs. E. D. Cole, Brooklyn, New York. 2 cupfuls 1 pint buttermilk or sour milk, 1 level cupful 1/2 pint stale breadcrumbs, 3/4 cupful 6 ounces cornmeal, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 level teaspoonful soda, 1 tablespoonful molasses, 1 cupful 1/2 pint boiling water. Soak crumbs in milk for ½ hour. Scald cornmeal with 1 cupful boiling water, cool, add crumbs soaked in milk, soda dissolved in 1 teaspoonful hot water, stir in Ryzon, mix thoroughly, and bake on hot, well-greased griddle. Serve with syrup, honey, jam, or fruit butters. Any leftover cereal may be used in place of crumbs. Sufficient for 20 pancakes. Ryzon Pea Pancakes by Forecast Modern School of Cookery. 2 level cupfuls 1 pint peas dried, 2 egg whites, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces flour, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, 2 egg yolks, pepper, 1/2 teaspoonful salt, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter or fat, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. To make this recipe it is best to use the split pea, which can be secured either in bulk or package form. These peas cook in an hour's time after soaking. When the peas are tender, put through a food chopper and mix the ingredients. A tablespoonful of this mixture placed on a hot griddle or frying pan makes a good sized pancake. If a richer pancake is desired than the one suggested in this recipe, 1/4 pound salt pork may be boiled and ground with the peas. The residue strained from pea soup may be economically used for the above. Sufficient for 12 pancakes. Ryzon French Pancakes. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 3 level tablespoonfuls 1 1/2 ounces potato flour, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce sugar, 5 eggs, 1 tablespoonful water, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, apple or currant jelly. Sift flour, Ryzon, and sugar into a bowl. Add eggs well beaten, water, and milk, and beat for 10 minutes. Grease well the inside of a small frying pan, and place it over a moderate fire. When it is sufficiently hot, pour in enough of the batter to cover the surface of pan. When cooked, spread with jelly and fold into rolls. Serve hot. They may be used as a dessert, sprinkled with powdered sugar and a few drops of lemon juice. Sufficient for 10 pancakes. Ryzon Cornmeal Griddle Cakes. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level cupful 6 ounces cornmeal, 1 level cupful 4 ounces flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls salt, 3 eggs, 2 cupfuls 1 pint milk. Mix Ryzon, cornmeal, salt, and flour together and sift them into a bowl. Beat up eggs, add milk, and combine the two mixtures. If liked, a tablespoonful of molasses may be added to the batter. Heat a griddle and grease it with a piece of fat. Pour the cakes on the griddle from a large spoon or from a pitcher. When the cakes are full of bubbles, turn with a broad knife and brown the other side. Wipe griddle with a dry cloth and grease again after each baking. One of the eggs may be omitted and 1/4 level teaspoon Ryzon added. Sufficient for 40 cakes. Ryzon Blueberry Griddle Cakes by Mrs. Herman Waddy, Washington, D.C. 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 2 eggs, 1 1/2 cupfuls 3/4 pint milk, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce sugar, 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce melted butter, 1 cupful canned blueberries or other fruit. Beat eggs in mixing bowl, add milk, then add flour, Ryzon, salt, and sugar, which have been sifted together, adding melted butter last. Beat until it is a smooth batter, then add fruit. Pour batter into a pitcher and pour on a well-greased hot griddle to the size of a small saucer. When nicely browned, turn and brown other side. These are delicious served with cream and sugar. Sufficient for 20 griddle cakes. Ryzon Fritters. Ryzon Apricot Fritters by Mrs. Anna Tackmeyer, New York City. 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce sugar, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 egg, 1/4 cupful 1/2 gill milk, 1 cupful 1/2 pint stewed apricots. Mix and sift dry ingredients, add egg and milk and apricots. Drop mixture from tablespoon into deep hot fat. Fry until a golden brown. Drain, roll in powdered sugar, and serve. Sufficient for 12 fritters. Ryzon Clam Fritters by Miss Ruth Fredericks, Oak Ridge, New Jersey. 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 eggs, 1/4 level teaspoonful pepper, 1/4 cupful 1/2 gill milk, 1 cupful 1/2 pint chopped clams. Mix and sift dry ingredients. Add eggs, milk, and clams. Mix thoroughly and drop by tablespoonfuls into deep hot fat. Fry until a deep brown. Serve hot. Sufficient for 14 fritters. Ryzon Economy Fritters by Mrs. W. H. Fricke, Rochester, New York. 1 cupful 1/2 pint corn that has been left over, 1 egg, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce sugar, 1/2 cupful 1 gill sweet milk, 1 1/2 cupful 6 ounces flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. Beat egg, add salt, sugar, corn, and milk, then flour and Ryzon sifted together. Drop by spoonfuls into hot fat. Serve with honey or syrup. Bits of ham or cold meat may be used in place of corn. Sufficient for 12 fritters. Prize recipe, Ryzon Pineapple Fritters, Mrs. B. M. Smith, Orange, New Jersey. 1 small pineapple, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce scant powdered sugar, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1 beaten egg, 1/4 cupful 1/2 gill milk, 1 tablespoonful lemon juice. Lemon sauce, 1 level tablespoonful cornstarch, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 2 cupfuls 1 pint boiling water, 1 lemon, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter. For fritters, peel pineapple, avoiding outside skin and core, and grate thoroughly. Mix and sift dry ingredients, Add egg and milk and pineapple mixed with lemon juice. Drop mixture from tip of tablespoon into plenty of smoking fat and fry until a golden brown color. Drain and serve with the sauce. For sauce, mix cornstarch and sugar in saucepan. Add water and cook for 20 minutes. Add grated rind and strained juice of lemon and butter and serve very hot. Sufficient for 14 fritters. Note: see Master Fritter Batter Recipe. Master Recipe Ryzon Delicate Fritter Batter. 1 1/2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level cupful 4 ounces flour, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1/2 ounce cornstarch, 4 level tablespoonfuls 2 ounces sugar, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1 egg separated, 1/4 cupful 1/2 gill milk (generous), 1 tablespoonful olive oil. Mix flour, Ryzon, cornstarch, salt, and sugar and sift 3 times. Beat yolk and white of egg separately. Add beaten yolk and milk alternately to flour mixture, then add oil and beat until smooth. Finally fold in stiffly beaten egg white. Drop by spoonfuls into plenty of hot but not smoking fat. Fry golden brown, turn, drain out with a skimmer and lay on absorbent paper. Trim and dust with powdered sugar and serve at once. Use this batter for plain fritters and for fruit and sweet fritters of all kinds. In using vegetables or shellfish, etc., omit the sugar. Thin slightly with milk when used with any filling. Whole canned fruits drained from syrup, apple rings, bananas, etc., may be used for filling, or oysters, clams, etc. Sufficient for 10 large fritters. Banana Fritters Supreme. Cut ripe bananas in half lengthwise, then crosswise. Soak for 1 hour in lemon juice and sugar to taste. Thin the above batter slightly with milk, dip in each section of banana and fry in hot fat. Drain and serve with melted currant jelly. Prize Recipe Ryzon Hominy Fritters by Mrs. J. J. O'Connell, Washington, D.C. 2 level cupfuls 1 pint cold cooked hominy, 2 eggs, 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 1/2 level cupful 6 ounces flour, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces chopped cooked ham. Put hominy into a bowl, add eggs well beaten, milk, salt, ham, and Ryzon sifted with flour. Beat thoroughly and drop by large spoonfuls into plenty of smoking hot fat. Fry until nicely browned, then drain on paper and serve hot. Sufficient for 15 fritters. End of section 5. Section 6 of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. Ryzon Cakes, Part 1. Of all the different branches of cookery, the making of cakes is undoubtedly the most popular. It is practically impossible to buy cakes that are equal to well-made, home-baked ones, and so they are always appreciated. The secrets of success are care in following the recipe exactly, and attention to the simple rules of mixing and baking. With all cookery, method and order are great points to be considered. Have everything in readiness before you begin to mix a cake, for it may be spoiled if you have to stop mixing or beating to prepare an ingredient. First study and set your recipes to hand. Put out measuring cups, boards, knives, egg beaters, flour sifters, pastry brushes, bowls, basins, cake tins, and scales and weights. Measure or weigh the quantities required. Pay attention to the oven and see that it is likely to be sufficiently hot by the time the cake is ready for it. Then get ready the necessary cake tin or tins and prepare them in a manner suited to the kind of cake to be made. The measuring cup should hold 1/2 pint. All measurements are level. All materials are measured level, i.e., by filling spoon or cup more than full and leveling with the back of knife. Flour, meal, sugar, baking powder, and spices are measured after one sifting, and heaped into the measure lightly. This is of importance in making good cakes. Flour should not be shaken down into the measuring cup. Flours may vary in thickening qualities, therefore the exact amount of liquid cannot always be given. It is very important to have the flour dry, as damp flour would render any cake heavy. There are three ways of mixing: stirring, beating, and cutting or folding. To stir, let the spoon touch the sides and bottom of the bowl and move it round quickly in circles of various sizes. Do not lift it out of the mixture and work well against the sides. To beat, tip the bowl to one side. Bring the spoon or fork quickly into the mixture and through it, take it out the other side and bring it over and down again, scraping the sides well each time it goes in. It is important to keep the bowl of the spoon well scraped out during mixing. Beat hard and quickly. To cut or fold, turn over the mixture with a spoon or knife and lift it up, folding in as lightly as possible. Do not stir or beat, but mix very gently until quite blended. To beat butter. In beating butter to a cream, if very hard it can be slightly warmed in the oven or put into a hot bowl, but it must on no account be melted. The best method is to soften hard butter by putting it through the food chopper. The sugar may be heated and added to the butter. Inferior or tainted butter should never be used for cakes. If butter is employed, it must be good, sweet butter being the best. If the butter is very salt, it would be better to wash it in cold water and dry it in a floured cloth before using. For many of the plainer cakes, and especially when baking for large families, or where expense has to be considered, a cheaper kind of fat may be substituted for butter. Lard, beef drippings, beef marrow, margarine, or one of the different vegetable fats now on the market will generally answer the purpose. Eggs must be fresh and good, but not necessarily new laid. Well preserved eggs serve the purpose excellently. They should always be broken separately into a small cup or bowl before adding them to the mixture. With regard to sugars, always brown sugar for rich cakes that you want dark in color. Use granulated sugar for other cakes, except where otherwise stated, and always sift it before use. Fruit must be thoroughly dried before being used, if it has been necessary to wash it, and floured before adding to the mixture. To free currants from stalks, put them in a colander, look them over carefully, and remove any stones. Rub the fruit, and the little stalks will fall through the holes if the colander is shaken. Sultanas will need picking, as the stalks are larger. Seed raisins and cut them in halves. Candied peel looks nicest and goes farthest if cut into thin strips instead of being chopped. Almonds should be blanched. Pour boiling water upon them, leave them to soak for a few minutes, then rub off the skins and put them into cold water to whiten. Dry, cut into thin strips, or chop them. Only the yellow part of the lemon rind should be grated and used. To obtain the juice of a lemon, first roll it backwards and forwards on a board to soften it. Then cut in halves and squeeze out the juice with the back of a wooden spoon or on a lemon squeezer. Strain before using. Though there is no limit to the variety of cakes that can be made, the greater number may be classified under one of four general heads. 1. Pound cakes. As the name implies, the typical pound cake has equal weight of various ingredients, a pound to a pound of sugar, butter, eggs, flour, fruit, etc. Though this proportion is not always followed, a pound cake has always a considerable quantity of butter, eggs, and sugar. The usual method of mixing is therefore to beat the butter and sugar to a cream, then add eggs and flour alternately, beating the mixture well between each addition. Last of all, the fruit and flavoring are added. Much of the success of these cakes depends upon good beating, so as to blend ingredients and to enclose as much air as possible. Pound cakes need very careful baking. A moderate and uniform heat of oven for a considerable time, then gradually decreasing heat, is essential. 2. Plain cakes. These, containing as they do a smaller proportion of eggs and butter, are generally mixed by rubbing the shortening into the sugar, then the dry ingredients are mixed in, and the whole made into a paste with beaten eggs and other liquids. These cakes are not made so moist as pound cake and generally require rather quicker baking. Individual recipes may give individual ways of mixing. 3. Sponge cakes. The chief ingredients of the best quality of sponge cake are eggs and sugar. Flour must be used, but its weight is relatively small. Strictly speaking, a sponge cake contains no butter, and for this reason can be given to invalids and children to whom butter after cooking would be indigestible. The usual method of mixing is to beat the eggs and sugar until light and creamy. This is sometimes done over gentle heat. Just before baking, the sifted flour and flavoring are carefully mixed in. If butter is used, it is first melted, and when cool, but still liquid, added to the mixture. When baking, very moderate and yet uniform heat is required. 4. Gingerbreads will be read later in this chapter. The baking of cakes is one of the most difficult parts of cake making. No matter how carefully the mixture has been prepared, the success or failure of the cake will very much depend upon the proper regulation of the heat of the oven. Ovens require very close observance. Some are inclined to burn at the bottom, while in others the top is the hottest part, and it is only by experience and careful watching that the faults and capabilities of individual ovens can be learned. The most correct way of gauging the heat of an oven is with the thermometer. The degrees of heat would be nearly the following: from 400 to 450 degrees, a hot oven; from 300 to 350 degrees, a moderate oven; from 250 to 275 degrees, a slow oven. There are also one or two popular tests which may be applied by novices, such as the following: sprinkle a little dry flour on a tin and place it in the oven. If there is sufficient heat to bake a cake, this will be brown in about 5 minutes. Or put a piece of white paper in the oven, and if at the end of 5 minutes it is a good yellow color, the heat is moderate and suitable for most cakes. After a very little experience, the heat of the oven can easily be judged by simply feeling it with the hand. A cake to be baked to perfection should rise evenly and be smooth on the top, and by the time it has been in the oven half its time, a light brown crust should be formed. Owing to the variations in the heat of an ordinary oven, it is not always possible to arrive at this point of perfection. Still, by careful manipulation, it may be aimed at. When a cake rises in a cone in the center, it shows that the oven has been too hot in the commencement, with the result that the sides of the cake become hardened with the crust before the mixture has had time to rise. If the cake seems inclined to rise at one side, it shows that the oven is hotter on one side than the other, and this fault may be obviated to a certain extent by turning the cake carefully during the baking. When a cake shows signs of becoming sufficiently brown before it is ready, it should be covered with a double fold of greased or wetted kitchen paper. Be sure the cake is sufficiently cooked before removing it from the oven. Small cakes are ready if they feel firm when gently touched with the finger. Larger cakes should be tested by running a bright and heated skewer into the center of them. If the skewer comes out sticky, the cake is not cooked enough, but if it is dry and undimmed, the baking is finished. Cakes should be allowed to stand for 2 or 3 minutes before removing them from the tin. They will then come out more easily. They should be cooled on a wire stand or sieve or stood on end so that the air gets around the bottom and side. When cold, put into dry and airtight tins. Ryzon Loaf Cakes. Ryzon Rich Wedding Cake. 1 1/2 level cupfuls, 3/4 pound butter. 1 1/2 level cupfuls, 3/4 pound sugar. 2 lemons, 2 oranges, 1 nutmeg grated, 1 1/2 level teaspoonfuls powdered ginger, 1 1/2 level teaspoonfuls powdered cinnamon, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered allspice, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered mace. 6 eggs separated. 1/2 cupful 1 gill brandy or fruit juice. 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound shredded glacé cherries. 3 level cupfuls 3/4 pound currants. 1 1/2 level cupfuls 3/4 pound seeded raisins. 1 1/2 level cupfuls 9 ounces sultana raisins. 3 level cupfuls 3/4 pound shredded candied citron peel. 3 level cupfuls, ¾ pound ground almonds. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound flour. 1 level cupful, ¼ pound rice flour. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. Cream butter, add gradually sugar, the grated rinds of lemons and oranges and spices, and beat for 15 minutes. Then add yolks of eggs, 2 by 2, salt and brandy or fruit juice. Stir in fruit, nuts, and peel, then sift in flour, rice flour, and Ryzon. Beat up whites of eggs and add them by degrees to mixture. Turn into a large paper tin and bake carefully in a moderate oven for 6 hours. Put the cake aside until next day, then cover it over with frosting, leave until set, then ornament with icing in any pretty design, using an icing bag and tube. Sufficient for 1 large cake. Icing. Read later in the chapter. Ryzon Gold Cake. 1/4 cupful, 2 ounces butter. 3/4 cupful, 6 ounces sugar. 5 egg yolks. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound flour. 1 pinch salt. 1/4 cupful, 1/2 gill milk. 1/2 teaspoonful orange extract. Cream butter, add gradually sugar, and when thoroughly creamed, add yolks of eggs well beaten. Sift flour, Ryzon, and salt together, and add alternately with milk to egg mixture. Stir in extract and turn into a well greased and floured small square loaf pan. Bake in a moderate oven for 30 minutes. Sufficient for small cake. First prize recipe, Ryzon Baba. The baba is a cake of Polish origin. It was made known in France by Stanislaw Leczinski. The descendants of this king always ate the baba with a sauce made of sweetened wine mixed with 1/16 part of distilled water of tansy. So far as the judges know, Mrs. Duval's Ryzon Baba is the first one made with baking powder. First prize recipe for Ryzon Baba follows: 4 eggs, not separated. 1 1/2 level cupfuls, ¾ pound sugar. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. 1 1/2 cupfuls, ¾ pint sweet milk. 3 level cupfuls, ¾ pound flour. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered mace. 1/2 cupful, 1/4 pound butter. 1/2 cupful, 2 ounces shredded candied citron peel. Sauce. 1 level cupful, 1/2 pound sugar. 1/2 cupful, 1 gill water. 1 wineglassful rum or 1/2 teaspoonful vanilla extract, and 1/2 teaspoonful lemon extract. For baba, beat eggs and sugar together until very light. Remove beater, add salt, milk, flour sifted with Ryzon and mace, and add citron. Melt butter in a large Turk's head baking pan with a central opening. When melted, add butter carefully to batter and pour batter into mold. Bake in a steady, fairly hot oven for 1 hour, taking care to turn cake several times. This mixture is a thin batter and requires a slower oven than the usual rusk. When done, try it with a straw. If straw comes out clean, remove baba from mold onto plate on which it is to be served. Care should be taken that the cake should be very well greased, especially the center piece. For rum sauce, put sugar and water into an enameled saucepan, bring to boiling point, and boil until syrup spins a thread, or 218° Fahrenheit by candy thermometer. Then add rum or extracts and cool slightly. Dip baba into syrup while it is hot, or ladle syrup over baba with spoon or broad knife, or brush on syrup. Fruit juice may be used in place of rum, or the following chocolate sauce may be used by those who prefer it to the rum sauce. For chocolate sauce, put 1 level cupful sugar into a saucepan. Add 1 cupful of milk, 1/4 cupful butter, and boil together until half done, about 10 minutes, but boil hard, not gently. Add 1/4 cake, or 1/2 cake if desired, bitter chocolate, cut into fairly small pieces. Stand on side of stove until entirely melted, but do not boil again, as the delicate flavor of chocolate is lost by boiling. Add 1/2 teaspoonful vanilla extract and pour over cake 1 spoonful at a time. Sift powdered sugar over the slightly sticky top before carrying to table. If desired, the center may be filled with stewed fruits. The baba mixture may be divided into 2 molds. The baba may also be used for a pudding. In this case the cake is saturated with rum sauce or orange syrup and served with another sauce over and around base. Thin custard or apricot sauce are appropriate sauces. When a baba has not been consumed fresh, it may be cut in slices, dipped in fruit juice, covered with a batter and fried. Sufficient for 1 large cake. Ryzon Seton Fruit Cake. 2 level cupfuls 1 pint dried apples. 2 cupfuls 1 pint molasses. 1/2 cupful 4 ounces butter. 1/2 cupful 4 ounces lard. 2 level cupfuls 1 pound sugar. 2 eggs. 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 5 level cupfuls 1 1/4 pounds flour. 1/4 level teaspoonful salt. 1 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon. 1 level teaspoonful powdered allspice. 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered mace. 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered cloves. 1 level teaspoonful powdered ginger. 1 level cupful 8 ounces seeded raisins. 1 level cupful 6 ounces sultana raisins. 1/2 cupful 2 ounces shredded candied citron peel. 1/4 level teaspoonful baking soda. Pick over and wash apples, then cover them with cold water and soak overnight. Press out as much water as possible, chop them fine, and put them into a saucepan with molasses and stew slowly for 2 hours. Turn out to cool. Cream butter, lard, and sugar thoroughly together, add the eggs well beaten, milk and flour, and beat hard for 5 minutes. Now add the spices, salt, raisins, apples, citron, soda dissolved in a tablespoonful of water, and Ryzon. Mix and divide into 2 buttered and floured cake tins, and bake in a moderate oven for 1 1/2 hours. Sufficient for 2 medium-sized cakes. Ryzon Birthday Cake. 1 cupful 1/2 pound butter. 2 level cupfuls 1 pound sugar. 4 eggs. 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. 1 level cupful 6 ounces sultana raisins. 1/2 cupful 2 ounces currants. 1/2 cupful 2 ounces shredded candied citron peel. 1 wineglass brandy or fruit juice. 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 1/4 level teaspoonful salt. 1 level teaspoonful grated nutmeg. Boiled frosting. Cream butter and sugar together, add eggs, 1 at a time, and beat well. Now add milk, fruit brandy or fruit juice, and flour sifted with Ryzon, salt, and nutmeg. Pour into a well greased and papered cake tin and bake in a moderate oven for 2 hours. Turn out, cool, and cover with boiled frosting. If liked, this cake may be decorated with tiny shamrocks and candles. Sufficient for 14 to 16 persons. Prize Recipe Ryzon White Fruit Cake by Mrs. Harry Burgess, Nashville, Tennessee. 1 cupful 1/2 pound butter. 3 level cupfuls 1 1/2 pounds sugar. 8 eggs separated. 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 3 1/2 level cupfuls 14 ounces flour. 1/4 level teaspoonful grated nutmeg. 1 level teaspoonful powdered mace. 1/4 level teaspoonful salt. 2 coconuts grated. 6 level cupfuls 1 1/2 pounds shredded candied citron peel. Cream butter and sugar thoroughly together, add beaten yolks of eggs, milk, flour sifted with Ryzon, spices, and salt, whites of eggs stiffly beaten, coconuts, and peel. Mix carefully and turn into a greased and floured cake tin and bake in a moderate oven for 1 1/4 hours. Chapter on icings for this cake to follow. Sufficient for 12 to 15 persons. Prize Recipe Ryzon Polish Guest Cake a la Reski by Mrs. Huldah Thompson, New York City. 1 large navel orange. 8 eggs. 2 2/3 cupfuls 1 pound powdered sugar, 1 box 1 pound fine matzo meal, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound sweet butter, pinch salt, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. First butter a cake mold very thickly with sweet butter, cold and not melted. Wash and dry orange and grate its skin and pulp into a large mixing bowl. Add yolks of eggs, mix well, then add gradually pinch of salt and sugar. Sift 1 box of fine matzo meal and mix with Ryzon. Now beat up whites of eggs to a stiff froth and stir lightly into orange mixture. Add meal and turn into the prepared mold and bake in moderate oven until ready. This cake should be a nice brown on the top, and it should be tested with a straw taken from a new broom. This recipe was a favorite in the family of the famous singers, the Dureski brothers, and was frequently served at the 4 o'clock coffee receptions given by Mademoiselle Kronberg, née Dureski, at her Warsaw palace. Prize recipe, Ryzon Maryland Black Cake, by Mrs. Julia Snowden, Laurel, Maryland. 1 cupful 1/2 pound butter, 2 2/3 level cupfuls 1 pound brown sugar, 1 nutmeg grated, 1 level dessert spoonful, 2 level teaspoonfuls powdered cinnamon, 1 level teaspoonful powdered cloves, 1 level tablespoonful powdered ginger, 6 eggs separated, 2 1/2 level cupfuls 10 ounces flour, 4 level cupfuls 2 pounds seeded raisins, 6 level cupfuls 1 1/2 pounds currants, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 cupful 1 gill molasses, 1/2 cupful 1 gill sherry wine or fruit juice, 4 level cupfuls 1 pound shredded candied citron peel. Cream butter well, add 1/2 of sugar mixed with spices and mix well. Now add remainder of sugar mixed with beaten yolks of eggs and beat for 5 minutes. Beat up whites of eggs and add them to mixture. Now add flour mixed with currants and raisins cut in halves, Ryzon mixed with molasses and wine. Mix carefully and place 1/4 of this mixture in a large cake pan lined with greased paper, then sprinkle in a layer of citron. Repeat until batter and citron are all used. Bake in a moderate oven for 4 hours. Cover cake with greased paper while baking, as it burns easily. It may be necessary to put a pan of hot water in the oven to moderate the heat, or to place a tin or an asbestos mat underneath. Sufficient for 1 large cake. Ryzon Old Fashioned Pound Cake. 2/3 cupful 5 1/4 ounces butter, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, pinch salt, 1 cupful 1/2 pint eggs. 5 eggs usually fill a cup. The eggs are measured before beating. 1 1/2 level cupfuls 12 ounces sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls orange flower water. Cream butter with flour. Add Ryzon and salt to eggs and beat them very light with an egg beater. Add sugar gradually and beat well. Remove the beater, add egg mixture to creamed flour, using wooden spoon until all is mixed. Add orange flower water and beat thoroughly with long, light strokes. Turn into a greased and floured shallow cake tin and bake in a moderate oven for 1 hour. Sufficient for 1 cake for 10 to 12 people. Ryzon Hasty Cake. 1/4 cupful 2 ounces butter, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk, 2 egg whites, 1/2 teaspoonful orange or almond extract, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 1/2 level cupfuls 6 ounces flour, pinch salt. Chocolate frosting. 2 squares chocolate, 3/4 cupful 6 ounces sugar, 3 tablespoonfuls milk, 1/2 teaspoonful almond extract, 2 egg yolks. For cake, cream butter and sugar together, add milk, whites of eggs, extract, and flour sifted with Ryzon and salt. Beat for 5 minutes, then turn into a buttered and floured tin and bake for 35 minutes. Turn out and cool. For frosting, melt chocolate in pan of a double boiler, add sugar and milk, and cook until smooth. Add egg yolks and extract and cook for 1 minute. Spread on cake. Sufficient for 1 small cake. Ryzon Walnut and Cherry Cake. 3 eggs, 3/4 cupful 5 ounces sugar, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 3 level tablespoonfuls 3/4 ounce rice flour, 1/8 level teaspoonful salt, 4 level tablespoonfuls 2 ounces butter, 1/2 orange rind grated, 1 lemon rind grated, 1/4 teaspoonful vanilla extract, 1/4 teaspoonful almond extract, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces preserved cherries, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces chopped English walnut meats. Break eggs into a large basin, add sugar and beat together for 5 minutes. Then place the basin in a large pan of boiling water and beat mixture for 15 minutes. Remove the basin to a table and beat for 15 minutes or until the mixture is cold. Add flour sifted with rice flour, Ryzon, and salt, butter warmed but not hot, grated rinds of orange and lemons, extract, nuts, and cherries cut in quarters. Mix carefully and turn into a well-greased and floured cake tin and bake in a moderate oven for 1 hour. Allow the cake to stand for 5 minutes before being turned out of the tin. Set it aside until cold, then cover with white frosting and decorate to taste with cherries and walnut meats. See recipe for white frosting to follow. Sufficient for 1 cake. Ryzon coconut cake. 3 tablespoonfuls 1 1/2 ounces butter, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 2 eggs separated, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, 1 teaspoonful orange extract, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound shredded coconut. Use with white frosting to follow. Beat butter and sugar until creamy. Add yolks of eggs well beaten, milk, orange extract, flour sifted with Ryzon, and salt. Add coconut and whites of eggs beaten to a stiff froth. Turn into a flat, buttered, and floured cake tin and bake in a moderate oven for 30 minutes. Cool, cover with white frosting and sprinkle over with coconut. Sufficient for 1 small cake. Ryzon pork fruit cake. 1 pound fat pork, 2 cupfuls 1 pint boiling water, 1 level tablespoonful baking soda, 2 level cupfuls 12 ounces brown sugar, 1 cupful 1/2 pint dark molasses, 1 level tablespoonful Ryzon, 5 level cupfuls 1 1/4 pounds flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level tablespoonful grated nutmeg, 1 level tablespoonful powdered allspice, 1 level tablespoonful powdered cinnamon, 1 level teaspoonful powdered cloves, 2 level cupfuls 12 ounces sultana raisins, 2 level cupfuls 1 pound seeded raisins, 4 level cupfuls 1 pound currants, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound shredded candied citron peel, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound chopped nut meats, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound chopped preserved cherries. Chop pork or put it through a meat grinder. Add to it boiling water and allow to cool. Add soda, sugar, molasses, flour sifted with Ryzon, spices, salt, and fruits and nuts. Turn into a large buttered and papered cake tin and bake for 3 hours or until ready in a moderate oven. No eggs are used in this cake. Sufficient for 1 large cake. Ryzon easily made date cake. 2 eggs, 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk, 1 level cupful 6 ounces brown sugar, 1/3 cupful 2 2/3 ounces butter, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 1/4 level cupfuls 5 ounces flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level teaspoonful powdered ginger, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered nutmeg, 1/2 pound 2 cups stoned and sliced dates. Whipped cream. Put eggs into a basin, add milk, sugar, butter, flour sifted with Ryzon, salt, and spices. Add dates and beat all together for 5 minutes. Pour into a buttered and floured cake tin and bake in a moderate oven for 35 minutes. Turn out and cut in squares and serve with whipped and sweetened cream. Sufficient for 8 squares. Ryzon orange gâteau. 3 eggs, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces sugar, juice of 1/2 orange strained, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 1/4 level cupfuls 5 ounces flour, 1/4 cupful 2 ounces butter, 1/4 cupful 1 ounce chopped candied citron peel, 1/4 cupful 1 ounce chopped cocoanut. Beat up eggs with sugar, add strained orange juice, and sift in flour with Ryzon. Add butter, melted. Butter and flour a small round or flat cake tin, and put 1/2 of mixture into it. Sprinkle in citron peel and cocoanut and spread remainder of mixture on top. Bake in a moderate oven for 25 minutes. Turn out and cool. Cover with white frosting, and ornament top with a few tiny pieces of citron peel. Sufficient for 1 cake. Ryzon Prune Cake by Mrs. Edgar M. Hall, Olwine, Iowa. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound light brown sugar, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces butter and lard, 2 eggs, 3 tablespoonfuls sweet or sour milk, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound well cooked prunes cut in small pieces, 1 level teaspoonful cinnamon, 1 level teaspoonful nutmeg, 1 3/4 level cupfuls 7 ounces flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. Cream sugar and shortening, add eggs well beaten, milk and cut prunes, cinnamon and nutmeg, then flour and Ryzon which have been sifted together. Bake as loaf cake. Sufficient for 1 medium-sized cake. Ryzon Canadian War Cake by Mrs. Gertrude Haig, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound brown sugar, 2 cupfuls 1 pint hot water, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level teaspoonful ginger, 1 level teaspoonful cinnamon, 1 level teaspoonful allspice, 1 package 1 pound seedless raisins, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 3 level cupfuls 3/4 pound flour. Boil sugar, spices, water, and raisins together for 5 minutes, after it begins to bubble. When cold, add flour and Ryzon which have been sifted together. Turn into a well-greased tin and bake 45 minutes in moderate oven. This cake is not only delicious, but most inexpensive and well suited to war conditions. It will keep moist and good as long as any of it is left, which may not be long if there are children in the family. It is a pleasure to publish this good, wholesome, economical cake recipe which will appeal to the housewife of today. End of section 6. Section 7 of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. Chapter 3. Ryzon Cakes, Part 2. Jelly Roll Hints. To roll up a jelly roll after baking, the following method will be found of assistance. Turn the roll out into a clean cloth wrung out of very hot water and roll it up in this. The cloth must of course be wrung out as dry as possible before the cake is turned out on it. After a little practice you will find that you can roll up your jelly roll without a single crack. Jelly rolls are very popular as well as useful cakes. If kept in a cake box or an airtight tin, they remain moist and fresh for a long time. They are nicer as a foundation for cake puddings than sponge cakes. Master Recipe Ryzon Jelly Roll. 3 eggs beaten, 3/4 cupful 6 ounces sugar, 1 tablespoonful milk or cream, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 1 1/2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 teaspoonful vanilla extract, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter, melted, jam or jelly slightly warmed. First, grease a jelly roll tin and line it with buttered paper, allowing paper to come up a little above the rim of tin. Beat eggs until light, add sugar gradually, beat 5 minutes, add milk or cream, flour sifted with Ryzon, vanilla extract, and butter. Spread mixture on prepared tin, bake in a quick oven for 12 to 15 minutes or until firm to touch. Have ready sheet of paper sprinkled with sugar and turn cake onto it. Quickly remove buttered paper and spread over with jam or jelly and roll up at once. Place on sieve or wire rack to cool. Jelly roll may be served hot as a pudding with custard sauce or cut in slices and served cold. Sufficient for 8 persons. Ryzon Devil's Food Cake. 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter. 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce lard. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar. 2 squares 2 ounces unsweetened chocolate. 2 eggs. 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk. 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 1 1/3 level cupfuls 5 1/2 ounces flour. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. White frosting. A few almonds. 2 level cupfuls 1 pound sugar. 1 cupful 1/2 pint water. 2 egg whites. 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract. 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon. Pink frosting. Use pink sugar in place of white. For cake, cream butter, lard, and sugar thoroughly together, add chocolate melted, eggs well beaten, milk, vanilla, and flour sifted with Ryzon and salt. Turn into a square, greased, and floured cake tin, and bake for 50 minutes in a moderate oven. Turn out and cool. For frosting, blanch, shred, and brown a few almonds. Put sugar and water into a saucepan, stir gently now and then, and bring to boiling point. Remove spoon and boil until syrup forms a soft ball when tested in cold water, or 240° Fahrenheit by candy thermometer. Pour syrup gradually, while beating constantly, on whites of eggs beaten with Ryzon until stiff but not dry. Add vanilla and continue beating until mixture is cool. Set saucepan containing frosting in larger saucepan containing boiling water, and cook on fire, stirring constantly until mixture becomes granular around edge of pan. Take from pan of hot water and beat, using a wooden spoon, until mixture will hold its shape. Pour on cake and spread with back of spoon, leaving a rough surface. Sprinkle with the prepared almonds. Sufficient for a medium-sized cake. Ryzon Quick Tea Cake. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour. 2 level tablespoonfuls sugar. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound butter or lard. 2 eggs separated. 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills milk. 3 level tablespoonfuls currants. Sift together flour, sugar, salt, and Ryzon. Cut in butter or lard with a knife, then rub in lightly with the tips of the fingers. Add beaten yolks of eggs, milk, beat well, add currants and whites of eggs beaten to a stiff froth. Mix and pour into a buttered pan or cake ring and bake in a hot oven for 20 minutes. Serve hot or cold. Sufficient for one small cake. Prize Recipe. Ryzon Chocolate Sponge Cake by Elizabeth O. Hiller, Denver School of Cookery. 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound butter. 2 level cupfuls 9 ounces confectioner's sugar. 4 eggs separated. 2 squares 2 ounces unsweetened chocolate. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 2 1/3 level cupfuls 9 ounces pastry flour. 1/2 teaspoonful salt. 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. 3/4 teaspoonful vanilla extract. Cream the butter, add 1 cup sugar gradually while stirring constantly. Beat the yolks of eggs until thick and lemon tinted. Add to them the 2nd cup sugar while beating constantly, then combine the two mixtures. Melt chocolate over hot water, cool, and add to mixture. Sift together flour, Ryzon, and salt. Add alternately with milk to mixture, add extract. Then cut and fold in the whites of eggs beaten until stiff. Beat until ingredients are thoroughly blended. Turn mixture into a well buttered 2 pan and bake 45 minutes in a moderate oven. Delicious with marshmallow frosting. Sufficient for one large cake. Ryzon Sponge Cake. 5 eggs, 1/4 teaspoonful salt, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, a teaspoonful lemon extract. Add salt to eggs and beat for 15 minutes. Add sugar and beat until very light, then remove beater, sift in flour mixed with Ryzon, add extract and mix carefully and lightly. Turn into a well greased and floured cake tin and bake in a moderate oven for 40 minutes. Sufficient for 8 persons. One of the oldest kinds of light cakes that is still a universal favorite is the sponge cake. The popularity of the sponge cake is due to its lightness and its high nutritive value, which makes it the confection par excellence for children, while it is easily handled without soiling the fingers. Fine, hard grained sugar produces the best sponge cakes; both the powdery and the coarse form should be avoided. Suitable sugar mixes readily with the eggs; the fine grains assist in breaking and creaming the yolks. Coarse sugar has a tendency to remain crystalline in the sponge batter, and the baked cakes generally show specks on top in consequence. This is most noticeable in those sponge cakes that are made by beating the yolks and whites separately. Flour of a fairly soft nature is best for these cakes, and should be sifted before using, to make light mixing easy without toughening the batter. Ryzon German Apple Cake. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls (½ pound) flour, 1 level tablespoonful sugar, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter or lard, 1 cupful ½ pint milk scant. For mixture: 6 apples, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound sugar, 1/2 lemon, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces currants, 3 tablespoonfuls melted butter, 1 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon. For cake: sift flour, Ryzon, sugar, and salt into a bowl. Rub in shortening as lightly as possible with the fingers, just working it until fat is well blended with flour. Then mix to a soft dough with milk, or use milk and water, having this as cold as possible. Turn out onto a floured baking board, roll out, and line a well greased square baking tin, pressing up well around the sides. For mixture: clean currants, peel, core, and cut apples in thin slices. Put them on cake in even rows, sprinkle in lemon juice, currants, and sugar mixed with cinnamon. Pour on butter and bake in a moderate oven for 30 minutes. If the apples color too much, a buttered paper may be placed over fruit during baking. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon Chocolate Cake. 3/4 cupful 6 ounces sugar, 1/2 cupful 3 ounces unsweetened chocolate, grated, 1/4 level teaspoonful grated nutmeg, 1/4 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces butter, 1 large egg, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level cupful 4 ounces flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 lemon, 1/4 cupful 1 ounce blanched and chopped almonds. Sift sugar, chocolate, and spices together twice. Add butter, and beat with a wooden spoon until soft and creamy. Add egg, beating well. Add flour sifted with Ryzon and salt, strained lemon juice, and almonds. Mix and turn into a tin that has been well greased and floured, and bake in a moderate oven for 1 hour. Sufficient for 5 to 6 persons. Prize Recipe Ryzon Coffee Crumb Cake by Mrs. Max Monachendum, New York City. 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter, 3 level tablespoonfuls 1 1/2 ounces sugar, 2 eggs, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 pinch salt. Crumbs for cake: 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter, 1/2 teaspoonful powdered cinnamon, 4 level tablespoonfuls 2 ounces sugar, 1 level teaspoonful flour, 2 tablespoonfuls shredded almonds. For crumbs: mix butter, cinnamon, sugar, and flour together until like crumbs, and then add almonds. For cake: cream butter and sugar together, add eggs well beaten, vanilla extract, 1 cupful flour, milk, and 2 cupful flour sifted with Ryzon and salt. Mix and turn into a flat, greased, and floured cake tin. Dust over with crumbs, and bake in a moderately hot oven for 20 minutes. The grated rind of half a lemon may be used in place of vanilla. Sufficient for 6 to 7 persons. Ryzon Dried Apple Cake by Mrs. Georgiana Dewey, Ann Arbor, Michigan. 1 level cupful 1/4 pound dried apples, 1/2 level cupful 1/4 pound sugar, 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk, 1 cupful 1/2 pint molasses, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces raisins, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces currants, 4 level tablespoonfuls 2 ounces shortening, 1 egg, 1½ level cupfuls 6 ounces flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful soda, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/4 level teaspoonful ginger, 1/4 level teaspoonful cinnamon, 1/4 level teaspoonful allspice. Soak apples in 1 quart of water overnight, then drain, chop fine, and cook in molasses 1 hour. When cold, add fruit, spices, sugar, and egg well beaten. Add soda dissolved in 1 tablespoonful hot water. Add milk, then Ryzon and flour sifted together. Mix all thoroughly, turn into well-greased tin, and bake for 1 hour in very slow oven. This keeps like old-fashioned fruit cake. Ryzon Caraway Seed Cake. 1/2 cupful 4 ounces butter, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces sugar, 3 eggs, 4 tablespoonfuls milk, 1 teaspoonful orange extract, 2 1/2 level teaspoonfuls caraway seeds, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 1/2 level cupfuls 6 ounces flour. Cream butter and sugar together, add eggs well beaten, milk, orange extract, seeds, and flour sifted with Ryzon. Mix and pour into a small square buttered and floured cake tin, and bake in a moderate oven for 40 minutes. The caraway seeds may be crushed if liked. Sufficient for 1 small cake. Ryzon Layer Cakes. Prize recipe, Ryzon Layer Cocoa Cake by Miss Jennie Wallace, New York City. 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 1/2 cupful 1 gill cold water, 2 level tablespoonfuls cocoa, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract, 2 eggs, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour. Filling, 1/4 cupful 2 ounces sweet butter, 1/4 cupful 2 ounces powdered sugar, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract, 4 level teaspoonfuls cocoa. Icing for top, 1/4 cake chocolate, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills boiling water, 1 level teaspoonful flour, 3/4 cupful 6 ounces sugar, 1 teaspoonful butter, 2 teaspoonfuls vanilla extract. For cake, cream butter thoroughly with sugar, add water, cocoa, vanilla extract, eggs well beaten, and flour sifted with Ryzon. Divide into 2 greased and floured layer cake tins, and bake in a moderately hot oven for 15 minutes. Turn out and cool. For filling, cream butter and sugar together, add the vanilla extract and cocoa, mix well, and spread between the layers. For icing, dissolve chocolate in boiling water in a small saucepan. Add sugar mixed with flour, butter, and vanilla extract. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, then cool and spread on top of cake. Sufficient for 2-layer cake. Ryzon Mock Caramel Cake by Miss M. Deller, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dissolve 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter or butter substitute in a large iron frying pan. Sprinkle 1 level cupful 1/2 pound brown sugar over the butter. Also 1/2 cupful 2 ounces of nut meats, not too small. Have the sugar and nuts evenly spread and set aside until the following is mixed: 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter or butter substitute, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound granulated sugar, 1 egg, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, 1 level teaspoonful vanilla or any desired flavor. Spread this mixture over the butter, sugar, and nuts, and bake in the frying pan like a loaf cake in a moderate oven. When done, turn out onto a cake plate upside down. Sufficient for 1 large cake. Prize recipe, Ryzon Nut Tart by Mrs. A. B. Caniff, New York City. 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound chopped English walnut meats, 1 package Zwieback, 10-cent size, 4 eggs separated, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon, 1 level teaspoonful powdered cloves, whipped cream, marshmallow or boiled icing. Chop and roll nuts, and roll Zwieback or put it through a food chopper. Beat yolks of eggs and sugar together for 10 minutes. Add Zwieback. mixed with Ryzon and spices. Now add nut meats and whites of eggs stiffly beaten. Mix carefully and divide into two well-greased layer cake tins. This nut tart takes 10 minutes to bake in a moderate oven, and it should not be permitted to bake too long. When tart has cooled, either a boiled icing or marshmallows slightly softened in the oven, or whipped cream sweetened and flavored with vanilla extract may be used between layers and on top. Sufficient for 6 to 8 persons. Master Recipe Ryzon Layer Cake. 1 cupful 1/2 pound butter or lard. 2 level cupfuls 1 pound sugar. 4 eggs, separated. 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. Filling: 2 cupfuls 1 pint milk. 6 level tablespoonfuls 1 1/2 ounces cornstarch. 1 egg yolk. 6 level tablespoonfuls 3 ounces sugar. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound seeded raisins. Water icing: 1 egg white. 2 tablespoonfuls hot water. 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract. Confectioner's sugar. For cake, beat shortening and sugar to a light cream. Separate eggs, beat yolks until well mixed, and add slowly to sugar and shortening. Add milk very slowly, stirring all the time. Beat whites of eggs until stiff, and add half. Sift flour, Ryzon, and salt, and add rest of beaten egg white and rest of flour. Line 4 jelly tins or 1 square cake pan 12 by 14 with paper. Do not grease. Put mixture on and spread smooth. Bake in a moderate oven for 25 to 30 minutes. The cake will be 4 inches high. For filling: rinse a saucepan with cold water, add 1 1/2 cupfuls of milk, and bring to boiling point. Stir in cornstarch, which has been moistened with remainder of milk. Add egg yolk, sugar, and salt. Boil for 5 minutes, add raisins which have been washed, dried, and put through a food chopper. Beat till cold, then spread between cake. For water icing: beat up white of egg, add water, flavoring, and enough sifted confectioner's sugar to make a nice frosting that will spread on cake. This cake when finished measures 7 by 13 and is 4 inches thick. The ingredients can be very easily divided and only half the size made. Ryzon Washington Layer Cake. 6 level tablespoonfuls 3 ounces butter. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar. 3 egg whites. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. 1 1/2 level cupfuls 6 ounces flour. 1/8 level teaspoonful salt. 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk. 1/2 teaspoonful almond extract. Filling: 1 cupful 2 gills milk. 1/4 cupful 2 ounces sugar. 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter. 1 level tablespoonful flour. 1 1/2 egg yolks. 1/2 teaspoonful vanilla extract. 1/2 cupful 1/8 pound blanched and shredded almonds. 1/4 cupful 1 ounce shredded candied citron peel. White frosting. For cake, cream the butter and sugar together. Beat up whites of eggs to a stiff froth, add them and beat well, then sift in flour, salt, and Ryzon. Add milk and almond extract, and beat with a wooden spoon until quite light. Divide into buttered and floured layer cake tins, and bake in a moderately hot oven for 20 minutes. Turn out and cool. For filling: put 1 1/2 cupfuls of the milk into a saucepan with sugar and butter and bring to boiling point. Blend flour with remainder of milk, add yolks of eggs well beaten, and pour into boiling milk, and stir and cook until it thickens. Cool and add vanilla. Divide into portions and add almonds to 1/2 and citron to the other half. Put almond mixture on one layer and citron mixture on the second. Place them together and cover top with white frosting. Sufficient for 2-layer cake. Ryzon Chocolate Layer Cake. 4 squares, 4 ounces bitter chocolate. 1/4 cupful 1/2 gill boiling water. 1/2 cupful 4 ounces butter. 1 1/4 level cupfuls 10 ounces sugar. 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract. 3 eggs, separated. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk. White frosting, chocolate frosting. Melt chocolate in small saucepan, add water and cook over hot water until smooth. Cream butter and sugar thoroughly together, add chocolate, vanilla extract, yolks of eggs well beaten, flour sifted with salt and Ryzon, and add milk. Beat well, cut and fold in whites of eggs beaten to a stiff froth. Divide into 3 greased and floured layer tins and bake in a moderate oven for 25 minutes. Cool and put together with white or chocolate frosting. The top of cake should be covered with frosting. Sufficient for a medium-sized 3-layer cake. Ryzon Lady Baltimore Cake. 4 level tablespoonfuls 2 ounces butter. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar. Scant ½ cup 3/4 gill milk. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. 1 1/4 level cupfuls 5 ounces flour. 4 egg whites. 1/2 teaspoonful almond extract. Filling. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar. 1/2 cupful 1 gill water. 1 egg white. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound seeded raisins. 1/2 cupful 2 ounces ground almonds. 1/2 cupful 2 ounces chopped English walnut meats. 1/2 teaspoonful vanilla extract. For cake, cream butter and sugar thoroughly together, add milk, flour sifted with Ryzon, and beat until smooth. Add extract and fold in whites of eggs beaten to a stiff froth. Divide into greased and floured layer cake tins and bake in a moderately quick oven for 20 minutes. Turn out and cool. For filling, put sugar and water into a saucepan and boil until it forms a soft ball when tried in cold water, or 238° Fahrenheit by candy thermometer. Beat up whites of eggs to a stiff, dry froth. Pour syrup upon these eggs, beating steadily until a meringue is formed which will spread. Add vanilla, almonds, walnuts, and raisins cut in halves. Spread between layers and on top. Sufficient for 2-layer cake. Ryzon Molasses Layer Cake. By Nellie E. Adams, Tacoma, Washington. 1 cupful 1/2 pint molasses. 1/2 cupful 4 ounces sugar. 2 eggs and yolk of 1 egg. 4 level tablespoonfuls 2 ounces butter. 1 level teaspoonful cloves. 1 level teaspoonful cinnamon. 1 level teaspoonful salt. 1/4 level teaspoonful soda. 1/2 cupful 1 gill buttermilk or sour milk. 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. Mix and bake in 3 layers. Filling, 1 cupful 1/4 pound figs. 1 cupful 1/2 pound raisins chopped fine. 1 cupful 1/2 pint water. 1/2 cupful 4 ounces sugar. 1/2 level teaspoonful vanilla. Cook all together until soft and smooth. Frost top with white of 1 egg and 5 tablespoonfuls frosting sugar, flavored to taste, or make a thick white icing and put between layers. End of section 7. Chapter 4. Ryzon Cookies, Doughnuts, and Small Cakes. Master Recipe. Ryzon Sugar Cookies. 1 cupful 1/2 pound butter, scant. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar. 2 eggs. 1 tablespoonful water. 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. Enough flour to make a dough and roll out thin on board. Cream butter and sugar thoroughly together with a wooden spoon. Beat eggs until very light, add to creamed mixture, beat well, add water and extract. To 1/2 cupful of sifted flour, add Ryzon and sift into other ingredients. Beat until light, and then add enough flour to make a soft dough, about 2 level cupfuls. Turn out onto a floured baking board, knead lightly, roll out very thin, cut out with a cookie cutter, and bake in a quick oven for 10 minutes. These cookies are as good at 6 weeks as when baked. 1 tablespoonful of crushed caraway seeds may be substituted for vanilla extract. Sufficient for 50 cookies. Ryzon Spice Cookies. 5 eggs, 2 level cupfuls 1 pound sugar, 1 lemon, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered cloves, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon. Beat eggs and sugar together for 15 minutes. Add grated rind and strained juice of lemon and gradually flour sifted with Ryzon and spices. Mix carefully and drop by teaspoonfuls onto greased baking tins. Bake in a fairly hot oven for 8 to 10 minutes. Sufficient for 4 dozen cookies. Ryzon Fancy Cookies for Tea. 3/4 cupful 6 ounces butter, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound sugar, 2 small eggs, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 3 level cupfuls 3/4 pound flour, 1/2 teaspoonful almond extract, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces ground almonds. Hard white icing, 1 egg white, 1 3/4 level cupfuls 1/2 pound confectioner's sugar, 1 teaspoonful lemon juice, shredded almonds. For cookies, cream butter and sugar together, add eggs well beaten, flour sifted with Ryzon, extract and almonds. Knead lightly and roll out on a floured baking board. Cut with a small plain round cutter, lay on greased tins, spread on each a little of the icing, and sprinkle over a few shredded almonds. Bake in a moderate oven for 10 minutes. For icing, sift sugar into a basin, add egg and lemon juice and beat for 15 minutes. If too thick, add a very little more white of egg. Sufficient for 50 cookies. If liked, pour the following French water icing over cookies when hot. Sift 1 cupful of confectioner's sugar into a basin. Mix into it sufficient cold water to make it into a thin paste. Beat until smooth, flavor it as desired, and pour it over the cookies. When dry, serve for tea. Ryzon Fig Cookies. 1 cupful 1/2 pound butter, 2 level cupfuls 1 pound sugar, 2 eggs separated, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, 1 teaspoonful orange extract, 1 teaspoonful rose extract, 3 1/2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 5 1/2 level cupfuls 1 pound 6 ounces flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt. Filling: 1 pound figs, 2 level teaspoonfuls grated orange rind, 1 orange, 1 cupful 1/2 pint grape juice, 1 cupful 1/2 pint honey, 1 cupful 1/2 pint water. For cookies, beat butter and sugar to a cream, add yolks of eggs and beat well, add milk, extracts, whites of eggs stiffly beaten, and flour sifted with Ryzon and salt. Knead lightly on a floured baking board and roll out very thin. Cut into shapes and spread half with the fig filling, place the other half on top, and bake in a moderately hot oven for 15 to 20 minutes. For filling, wash figs and cut them into dice, put them into a saucepan, add orange rind and strained orange and grapefruit juice, honey and water. Cover and simmer, stirring often until reduced to jam. Turn out to cool. Sufficient for 26 cookies. Ryzon Peanut Cookies by Miss Louise Farrig, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 1 level cupful 1/4 pound ground, freshly roasted peanuts. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar. 1/4 cupful 1/2 gill peanut oil. 2 eggs. 1 1/2 level cupfuls 6 ounces flour. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. Cream sugar and peanut oil. Add beaten eggs and flour sifted twice with Ryzon and salt. Mix in half the ground peanuts and sprinkle balance on cookies before putting them in a moderate oven. Bake about 12 minutes. Sufficient for 30 cookies. Ryzon Chocolate Delights. 2 squares, 2 ounces unsweetened chocolate. 3 eggs, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces butter, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. 3/4 cupful 3 ounces flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound chopped English walnut meats. Grate chocolate and beat eggs slightly. Melt butter, add chocolate, eggs, sugar, extract, flour sifted with Ryzon and salt, and add nut meats. Mix well and spread in a large greased shallow pan, and bake for 12 minutes in a moderate oven. Cut in squares while warm. Sufficient for 30 squares. Ryzon Walnut Macaroons by Mrs. C. W. Tilden, Los Angeles, California. White of 2 eggs, 4 level tablespoonfuls, 2 ounces powdered sugar, 1 level tablespoonful flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 4 tablespoonfuls finely chopped walnuts. Mix all together until stiff and drop by spoonfuls on well-greased tin. Bake in quick oven. Ryzon German Honey Cake. 1 1/2 pounds honey, 8 cupfuls, 2 pounds flour, 3 eggs, 1 level cupful, 1/2 pound sugar, 1 1/2 level teaspoonful cinnamon, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered cloves, 1/2 lemon, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 1/2 cupfuls, 6 ounces blanched and chopped almonds, 1/2 cupful, 1/8 pound chopped candied lemon peel, 1/2 cupful, 1/8 pound chopped candied orange peel, 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound chopped candied citron peel. Bring honey to boiling point, then skim and take from fire. When cool, add 1 pound of the flour and set overnight in a cool place. Next day beat up eggs with sugar, add almonds, peels, spices, Ryzon, grated rind and strained juice of lemon. To this add the honey dough, mix well, and add remainder of flour, or sufficient to make a dough that can be easily rolled out with a rolling pin. Take a small part of dough, the remainder must be left at a cool place, roll it out thin and cut in rounds or squares. Lay on greased tins and bake in a hot oven until ready. Repeat this process until the dough is all used. If liked, powdered allspice, crushed cardamom, and aniseed may be added to cakes. These cakes are better after 2 weeks. Ryzon Economical School Cookies by Margaret L. Evans, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. 1/2 cupful, 1/4 pound shortening, 1 level cupful, 1/2 pound dark brown sugar, 1 egg, 1/3 cupful milk, 2 1/2 level cupfuls, 3/4 pound flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon, 1 level cupful, 1/2 pound finely chopped raisins. Cream the sugar and shortening. Add well beaten egg and milk. Sift together flour, salt, and Ryzon, adding to the above mixture. To this add the cinnamon and raisins. Roll out dough evenly and cut out in any shape desired. Place on a greased pan and bake about 15 minutes in a hot oven. Sufficient for 50 cookies. Ryzon Shortbread Cookies. 1 cupful, 1/2 pound butter, 1/2 cupful, 1/4 pound sugar, 1 tablespoonful cream, 1 teaspoonful grated lemon rind, 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour. Cream butter, add sugar and cream, and beat well together. Add lemon rind and gradually add flour sifted with Ryzon. Knead lightly, roll out on a floured baking board, and cut out with a small cutter. Lay on slightly greased tins and bake in a moderate oven for 10 minutes. When the little cakes are cut into triangles, they are called petticoat tails. When Queen Mary Stuart returned to Scotland from France, she brought a number of the French people with her, and they called these little cakes petit gâteaux taille. The Scotch people thought they said petticoat tails, and so they have been known ever since. Sufficient for 14 cookies. Ryzon Pentecost Cookies, Jewish. 1/2 cupful, 1/4 pound butter, 1/2 cupful, 1/4 pound sugar, 1 egg and 1 egg white, 1 teaspoonful almond extract, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, powdered sugar, candied citron peel. Beat butter and sugar to a cream, add egg well beaten, extract, and flour sifted with Ryzon. Mix to a stiff paste, turn out onto a floured baking board, roll out thin, and cut out with a round cutter or with the top of a wine glass. Place them on greased baking tins, brush them over with egg white slightly beaten, sprinkle with powdered sugar, and place a small piece of candied peel in the center of each cookie. Bake in a moderate oven for 10 to 12 minutes, and when done, place on a sieve to cool. Sufficient for 25 cookies. Ryzon Rolled Wafers by Forecast Modern School of Cookery. 2½ level cupfuls, 1¼ pints dry oatmeal, 2 eggs, 1 level cupful, ½ pound sugar, 4 level tablespoonfuls, 2 ounces shortening, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract. Put all ingredients into mixing bowl together and mix very thoroughly. Drop by teaspoonfuls on greased baking sheet and bake in a moderate oven. While still hot, roll into shape of a cigarette. If the cookie hardens so as to prevent rolling, return it to the hot oven for a moment and then roll. Sufficient for 18 to 20 wafers. Ryzon Christmas Cookies. 1/2 cupful, 1/4 pound butter, 1/2 cupful, 1/4 pound sugar, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 lemon rind grated, 1/2 cupful, 2 ounces ground almonds, 2 level tablespoonfuls caraway seeds, 2 eggs, 1/2 cupful, 1/4 pint milk, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful powdered ginger, chopped coconut, golden syrup. Beat butter and sugar until creamy, add salt, grated lemon rind, almonds, caraway seeds, eggs well beaten, milk and flour sifted with Ryzon and ginger. Mix carefully, turn out onto a floured baking board, knead lightly, then roll out quickly 1/4 inch thick and cut out with a fancy cutter about 2 inches in diameter. Place on greased tins and bake in a hot oven for 12 to 15 minutes. When they are baked and cold, brush over with golden syrup and sprinkle with coconut. Sufficient for 4 dozen cookies. Ryzon Doughnuts. Ryzon Grimslich, Jewish. 2 matzahs, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 3/4 cupful, 1/4 pound matzah meal, 3 eggs, 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound currants, 1/2 cupful, 3 ounces sultana raisins, 1/4 cupful, 2 ounces seeded raisins, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered nutmeg, 1/2 cupful, 4 ounces sugar, 1/2 cupful, 2 ounces ground almonds, clarified sugar. Cover matzahs with cold water and allow to soak 20 minutes. Then squeeze very dry and mix with meal, Ryzon, and 2 of the eggs well beaten. Mix fruit, spices, sugar, almonds, and other egg well beaten. Shape a piece of the matzah crust into an oval on the hand, place some of the fruit mixture on it, cover with the top piece of crust, shape carefully, and sprinkle with meal. Fry in smoking hot fat or hot oil. Drain and serve with clarified sugar. Sufficient for 9 Grimslichs. To clarify sugar, put 2 cupfuls sugar into a saucepan. Add 2 cupfuls of water and bring slowly to boiling point. Then remove scum from surface. Put on lid and boil 4 minutes to allow the condensing steam to clear any crystals of sugar from sides of pan. Boil gently 25 minutes. Remove from fire and pour it in a steady stream over the stiffly beaten whites of 2 eggs. Return to pan and wait until albumin of eggs coagulates and rises to surface, where all impurities will be removed and syrup left perfectly clear. Ryzon Cornmeal Doughnuts by Mrs. George A. Clark, Molino, Oregon. 1 1/2 level cupfuls, 3 gills milk. 1 1/2 level cupfuls, 7 1/2 ounces white cornmeal. 2 1/2 level cupfuls, 3/4 pound white flour. 1/4 level cupful, 1/8 pound butter. 3/4 cupful, 1/2 pound sugar. 2 eggs well beaten. 1 level teaspoonful ground nutmeg. 1 level teaspoonful salt. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. Put cornmeal and milk into double boiler and cook for 10 minutes. Add butter, nutmeg, and sugar to meal. Sift together flour, salt, and Ryzon. Add to other ingredients. Roll out on a well-floured board, cut in desired shapes, fry in deep fat, drain on paper, and roll in powdered sugar. Ryzon Christmas Doughnuts. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1 tablespoonful, 1/2 ounce butter, 1 level cupful, 1/2 pound sugar, 1 level teaspoonful grated nutmeg, 2 eggs, 1 teaspoonful lemon extract, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. Sift flour twice with Ryzon and salt, and set aside. Cream butter, sugar, and nutmeg together, add eggs well beaten, and beat for 5 minutes. Add extract, milk, and flour. Turn out on a floured baking board and roll out 1/4 inch thick. Cut with a doughnut cutter and fry in plenty of smoking hot fat. Drain well on paper and cool. Roll in powdered sugar. If liked, the dough may be cut in small rounds and a marshmallow enclosed in each one before frying. Sufficient for about 50 doughnuts. Ryzon Parisian Crullers. 1/4 cupful 2 ounces butter. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar. 2 egg yolks. 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 3 level cupfuls 3/4 pound flour. 1/4 level teaspoonful salt. 1 level teaspoonful powdered ginger. 1/2 teaspoonful powdered mace. 3 egg whites. Extra flour. Powdered sugar. Cream butter and sugar together. Add yolks of eggs well beaten, milk, vanilla, flour sifted with Ryzon, salt, and spices. Mix carefully, fold in whites of eggs beaten to a stiff froth and enough flour to make a soft dough that can be rolled out thin. Cut into oblongs, make 4 gashes through the center lengthwise, and run the fingers in and out of the gashes to separate them. Fry in plenty of smoking hot fat, then drain and roll in powdered sugar. Sufficient for 30 crullers. Ryzon Potato Fried Cakes by Mrs. Clarence G. Horton, Sand Lake, New York. 2 medium-sized potatoes, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter substitute, 2 well-beaten eggs, 1 1/2 cupfuls 3/4 pound sugar, 1/2 cupful 1 gill sweet milk, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 5 level cupfuls 1 1/4 pounds flour. Boil and mash potatoes. Stir in the butter before they get cold. Then add the eggs, sugar, milk, and flour sifted with Ryzon. Knead more flour in on the board if necessary. Cut and fry in deep hot fat. Sufficient for 56 fried cakes. Ryzon Small Cakes, including shortbreads. Ryzon Callus by Helen Wilson, Ames, Iowa. 3 eggs, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls cold water, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. Beat the eggs slightly. Add sugar, flour, and Ryzon sifted together, and cold water. Beat 3 minutes. Drop by tablespoonfuls on a greased and floured tin. Bake in a moderate oven until light brown. While still hot, roll into the shape of a cornucopia and tie with a string to keep shape. When cold, fill with sweetened and flavored whipped cream. Add powdered sugar to an egg yolk, beat until stiff enough to hold its shape. Use a little of this to form stamen. This dessert will resemble a calla lily in appearance. Sufficient for 12 callas. Ryzon Blueberry or Huckleberry Tea Cake by Mrs. Elizabeth L. Brown, Somerville, Massachusetts. 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound butter, 1 1/2 level cupfuls 3/4 pound sugar, 2 eggs, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 cupfuls 1 pint blueberries or huckleberries. Cream butter and sugar thoroughly together, add eggs well beaten, and milk. Sift flour twice with Ryzon and salt, and add to other ingredients. Dust berries with flour and add them to the batter. Mix carefully and divide into 2 well-greased square cake tins and bake in a steady oven for 3/4 of an hour. Cut into squares and serve hot with butter and powdered sugar. Sufficient for 12 squares. This batter may be baked in greased muffin tins. Ryzon Madeleines. 1 cupful 8 ounces butter, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 6 eggs, 1 teaspoonful lemon extract, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, fondant icing, glacé cherries. Cream butter and sugar thoroughly together with a wooden spoon, add eggs one at a time, and beat well. Then add extract and flour sifted with Ryzon and salt. Mix well. Carefully grease some plain dariole or timbale molds and set them on a baking tin. Fill molds 3/4 full with mixture and bake in a hot oven for 20 minutes. When cold, turn upside down and pipe a spot of fondant on each one. Finish by placing a half cherry in the center of each spot of icing. Sufficient for 12 madeleines. Madeleines are cakes of great reputation in France. The madeleines of Commercy had a special local reputation, the consequence mainly, it was reported, of the admiration which a Polish king manifested for them when he traveled in France. But this local reputation was more probably the result of the accident that a Madame Perrotin de Barmonde had a cook who made very good madeleines, and as her name happened to be Madeleine Pommier, she was credited locally and quite unduly with the invention of the cakes. Prize Recipe Ryzon Dainty Orange Tea Cakes by Mrs. C.C. Bigelow, Tarpon Springs, Florida. 1 1/2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 1/2 level cupfuls 6 ounces flour, 3 eggs separated, 1 tablespoonful orange juice, 1 1/2 level cupfuls 3/4 pound sugar scant, 1 level teaspoonful grated orange rind, 1/2 cupful 1 gill boiling water, 1/8 teaspoonful salt. Orange frosting, confectioner's sugar, 1 orange, candied orange peel. For cake, beat yolks of eggs thoroughly, add strained orange juice and sugar and beat for 10 minutes. Then add salt, orange rind, boiling water, whites of eggs stiffly beaten, and flour sifted with Ryzon. Divide into small greased and floured gem pans and bake in a quick oven for 10 minutes. Cool and ice with orange frosting and decorate with tiny pieces of candied orange peel. For frosting, sift confectioner's sugar into a bowl, about 2 cupfuls, add strained juice of orange and beat well together. If too thin, add a little more confectioner's sugar. Sufficient for 20 cakes. Ryzon Dainty Cinderellas. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound butter, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 1 egg, 1/4 cupful 1/2 gill milk, 1 teaspoonful orange or almond extract, 1 egg white. Sift flour and Ryzon twice. Cream butter and sugar thoroughly together, add egg well beaten, milk, extract, and flour. Mix well, turn out onto a floured baking board, and roll out about 1/2 inch in thickness. The Cinderella should be cut out with fancy cake cutters in diamonds, triangles, squares, hearts, stars, and rounds. Brush tops of cakes with unbeaten white of egg and dust over with granulated sugar. Place on greased tins without letting the cakes touch each other and bake in a quick oven until nicely browned. Sufficient for 40 cakes. Ryzon Fruit Bars by Mrs. James Richards, Houghton, Michigan. 2 eggs beaten with a pinch of salt, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls boiling water, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound chopped nuts, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound dates, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 teaspoonful vanilla. Break eggs into a bowl, beat, then add other ingredients in the order given, sifting flour and Ryzon together. Pour into a shallow greased pan and cut in squares when cold. Sufficient for 24 bars. Ryzon Tea Table Dainties by Mrs. Kate Lowry, Chicago, Illinois. 2 level cupfuls 1 pint flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful sugar, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, 24 sugared dates, 24 marshmallows, 1/2 cupful ground nuts. Sift flour, Ryzon, sugar, and salt together. Rub in the butter and add milk. Roll out thin and cut with a small round cutter. On each round place a sugared date which has been stuffed with a marshmallow and sprinkle with ground nuts. Turn half the dough over it. Pinch the edges and brush with the yolk of an egg. Bake until brown. Sufficient for 24 dainties. Ryzon Parkins. 12 blanched almonds, 1 2/3 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound fine oatmeal, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound butter, 1 level cupful 6 ounces brown sugar, 1 level teaspoonful powdered ginger, 1 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered nutmeg, 1/3 cupful 1/4 pound molasses, 1 egg, 2 tablespoonfuls milk. Split almonds, mix oatmeal and flour together, rub in butter with tips of fingers, sift and add Ryzon, spices, and sugar. Warm molasses and pour it in. Beat up egg and add it with milk. Mix well and divide into pieces. Make these into flat cakes, lay them on greased tins, place half an almond on top of each, and bake in a slow oven for 20 minutes. Sufficient for 24 Parkins. Ryzon Old Fashioned Molasses Cake by Mrs. Ella Smith, Brooklyn, New York. 1/2 cupful 4 ounces sugar, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces shortening, 1 egg, 1/2 cupful 1 gill sour milk, 1/2 cupful 1 gill molasses, 1 level teaspoonful ginger, 1 level teaspoonful cinnamon, 3 level cupfuls 3/4 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful soda, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. Cream sugar and shortening. Add well beaten egg, cinnamon, ginger, molasses, and milk. Soda dissolved in 1 tablespoonful hot water. Then add flour and Ryzon which have been sifted together. Turn into well greased tin. Bake in moderate oven about 30 minutes. Ryzon Betsy Jumbles by Mrs. J. C. Merrill, New York City. 2 cupfuls 1 pint molasses, 3/4 cupful 1/2 pound butter substitute, 1 cupful 1/2 pint hot water, 1 level teaspoonful ginger, 1 level teaspoonful cinnamon, 6 level cupfuls 1 1/2 pounds flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 level teaspoonful soda. Put molasses, ginger, cinnamon, and hot water in a mixing bowl. Add melted butter, soda dissolved in a little hot water. Then add flour and Ryzon which have been sifted together. Turn out on molding board. Roll out 1/4 inch, cut and bake in a quick oven. Ryzon Coconut Buns by Mrs. John W. Bogart, Hackensack, New Jersey. 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound butter substitute, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound sugar, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 egg, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces finely chopped coconut, 1/4 teaspoonful salt, 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk or more to make a stiff batter. Rub butter into flour, add Ryzon, salt, sugar, coconut, the egg well beaten, and milk. Mold in small buns, place on a greased tin, dash over with milk and sprinkle with coconut. Bake in hot oven 15 minutes. Ryzon Oatmeal Shortbread by Mrs. Isa Williams, Cedar, British Columbia. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound butter, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 12 ounces fine Scotch oatmeal, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound sugar, 1 egg. Make a ring of the flour into which Ryzon has been sifted on a pastry board. Break egg into center, add sugar on top, mix together. Add butter, mix all together, then draw in the flour which is in a ring around the mixture. Mix in lightly, rub with the hands to form a paste. Knead very little after paste is formed. Make into cakes. Prick with fork and bake until brown in moderate oven. Can be decorated with almonds or peel if liked, or dusted with sugar or iced. Sufficient for 10 shortbreads. Ryzon Scotch Shortbread. 2 cupfuls 1 pound butter, 1 1/2 level cupfuls 12 ounces sugar, 2 eggs, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 7 level cupfuls 1 3/4 pounds flour, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound rice flour. Wash butter in cold water and squeeze it dry on a clean cloth. Place it on a baking board and knead it with sugar, and when they become well incorporated, knead in eggs with the hands. Sift the flour, rice flour, and Ryzon onto the board, gradually knead them into the butter mixture, making a smooth paste. Divide into 4 pieces, making each piece into a smooth, round cake, pinching the edges with the fingers. Stab all over with a skewer or a fork to prevent the paste rising. Lay on papered baking tins and bake in a moderate oven for 40 minutes. Take from the oven when ready and allow to lie on tin until cold. Dust cakes with fine sugar and at serving time break them into pieces. Sufficient for 4 shortbreads. At New Year in Scotland and at Christmas in England, a good deal of decorated shortbread is sold with appropriate mottoes, of which "For Auld Lang Syne" is the greatest favorite. These mottoes may be made with caraway comfits, or with candied citron peel, or with icing put through a bag and tube. Ryzon Gingerbread. 1 cupful 1/2 pint molasses, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound butter, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound sugar, 1 cupful 1/2 pint boiling water, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound chopped walnut meats, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound chopped seeded raisins, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 3 level cupfuls 12 ounces flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 2 level teaspoonfuls powdered cinnamon, 1 level teaspoonful powdered ginger, 2 eggs. Put molasses into a mixing bowl with butter and sugar. Pour in boiling water and stir well and let cool. Then add nuts, raisins, flour sifted with Ryzon, spices, and salt. Beat up eggs and add them, then turn into a well-greased and floured shallow pan and bake in a moderate oven for 40 minutes. Cool and cut in squares. Gingerbread is probably one of the oldest forms of cake known. It has certainly been known since the 14th century, when it was made and sold in Paris. It was formerly made of rye flour kneaded with ginger and other spices and sweetened with honey. In some parts of Europe, gingerbread is still made in larger or smaller quantities and baked in large blocks to be sold by weight. These are made with white or light brown dough mixed with honey and glucose. They are of a very light spongy texture, quite different from that made in this country. Sufficient for 18 squares. Ryzon Soft Gingerbread by Mrs. Herman Waddy, Washington, D.C. 1 cupful 1/2 pint molasses, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills sweet or sour milk, 1 1/2 level cupfuls 6 ounces flour, 1 egg, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce shortening, 1 level teaspoonful ginger, 1/2 level teaspoonful cinnamon, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/4 level teaspoonful soda, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. Beat egg, add molasses, ginger, cinnamon, salt, and milk, soda dissolved in hot water, flour, and Ryzon sifted together. Then melted shortening. Bake in sheet tin, sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon Cabinet Cakes. 5 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces rice flour, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces sugar, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 3/4 cupful 6 ounces butter, 2 ounces sweet chocolate, 1 teaspoonful grated lemon rind, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces shredded candied citron peel, 2 eggs, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract, 1/2 cupful 1 gill golden syrup, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, a few blanched and sliced almonds. Sift flour, rice flour, salt, sugar, and Ryzon into a basin. Add butter and rub it into these ingredients until it is like breadcrumbs. Then add chocolate grated, lemon rind, peel, eggs well beaten, vanilla extract, and syrup, mixed with milk. Mix carefully and divide into greased and floured small cake tins. Sprinkle the tops with some almonds and bake in a moderate oven for 20 minutes. Turn out and cool. Sufficient for 24 cakes. Ryzon Fairy Rock Cakes. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 6 tablespoonfuls 3 ounces butter, 1/4 cupful 1 ounce chopped nut meats, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces currants, 4 level tablespoonfuls 2 ounces sugar, 1/4 level teaspoonful powdered mace, pinch salt, 2 eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls milk. Sift flour and Ryzon into a basin, rub butter into flour, and mix well. Add nut meats and currants and mix with sugar, mace, salt. Beat up eggs, add milk, and mix gradually with the dry ingredients into a fairly stiff paste. Put this in small heaps on a buttered tin and bake in a moderately hot oven for 20 minutes. Take from the oven and cover with sifted sugar. Sufficient for 12 cakes. Ryzon French Cookies by Mrs. M.L. Neenans, Winslow, Illinois. 1 1/2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound brown sugar, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound butter, 2 eggs, 2 level tablespoonfuls cocoa, 1 cupful 1/2 pint cold coffee, 1 cupful chopped raisins, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful cinnamon, 1/2 level teaspoonful cloves, 1 teaspoonful vanilla, 3 level cupfuls 3/4 pound flour. Cream butter, sugar, and eggs in mixing bowl. Add cocoa, cinnamon, cloves, vanilla, coffee, and raisins. Then add flour and Ryzon sifted together. Pour into well-greased dripping pan. Bake in quick oven about 20 minutes. When cold, cut in squares and spread with frosting. Ryzon Ginger Cookies by Mrs. George Medler, Chevy Chase, Maryland. 1 level cupful 1/4 pound brown sugar, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound butter substitute, 1 cupful 1/2 pint Barbados molasses, 2 eggs well beaten, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 2 1/2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful ginger, 1/2 level teaspoonful cloves, 1/2 level teaspoonful cinnamon, 1/2 level teaspoonful allspice, 6 level cupfuls 1 1/2 pounds flour. To mix, cream sugar and shortening, add molasses, eggs, salt and spices, flour and Ryzon, which have been sifted together, and turn out on well-floured board. Roll 1/8 inch thick, cut any shape desired, bake in quick oven until golden brown. Sufficient for 50 cookies. Note: if unsalted shortening is used, double the proportion of salt. Ryzon Chocolate Squares. 4 eggs, separated, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound sugar, 1/2 teaspoonful almond extract, 1 1/2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound flour, chocolate frosting, chopped nut meats. Beat the yolks of eggs and the sugar for 10 minutes, remove the beater, add the extract, the flour sifted with the Ryzon, and the whites of eggs beaten to a stiff froth. Turn into a greased and floured baking sheet and bake in a hot oven for 15 minutes. Turn out to cool, then cut in squares. Dip the pieces of cake in chocolate icing and roll in chopped nut meats. Sufficient for 10 squares. End of section 8. Section 9 of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. Ryzon Pastry, Pies, Shortcakes, Tarts, and Tartlets. Cut and come again, the syrup upward springing, while my life and taste remain, to thee my heart is clinging. Other dainties fade, the newest oft the fleetest, but of all the pies now made, the apple pie is still the sweetest. Pastry making supplies plenty of material for study, and indeed, when carried to perfection, is almost a fine art. A start should be made with the plainer kinds of pastry, and especially those in which the fat is well mixed with the flour before the rolling begins, such as short paste. When those have been thoroughly mastered, the more difficult kinds may be attempted. There are several kinds of fat which can be used for pastry making, such as butter, lard, drippings, oil, clarified fat, margarine, and various kinds of vegetable fats now on the market. Butter is the best to use for all the finer kinds of pastry, but it must be carefully chosen and free from taint of any kind. The very best butter must be used for making puff pastry. When a more economical pastry is wanted, good drippings, lard, or margarine may be used, or a mixture of lard and butter is good. Good crust made with drippings is one of the most wholesome kinds of pastry for children. Shredded suet is used principally for making boiled pastry, the fat taken from the kidney being the best, and the beef suet preferred to mutton. Water is usually the only liquid required for mixing pastry. It must be as cold as possible, and in hot weather a piece of ice should be added to it. The exact amount of water to use is not always given in the recipes, as so much depends on the consistency of the fat used, and also upon whether the flour is a very dry kind or not. It will generally be found that the finer the flour, the more water it will require. In the richer kinds of pastry, a beaten egg or the yolk of an egg is used together with a little water. Be careful that all utensils used, such as baking board, rolling pin, basins, spoons, etc., are particularly clean and cool. The board should be smooth and perfectly flat. A marble slab is always to be preferred to a wooden board, as it is so cool and level. The rolling pin should also be smooth and not too heavy. Handle it very lightly. Clean and cool hands are always imperative. Those who have very warm hands should mix the pastry as much as possible with a knife. Make the pastry in a cool place, not in a hot kitchen. The colder pastry is kept during the making, the lighter it will be because it will contain more air. Cold air occupies much less space than hot. The colder the air, the greater, consequently, will be its expansion when put into a hot oven. The paste must be handled and rolled lightly. Heavy rolling and handling expels the air. Never allow pastry to stick to the baking board, but lift it occasionally on the rolling pin and dust a little flour underneath. If the rolling pin sticks to the pastry, dust a little flour over it and brush it off again lightly with a small brush kept for the purpose. In making short crust, cut the butter or fat into the flour with a knife, then rub the shortening lightly into the flour with the tips of the fingers, and do not use more water than is necessary in mixing it. It is a common mistake to use too much water. To do so deprives the paste of its shortening. Short paste is the best for children and people of weak digestion. The flour in it, being more thoroughly incorporated with the fat, gets better cooked. It is also more capable of mastication than flaky crusts, which are liable to be swallowed in flakes. Puff paste is a kind of fine sandwich. There should be a certain number of layers of dough and layers of butter. Take every care, therefore, to prevent the butter breaking through the dough. The manufacture of this pastry requires patience, because if it is not properly cooled between the turns, the friction of rolling will melt the butter and cause it to smear into the dough. However well the pastry may be made, success will not be attained unless the oven is rightly heated. The very lightest crust will be totally spoiled in the baking if this important point is not carefully attended to. If the oven is not very hot, the fat will melt and run out of the pastry before the starch grains in the flour burst. Consequently, they cannot afterwards expand, however hot the oven may be made, and in this way the paste will become heavy. Take great care that the oven is hot when the paste is put into it. The heat of the oven may be tested with a thermometer or by putting into it a small piece of the pastry. If this piece of pastry browns fairly quickly, the oven may be considered hot enough. For puff pastry, the thermometer should register about 340 degrees Fahrenheit to begin with, and when the pastry is well risen, the heat may be reduced to 325 degrees Fahrenheit. For meat pies, about 300 degrees Fahrenheit will be hot enough, and for the plainer kinds of pastry, the temperature may be still a little lower. There is so much difference in ovens that the hottest part of one may be the coolest of another. The oven door should be opened and closed as gently as possible, and not oftener than is necessary. Watch the paste carefully that it does not take too dark a color. If it becomes too brown before it is sufficiently cooked, cover it over with a double piece of paper that has been slightly sprinkled with water. If the pastry is not to be used at once when taken from the oven, allow it to cool slowly in a warm kitchen. When light pastry is transported at once to a cold larder or pantry, it is very apt to become heavy. If any paste is left over, do not bake it simply because it is made. Scraps will come in nicely for little pies, entrees, savories, or fried for decoration. They are always useful to have on hand. Keep in the icebox. Some cooks frequently, and with excellent effect, introduce various flavorings into their crusts, mixing some with the addition of lemon juice, while giving to others a delicate and very agreeable goût by means of very finely chopped parsley, onion, shallot, thyme, bay leaf, or even mushrooms. Or in the case of pastry for sweet dishes, it may be sweetened or not, just as individual inclination guides, grated lemon or orange rind, spice of any kind preferred, grated nuts, or a judicious addition of a suitable extract, such flavoring being particularly effective in connection with suet or butter crust for steamed or boiled puddings. Another way to find the right heat for pastry is to lay a piece of white paper in the oven. If it browns quickly, the oven is hot enough. It should not be so hot that the pastry will catch quickly before it is risen, or before the contents of a pie or tart are cooked. To prevent this, a piece of greased paper may be laid lightly on the top. If the oven is very fierce, it may be slightly damped. Pastry should never be baked in an oven in which meat is being roasted, or with any other dish which generates steam, as the moist heat would be apt to destroy the crispness of the pastry. Ovens in which heat comes from the bottom are decidedly the best for either pastry or cakes, but no one should expect to bake well in an oven which they do not thoroughly understand. Ryzon pastries. Ryzon matzo pastry. 1 1/2 matzos, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter or lard, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1/4 cupful 1 1/4 ounces matzo meal, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce powdered sugar, pinch of salt, 2 eggs. Cover matzos with water, soak for 15 minutes and press dry. Heat butter and add soaked matzos. Cook for 2 minutes, sift and add matzo meal, sugar, Ryzon, salt, and eggs well beaten. Mix well and press into a greased pie plate with the hands, as it is impossible to roll this pastry. Have pastry 1/4 inch thick. Ryzon short paste. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces butter or lard, cold water. This is the easiest form of pastry making, and it is best to learn the art of making this first thoroughly before going on to the puff, or as some people call it, flaky pastry. Sift Ryzon flour and salt into a basin, add butter or lard, and cut it into small pieces in the flour with a knife. Then rub it in with the tips of the fingers until it is all crumbled like bread crumbs. Work into it a little cold water, getting it to a stiffish paste that can be rolled easily without either sticking to the board or the rolling pin. The quantity of water needed depends a good deal on the flour and on the temperature. For the above, about 1/2 cupful of cold water is a fair average, though in cold weather, and with some flours, it may take nearly twice as much. This crust must be rolled out at once to the thickness required, for if rolled too much it becomes heavy. For a richer crust take 2 cupfuls of flour, 1 cupful of butter, 1 teaspoonful of Ryzon, 1/2 teaspoonful of salt, 1 teaspoonful of lemon juice, the beaten yolk of 1 egg, and enough cold water to moisten it. Sift flour into a basin with Ryzon and salt. Add butter and chop it in fine with a knife, then rub the fat into the flour by crumbling it very lightly with the tips of the fingers, not by pressing and rolling between the palms of the hands, as is a common practice. Add yolk of egg, lemon juice, and the water slowly and gradually, as the quantity depends so much on the fineness of the flour. The finer the latter, the more water will it take up. It is easy to tell when sufficient water has been added, for when most of the liquid has been put in, the dough will cling together in little rolls, which on being pressed with the finger will not only cling together, but will gather to them any loose flour there may be round them. As long as there is the least crumbliness in the dough when pressed, more liquid is wanted. When properly mixed, the dough can be gathered into a ball and used to wipe the mixing bowl out like a cloth. Make it into a neat oblong shape on a floured baking board, and press it out gently but firmly at first, with the roller. Then roll it out with quick short rolls to the right thickness, being always careful to stop the roller just short of the edges of the paste. Roll it on the one side only, and be careful that it does not stick to the board or roller, keeping both these lightly floured, but do not overdo this flouring, as over flouring, like over rolling, will make the pastry hard and tough. To lift the paste right off the board, turn the upper end over the rolling pin and wind it up like a shade, unrolling it again in the same way. This saves dragging it out of shape. This pastry is sometimes called biscuit paste, and it is suitable for pies, tarts, tartlets, puffs, biscuits, and many fancy sweets. Sufficient for 3 pies. Ryzon choux paste. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound flour, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint water, 4 tablespoonfuls, 2 ounces butter, 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce sugar, pinch of salt, 1/4 teaspoonful vanilla extract, 4 eggs. Sift flour, which should be of the finest quality, and put it in a cool part of the oven to dry. Pour water into a small saucepan, add butter, sugar, and salt, and bring to the boil, but do not let mixture reduce in quantity. Add vanilla and flour sifted with Ryzon, and stir these well together over the fire with a wooden spoon, until the paste is compact and dry, and does not adhere to the pan or spoon. This is called a panada. It should not be overcooked, or it will become oily. Remove saucepan from the fire and add eggs, one at a time, beating each one in very thoroughly. Keep the paste at a medium thickness, not too soft, not too stiff, and only using the 4th egg if necessary. If the paste is too stiff, it will not rise properly, and if too soft, it will spread and lose its shape. Cool before using. This pastry is suitable for cream puffs, eclairs, profiteroles, beignets, and various fancy cakes. For eclairs, the mixture must be put into a forcing bag with a tube and squeezed out of this in straight pieces about 1/2 inch in diameter and 3 1/2 to 4 inches in length. For profiteroles and cream puffs, in little mounds varying from the size of a pea to that of a small mushroom, and for beignet soufflés in short lengths about 1 inch. In making eclairs, hold the bag obliquely to the baking tin. Let the end of the piece of paste rest on this, and continue forcing until it is long enough, drawing the bag at the same time slightly backwards. Then cut off the paste close to the tube and go on to the next, laying down the pieces of paste about 2 inches apart so as to allow room for rising. For cream puffs and profiteroles, the bag must be held perpendicularly, the tube to begin with almost touching the baking tin, and then only so far raised to allow the mixture to be deposited in little heaps of the size required. As each heap is finished, disengage the bag, not by raising it, but by giving it a jerk and a twist. The little profiteroles for soup require a very small bag and tube, as the heaps of paste for these should not be much larger than a pea. Eclairs and puffs should be baked in a moderate oven until well risen, crisp, and of a pale fawn color. They should be brushed over with a little beaten egg and milk before baking, to give them a glaze. They rise a great deal and get quite hollow. Eclairs and ordinary sized puffs will take from 30 to 40 minutes. Just before they are required, a hole large enough to admit the tube in a forcing bag may be made in each with a sharp knife, and they may be filled with custard, whipped cream, or preserves. Sufficient for 12 puffs. Ryzon puff paste. 2 cupfuls, 1 pound butter, 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, cold water, 1 egg yolk, 1 tablespoonful lemon juice, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. This is the most elaborate and expensive of the flaky pastes, and both time and some dexterity are required in its manufacture. Weigh butter and let it lie in ice cold water for some time before using it. Chill flour and sift it onto a baking board or into a basin. Scoop a hollow in the center and put in salt, dissolved in 1 tablespoonful of cold water, yolk of egg well beaten, lemon juice, and just as much ice-cold water as is required to produce, without much kneading, a smooth, workable, but rather firm dough, of which no trace should adhere to baking board. Work butter in the cold water until quite malleable, yet not unduly soft. Squeeze from it all moisture in a clean cloth and pat it between the hands into a flat, square cake. The butter should be as nearly as possible of the same consistency as the paste, as if it is softer it will get rolled into it, and if harder it will break through it. Roll out paste to a little more than double the size of the slab of fat, and about 1/4 of an inch thick, by the latter 1/2, fold the other over, and place in refrigerator for 30 minutes. Now press paste across in 3 or 4 places with the roller, roll into a long strip, being careful that the butter does not break through. Sprinkle 1/2 teaspoonful of Ryzon on pastry each time it is rolled out. When butter melts in the oven, the powder will effervesce and thus raise or puff up the pastry more readily. Now fold pastry exactly in 3, press down the folds, and lay the pastry aside in a cool place for 15 minutes at least. This is called giving the pastry one turn, and 7 of these is the number usually required for puff pastry. The next time the pastry is rolled, place it with the joins at your right hand side, and open ends toward you. Give it 2 turns this time, and again set it in a cool place for at least 15 minutes. Repeat this until the pastry has had 6 rolls in all, then double the pastry instead of folding it in 3, and finally roll it out to the desired size and thickness. The object of the cooling between the rolls is to keep the butter and paste in the distinct and separate layers in which it is the function of the rolling and folding to arrange them, and on which the lightness of the paste depends. In rolling, keep the pressure of the 2 hands as even as possible. If the strip of paste is inclined to become curved, this shows that you are pressing more on rounded side than on the other. The great art in making puff pastry is to keep the butter from escaping, which it will do if the paste is too soft, or is rolled out too thinly, or not rolled out regularly. If the paste is not kept flat and even in the rolling, it will not rise properly in the baking, but will have tough, hard streaks through it. The oven for puff pastry should be hot, but not fierce, the door kept shut until the paste is set, and, after baking, the pastry ought not at once to be consigned to a cold place, but allowed to cool quite gradually. Puff pastry is suitable for vol au vent, patties, pies, and many fancy dishes. Ryzon flaky pastry. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces butter, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces lard, 2 tablespoonfuls lemon juice, ice water. Divide shortening into 4 equal portions. Sift flour, Ryzon, and salt into a bowl, add 1 portion of the fat, and rub it lightly into flour. Mix to a stiff paste with lemon juice and a little ice water. Turn out onto floured baking board, roll out to an oblong piece, and distribute a second installment of the fat in small knobs over it to within 1/4 inch of edge. Dredge a very little flour over, fold evenly in 3, press edges together with rolling pin to exclude the air, and lay away in a cold place or in the refrigerator for 10 minutes. Repeat processes with the chilling intervals until fat is used up. Roll out to the requisite thickness and use for pies or tartlets. Sufficient for 3 pies. Ryzon raised pie crust. 1/2 cupful 4 ounces butter or lard. 1 cupful 1/2 pint hot water. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour. 1 level teaspoonful salt. Put butter or lard and water into small saucepan. Bring to a boil, but do not let mixture reduce in quantity. Sift Ryzon, flour, and salt into a bowl and make a well in the center of the mixture. Pour in hot liquid, mixing first with a wooden spoon or a knife, as it is rather hot. Then take the hand and mix into a compact paste. Turn out on a floured baking board and knead lightly and quickly until free from cracks. This paste must be used while warm for making raised pies of pork or mutton. Prize Recipe: Ryzon Pie Crust and Cookies in One, by Mrs. R. F. Fink, White Plains, New York. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour, 2 level cupfuls 1 pound sugar scant, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces butter, 3 eggs, 1/3 cupful 3 1/2 ounces milk, 2 teaspoonfuls lemon extract. Sift flour and Ryzon onto a board and add sugar. Chop and rub butter through dry ingredients, and when well mixed make a large cavity in the center. Place eggs therein. With a knife proceed to partly mix eggs with flour, then add milk and extract, being careful not to let the liquid flow off the board. Continue folding in flour into liquid with knife until dough can be kneaded by hand. When dough is well kneaded, cut a piece off, roll out, and line a buttered pie pan with it. Sprinkle the dough and pan with a slight dusting of flour. This helps to absorb the moisture of whatever fruit is used. With rolling pin as a guide, cut narrow strips of rolled out dough and lay them crosswise at equal intervals across the pie and over the fruit. Bake in a moderate oven. Cookies. From trimmings left from pie crust, cookies can be made by kneading the pieces together and rolling out again. If several kinds of cookies are desired, such as coconut, peanut, or raisin, divide the dough in 3 parts. When the dough is partly rolled out, sprinkle well with nuts or raisins and roll them into crust, and continue rolling until the pastry is desired thickness. Cut dough in any shape desired. Lay on greased tins and bake in a moderate oven until light brown. These cookies will keep crisp indefinitely, if kept in an airtight tin can. Thus you have pie and cookies from the same dough. If desired, the dough may be kept in a bowl in the refrigerator for a week, or even longer, and thereby be ready for use at a moment's notice. Keeping in the refrigerator improves paste. Sufficient for 3 pies. Ryzon Spiced Pastry. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 4 level cupfuls 1 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon, 1 level teaspoonful powdered nutmeg, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered mace, 1 1/2 cupfuls 12 ounces butter or lard, 2 eggs, juice of 1 lemon, 4 level tablespoonfuls 2 ounces sugar, cold water. Sift flour, Ryzon, salt, and spices onto a baking board. Make a hollow in center, put in shortening, broken into small pieces, and incorporate eggs well beaten, strained lemon juice, sugar, and enough water to make stiff paste. The flour should be worked in from the sides using a knife. Knead lightly, roll out into a long even strip, fold in 3, turn halfway round and roll out again. Again fold in 3 and roll out as before, and leave in a cold place for 1 hour before use. Use for pie, tarts, tartlets, etc. Ryzon hot water paste. 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter or lard, 3 tablespoonfuls boiling water, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level cupful 4 ounces flour. Beat butter to a cream, add boiling water and stir until dissolved. Then add salt, Ryzon, and flour. Mix and cool before using. Ryzon vol au vent. Ryzon puff pastry. 1 beaten egg, filling. A vol au vent is one of the most recherché dishes of French cuisine, and one which the American cook is somewhat afraid of attempting. However, if once the making of puff paste has been mastered, the making of a pastry case itself should not present much difficulty. The puff pastry should only have had 6 turns for a vol au vent case. Roll out the pastry very evenly to about 3/4 inch in thickness, and let it rest for a few minutes before cutting, to allow for shrinking. Then take a round or oval cutter the size required, and lay it on the top of the pastry, keeping it 1/2 inch from the edge in order to have a perfectly even piece of paste. Then cut round with a sharp pointed knife, holding the knife slanting outwards from the cutter so as to make the lower edge of the pastry slightly wider in circumference than the upper. Now remove the cutter and place the cut piece of paste on a wetted baking tin with the under side uppermost. During the baking the upper part of the vol au vent will shrink in width and become the same size as that which rests on the tin. Now brush over the top of the case with the beaten egg, and with a sharp knife or cutter mark a smaller round on the top, which can be removed afterwards to form the lid. Score the top across lightly with a knife and pierce the pastry through to the tin 2 or 3 times. Then bake in a hot oven for 40 minutes. When a nice color and well risen, remove the vol au vent from the oven. Lift off the little lid of pastry, and with a fork scoop out all the soft paste from the center, being careful not to break the edges. The case should not be filled until just before serving. The filling is the most important part of the vol au vent. The foundation of this is a rich sauce of some kind, either brown or white, with a variety of different garnishes, such as small quenelles, mushrooms, truffles, small pieces of sweetbreads, chicken, veal, rabbit, etc. Or, if it is a fish vol au vent, quenelles of fish, small fillets of fish, pieces of lobster, oysters, crab meat, mussels, etc. The garnish must always be prepared and cooked beforehand, and then made thoroughly hot in the sauce before being put into the pastry case. This dish is always served hot as an entrée, entremets, or savory. A vol au vent can also be made sweet by filling with a good compote or purée of fruit and whipped and sweetened cream. Ryzon 1, 2, and 3 pie crust. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound sifted flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce lard or butter, 3 tablespoonfuls ice water. Sift the flour, salt, and Ryzon together. Add butter or lard and cut in with a knife. Then rub it in lightly with the fingers. Add water, mix, and use. Sufficient for 1 pie. Ryzon chopped pastry. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1 level tablespoonful sugar, 1/4 teaspoonful salt, 1 cupful 1/2 pound butter, 1 egg, juice of 1/2 lemon, 5 tablespoonfuls cold water. Sift flour, Ryzon, sugar, and salt together into a basin. Add butter and chop it into flour mixture until well blended. Beat up egg, add strained lemon juice and water, and gradually mix into dry ingredients, chopping, not stirring, all the time. Roll out to a long, even strip, fold in 3 by bringing one end over the middle and lapping the other end over. Put it away in a cool place for 10 minutes. This is called giving the pastry a turn. Roll and fold the pastry again, and roll out and use as required. Use for pies, patties, etc. Master Recipe Ryzon Strawberry Shortcake. 2 quart baskets strawberries, 1 1/2 level cupfuls 12 ounces sugar, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound pastry flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1/4 cupful 2 ounces butter, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, about, extra butter for spreading layers, cream if desired. Hull, wash, and drain berries. Save a few choice berries for a garnish. Cut rest in halves and mix with sugar. Sift together Ryzon, flour, and salt, and work in butter with 2 knives. Add milk gradually, and mix to a soft dough with a knife. Press dough into 2 well-greased layer cake tins. Bake in a quick oven for 15 to 20 minutes. Turn one layer upside down on a serving dish, spread liberally with butter, pour on half the berries, and set the other layer above. Spread with butter and rest of berries. Garnish with the whole berries and whipped cream if desired. This recipe may be used for other fruits, as blackberries, raspberries, and sliced peaches. Sufficient for 4 to 6 people. This dough may be rolled and cut into large biscuits and used for serving individual shortcakes. Prize Recipe Ryzon Currant Shortcakes by Mrs. G. N. Hartley, Plainfield, New Jersey. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 3 level cupfuls 3/4 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 1 cupful 1/2 pound shortening, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound currants, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint water, scant. Clean currants. Sift flour, Ryzon, sugar, and salt into a basin. Add shortening, cut it in with a knife, and then rub it in with the tips of the fingers. Add currants and water gradually and turn out onto a floured baking board. Knead lightly and roll out about 1 inch thick. Cut into 3-inch squares and mark top of each square with a knife. Place apart on greased tins and bake in a quick oven for 15 minutes. Serve hot or cold. Sufficient for 15 squares. Prize Recipe Ryzon Grapefruit Shortcake by Mrs. William J. Matheson, New York City. 4 grapefruit, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 1/2 teaspoonful salt, 1/2 cupful, 4 ounces butter, milk, sugar. Sauce. Juice of the 4 grapefruit, 1 tablespoonful cornstarch, 3 tablespoonfuls, 1 1/2 ounces butter, 1 cupful, 1/2 pound sugar, 1 egg yolk, 1 tablespoonful vanilla extract. For shortcake. Peel grapefruit. Separate sections carefully so as to not get in any of the pulp. Hold fruit over a bowl to keep juice. Break sections into little chunks, sprinkle with a little sugar and set aside, not in a cold place, till shortcake is made. Mix flour, Ryzon, and salt and sift into a basin. Add butter and chop it in with a silver knife until mealy and wet to a soft consistency with cold milk. Grease and flour a round or square baking pan. Put dough in and press it out with fingers to about 1 inch thick. Place it in a hot oven for the first 10 minutes, then lower heat and leave it for about 10 minutes longer, or until it is brown. Ryzon Pies. Ryzon Apple Pie by Mrs. George Medler, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Filling. 6 to 8 medium-sized apples, 1/2 cupful, 1/4 pound sugar, 2 level teaspoonfuls cinnamon, 1 level tablespoonful, 1/2 ounce butter, 3 tablespoonfuls cold water. Line a deep pie plate with Ryzon chopped pastry. Place layer of thinly sliced apples in the dish, dust over with cinnamon and sugar, repeating until the dish is filled. Add 3 tablespoons full cold water and fleck with butter. Place top crust on and bake in moderate oven until a golden brown. Ryzon Transparent Pie. Ryzon Puff Pastry. 1/2 cupful, 1/4 pound butter, 1 level cupful, 1/2 pound sugar, 3 eggs separated, 1/2 level teaspoonful grated nutmeg, 1/2 lemon, 2 tablespoonfuls brandy or fruit juice, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. Line a pie plate with pastry. Cream butter and sugar thoroughly together. Beat in yolks of eggs, nutmeg, grated rind and strained juice of lemon, brandy, and whites of eggs beaten to a stiff froth with Ryzon. Bake in a moderately hot oven for 30 minutes. If liked, the edge of the pie may be decorated with meringue. Ryzon Pumpkin Pies. 4 cupfuls, 1 quart stewed and strained pumpkin, 1 1/2 level cupfuls, 3/4 pound sugar, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level tablespoonful flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level teaspoonful powdered mace, 1 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon, 1 level teaspoonful powdered ginger, 2 cupfuls, 1 pint milk. Ryzon chopped pastry. Line 2 pie plates with pastry. Put pumpkin into a basin, add sugar, flour, salt, and Ryzon mixed together. Then stir in the spices and the milk. Fill into the prepared pie plates and bake in a hot oven to a rich golden brown color. Note that this economical recipe contains no eggs. Ryzon Pumpkin Pie No. 2. 3/4 cupful, 6 ounces sugar, 1 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon, 1 level teaspoonful powdered ginger, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 1/2 level cupfuls, 3/4 pint steamed and strained pumpkin, 3 eggs, 1 1/2 cupfuls, 3/4 pint milk, 1/2 cupful, 1 gill cream, 1 tablespoonful melted butter. Ryzon flaky pastry. Put sugar into a bowl, add spices, salt, pumpkin, eggs slightly beaten, milk, cream, and butter. Mix and pour into a pastry-lined pie plate and bake in a moderate oven for 3/4 of an hour. Cool and serve. Sufficient for one pie. Ryzon mince pies. Ryzon chopped pastry. 2 pounds 8 cupfuls boiled lean beef, chopped. 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound chopped suet. 2 level cupfuls 1 pound seeded raisins. 2 level cupfuls 12 ounces sultana raisins. 8 level cupfuls 2 pounds currants. 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound chopped candied citron peel. 1 level cupful 1/4 pound blanched and chopped almonds. 1 level tablespoonful salt. 2 level tablespoonfuls powdered cinnamon. 1 level tablespoonful powdered mace. 1 level tablespoonful powdered nutmeg. 1 level tablespoonful powdered allspice. 5 level cupfuls 2 1/2 pounds sugar. 4 pounds peeled and chopped apples. 4 lemons. 1 cupful 1/2 pint brandy. 2 cupfuls 1 pint sherry wine. Put beef into a large mixing bowl, add suet, fruit well cleaned, peel, almonds, salt, spices, sugar, apples, grated rinds and strained juice of lemons, brandy, and wine. Mix well and allow to stand overnight, then mix again and divide into jars and seal. This mincemeat will keep all winter in a cool place. Let stand at least 2 weeks before using. Boiled cider may be used in place of brandy and wine. Sufficient for 10 pies. For 2 mince pies, line 2 pie plates with a rich crust. Fill with the mincemeat mixture, put a crust on top, or strips if preferred, brush over with beaten egg or milk, and bake in a hot oven for 30 minutes. Serve warm, not hot. Ryzon Bakewell Pie. Ryzon short or flaky pastry. 3 level tablespoonfuls jam or jelly. 4 tablespoonfuls 2 ounces butter. 6 level tablespoonfuls 3 ounces sugar. 4 eggs. 1/2 teaspoonful lemon extract. 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon. 4 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce flour. 1 level tablespoonful powdered sugar. Line a buttered pie plate with the pastry, then spread in jam or jelly. Melt butter with sugar in a small saucepan, add one of the eggs with 3 yolks and mix well. Take from the fire, add lemon extract and flour sifted with Ryzon. Spread this mixture over the jelly and bake in a moderate oven for 40 minutes. Beat up remaining whites of eggs to a stiff froth, add powdered sugar and beat again. Pile on top of the pie and brown lightly in the oven. Serve hot or cold. If liked, the meringue may be placed around the pie. Ryzon Parisian Apple Pie. Thinly sliced apples, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 1/2 level teaspoonful grated nutmeg, 1 tablespoonful lemon juice, 1/4 cupful 1/2 gill water, 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter, 2 eggs separated, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level cupful 4 ounces flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills milk. Butter a pie plate and fill with apples. Sprinkle in 1/2 of sugar, add nutmeg, lemon juice, and water. Cream butter and remainder of sugar together, add yolks of eggs and beat well. Sift in Ryzon, flour, and salt, add milk and beat for 2 minutes. Pour this batter over apples and bake in a moderate oven until apples are soft. Beat up whites of eggs to a stiff froth, then add 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar and beat again. Spread this frosting over the apples and return to oven to brown lightly. Serve hot with hot milk. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon Deep Apple Pie. Ryzon chopped pastry. 8 to 12 tart apples, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, 1/2 level teaspoonful powdered cinnamon, 1/2 level teaspoonful grated nutmeg. Invert in the center of a deep fireproof dish a teacup or pie funnel, then fill remaining space with apples, peeled, cored, and quartered. Sprinkle with sugar mixed with spices, or in place of sugar use grated maple sugar or molasses and sugar, half and half. Roll a strip of Ryzon pastry 1/2 inch wide, wet edge of dish with water, place paste on edge, then cover with a crust a little larger than the dish, with the fullness thrown back in the center. Pinch cover to the rim and bake in a moderately hot oven until apples are tender. Sufficient for 6 persons. Sometimes deep apple pie is served with cream cheese. Mix a small cream cheese with 1/2 pint of whipped cream and 1/2 teaspoonful of salt. Put this mixture into a forcing bag with a star tube and press out on top of pie in a fancy pattern. Serve hot. Ryzon Lemon Meringue Pie. 3/4 cupful 6 ounces sugar, 3 level tablespoonfuls cornstarch, 1 cupful 1/2 pint boiling water, 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter, 3 egg yolks, 1 lemon rind grated, 4 tablespoonfuls lemon juice, Ryzon flaky pastry. For meringue, 3 egg whites, 3 level tablespoonfuls 1 1/2 ounces sugar, 1/2 tablespoonful lemon juice. For pie, mix sugar and cornstarch in a small saucepan. Add boiling water, stirring constantly, and cook for 2 minutes. Add butter, egg yolks well beaten, grated rind, and lemon juice. Remove from the fire and cool. Line a pie plate with Ryzon pastry, cutting the pastry larger than the plate and building up a rim. Pinch with the fingers first dipped in flour. Pour in the mixture and bake in a moderate oven for 20 minutes or until the pastry is done. For meringue, beat whites of eggs until stiff, add gradually sugar and lemon juice and continue beating for 2 minutes. Pile on the top of the pie and return to the oven to brown lightly. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon Tartlets. Ryzon Coconut Tart. Ryzon chopped pastry, 2 eggs separated, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, 1 level tablespoonful cornstarch, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces chopped coconut, 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1/2 teaspoonful vanilla extract, 2 tablespoonfuls raspberry jam, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce sugar. Line a greased glass pie plate with pastry. Perforate it in several places with a fork before putting in the oven to avoid blistering. Bake in a moderate oven until ready. Beat yolks of eggs with sugar. Heat milk (except 2 tablespoonfuls) and pour it slowly onto yolks of eggs, stirring all the time. Return this to the saucepan and add cornstarch moistened with remainder of milk. Stir until well thickened and then remove from the fire. Add coconut, Ryzon extract, and whites of eggs stiffly beaten. Put jam at the bottom of pastry case and mixture on the top. Brown lightly in the oven. Sprinkle with sugar and serve the tart either hot or cold. Sufficient for 4 persons. Ryzon Apple Tartlets. Ryzon flaky pastry. 1 pound apples, about 4 apples. 2 tablespoonfuls water, 4 cloves, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter, 2 eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls milk, 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level tablespoonful flour. Roll out pastry, cut in rounds, and line greased tartlet pans. Peel, core, and cut apples into small pieces. Put into a saucepan with water and cloves. Stew until soft. Add sugar and butter. When dissolved, rub all through a sieve. Beat up eggs with milk, add flour sifted with Ryzon, and add to apples. Mix well and put 2 tablespoonfuls of this mixture into tartlet pans and bake in a moderate oven for 20 minutes. Sufficient for 14 tartlets. Ryzon Florence Tartlets. Ryzon flaky pastry. 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound sugar, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound butter, 3 eggs, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound cake crumbs, strawberry preserve, meringue. Line greased tartlet pans with pastry. Cream butter and sugar together, add eggs well beaten, beat again, add cake crumbs and Ryzon. Divide into tartlet tins and bake in a moderate oven for 12 to 15 minutes. Place a little strawberry preserve on each and then put meringue on top using a bag and tube. Color some of the meringue pink and pipe a fine line round at the top. Sufficient for 24 tartlets. Ryzon Orange Tartlets. Ryzon chopped pastry. Orange marmalade, 1/4 cupful 2 ounces butter, 1/4 cupful 2 ounces sugar, 1 egg, 1/2 orange, 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces flour. Line small patty pans with pastry. Put 1 teaspoonful of orange marmalade in each and set aside in a cool place. Cream sugar and butter thoroughly together, add egg well beaten, grated rind and strained juice of half of an orange, and flour sifted with Ryzon. Mix and divide into prepared tins. Bake in a hot oven from 12 to 15 minutes. Sufficient for 12 tartlets. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. Ryzon Puddings. Ryzon Steamed Snowballs. Master Recipe by Elizabeth O'Haler, Denver School of Cookery. Chapter 6, Ryzon Puddings. Master Recipe. Ryzon Steamed Snowballs with hot marshmallow sauce. 1/2 cupful 4 ounces butter. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar. 3 1/2 level teaspoons Ryzon. 2 1/4 level cupfuls 9 ounces flour. 1/8 teaspoon salt. 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk. 1 teaspoonful orange extract. 4 egg whites. Hot marshmallow sauce. 20 marshmallows. 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar. 1/2 cupful 1 gill water. Sherry wine or fruit juice to flavor. For snowballs, cream butter, add sugar gradually, sift flour, Ryzon, and salt together. Add to first mixture alternately with milk. Add extract, beat egg whites to a stiff froth. Fold into mixture, and beat well. Fill buttered cups 2/3 full. Cover with greased papers and steam for 35 minutes. Serve hot with sauce. For sauce, soften marshmallows in a moderate oven but do not brown them. Put sugar and water into a saucepan and boil until syrup spins a thread when tested in cold water, or registers 218 Fahrenheit by candy thermometer. Add marshmallows and beat until mixture is smooth. Flavor with sherry wine or fruit juice. Keep hot in a double boiler. If sauce seems too thick, add boiling water drop by drop until of the right consistency. Sufficient for 10 snowballs. Ryzon Apple Drops by Mrs. M. Eklolin, North Colebrook, Con. 3 level tablespoonfuls, 1 1/2 ounces sugar. 3 eggs. 5 tablespoonfuls milk. 1 1/2 cupfuls, 6 ounces flour. 1 level teaspoon Ryzon. 1/4 level teaspoonful salt. 1 level teaspoonful cinnamon. 1 level teaspoonful, 1/2 ounce butter. 3 tablespoonfuls whipped cream. 2 good-sized apples chopped, not very sour. Beat together egg yolks and sugar. Add milk, flour sifted with Ryzon, salt, cinnamon, butter, whipped cream, and apples. Add siftly beaten whites of eggs and fry in smoking hot fat. Serve with maple syrup or sweet sauce. Sufficient for 12. Ryzon English Plum Pudding. 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound currants. 2 level cupfuls, 12 ounces sultana raisins. 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound glacé cherries. 2 level cupfuls, 1 pound seeded raisins. 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound chopped suet. 2 2/3 level cupfuls, 1 pound brown sugar. 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound shredded mixed candied peels. 1 pound peeled and chopped apples. 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound breadcrumbs. 5 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour. 1 level teaspoonful salt. 2 tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce butter. 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound blanched and chopped almonds. 2 orange rinds grated. 2 lemon rinds grated. 2 nutmegs grated. 1 level tablespoonful powdered cinnamon. 1 level tablespoonful powdered ginger. 10 eggs. 1 cupful, half pint, brandy or fruit juice. Clean fruit carefully and put it into a large mixing bowl. Add cherries, cut in halves, sugars, peels, apples, breadcrumbs, Ryzon, flour, salt, butter, nuts, rinds of oranges and lemons, spices, eggs well beaten, and brandy or fruit juice. Mix thoroughly and allow to stand in a cool place for 1 hour. Divide into 2 well-greased molds. Cover and steam steadily for 10 hours. The puddings may be boiled instead of steaming them. Turn out and serve with hard sauce or liquid sauce. The puddings may be kept in a cool place for several weeks before using them, and reboiled for several hours as required. Leftover cold plum pudding is very good if cut in slices and fried. If liked, plum puddings may be decorated with whipped or sweetened cream or sprigs of holly. Sufficient for 12 to 14 persons. Ryzon cherry pudding. 2 tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce butter. 1 level cupful, half pound sugar. 3 eggs. 1 cupful, half pint milk. 1 tablespoonful lemon juice. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 3 level cupfuls, 3/4 pound flour. Half level teaspoonful salt. 4 level cupfuls, 1 quart stoned cherries. Cherry sauce. 1 level cupful, half pound sugar. 1/4 cupful, 2 ounces butter. 1 cupful, half pint cream. 1 egg. 1 level cupful, half pint stoned cherries. For pudding, cream, butter, and sugar thoroughly together. Add eggs well beaten, milk, lemon juice, and flour sifted with Ryzon, and salt, and add cherries. Pour into a large grease mold. Cover with greased paper and steam steadily for 2.5 hours. Turn out and serve hot with the sauce. For sauce, melt butter and sugar in a saucepan, add cream, egg well beaten, cherries cut into halves, and make very hot. Sufficient for 7 to 9 persons. Prize recipe. Ryzon lemon pot pie by Mrs. K. E. Johnson, New York City. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 1.5 level cupfuls, 6 ounces flour. 1/8 level teaspoonful salt. Half cupful, 1/4 pound butter. Cold water. 1.5 level cupfuls, 3/4 pound sugar. 3 lemons. Cream. Sift flour, Ryzon, and salt into a bowl. Add butter and cut into flour with a knife, then rub it in with the tips of the fingers and add sufficient cold water to make a stiff paste. Put 2 cupfuls of cold water into a saucepan. Add sugar and strained juice of lemons, bring to boiling point, and allow to boil for 20 minutes. Then drop paste from a spoon into this boiling liquid and cover, permitting it to boil for 20 minutes longer. Serve hot or cold with cream or butter and sugar. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon plum duff. 2 level cupfuls, half pound flour. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. Half level teaspoonful salt. Half cupful, 1/4 pound sugar. 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound chopped suet. 1 level cupful, half pound seeded raisins. Half level teaspoonful powdered nutmeg. 1 egg. 1 cupful, half pint milk. Mix flour, Ryzon, salt, and sugar together and sift into a bowl. Add suet, raisins, nutmeg, egg well beaten, and milk. Beat for 3 minutes. Pour into a greased mold, cover with greased paper, and steam steadily for 3 hours. Turn out onto a hot dish and serve with hot milk or any preferred sweet sauce or hard sauce. Sufficient for 5 to 6 persons. If the pudding is boiled in a pudding cloth, omit 1/4 cupful of the milk. Plum duff may be put in Ryzon cans and boiled over the campfire. Ryzon steamed suet pudding by Mrs. C. and Ballers, New York City. Half cupful, 2 ounces suet chopped fine. 3/4 cupful, 6 ounces sugar. 1 cupful, half pound raisins. 1 level teaspoonful cinnamon. Half level teaspoonful grated nutmeg. Half level teaspoonful salt. 1/4 cup half gill fruit juice, 3 slices stale bread, 1 cupful 1/4 pound flour, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1/2 cupful 1 gill milk. Put suet, sugar, raisins, cinnamon, and nutmeg in a bowl. Soak bread in milk and add to other ingredients, adding flour, Ryzon, and salt after sifting together. Mix all thoroughly, turn into a well-greased 1-pound Ryzon can, and steam for 2 hours. Serve hot with hard sauce, sufficient for 8 persons. Ryzon apple roly-poly. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound whole wheat flour, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound chopped suet, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level cupful 1/2 pound sugar, milk or water, 3 pounds peeled and chopped apples, 1 lemon. Mix flour with Ryzon, add suet, salt, 1 tablespoon of the sugar, and enough milk or water to make a smooth, soft dough. Turn out onto a floured baking board, knead lightly, and roll out to 1/2 inch in thickness. Mix apple with grated rind and strain juice of lemon. Sprinkle these over the pastry. Wet pastry edges with cold water. Roll up and seal edges and end thoroughly. Roll in a pudding cloth, scalded and floured and tied up. Plunged into a pan of fast boiling water and boil steadily for 3 hours. Remove cloth. Place the roly-poly on a hot platter and serve hot with hot milk. The roly-poly may be folded and laid in a greased mold, covered with greased paper, and steamed for 3½ hours. Other fruits may be used in place of the apples. Sufficient for 8 to 9 persons. Ryzon Russian pudding. 3/4 cupful 6 ounces butter, 1/2 cupful 4 ounces sugar, 3 eggs, 1 level teaspoon Ryzon, 1½ level cupfuls 6 ounces flour, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 teaspoonful vanilla extract, few drops red color, 1 square 1 ounce bitter chocolate, 4 tablespoonfuls milk, hot milk or sweet sauce. Cream butter and sugar together. Add eggs well beaten, then stir in flour, sifted with Ryzon and salt. Add vanilla extract. Now divide mixture into 3 portions. Color 1 a pretty pink with red color. Leave 1 plain, and into the third stir chocolate which has been dissolved in milk. Now butter a pudding mold. Put mixture in by spoonfuls, alternating colors as much as possible. Cover with butter paper and steam steadily for 2 hours. Turn out and serve with any preferred sweet sauce or hot milk, or serve decorated with whipped and sweetened cream. Sufficient for 9 persons. Ryzon Puffs by Mrs. Edward Alves, Washington, D.C. 7 level tablespoonfuls preserve, cherries or raspberries. 1 egg. 1 cupful 1 pint milk. 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce melted butter. 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound sugar. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. 1 cupful 1/4 pound flour. Beat yolk of egg well. Add sugar and melted butter. Beat slightly. Add milk, flour, sifted with salt and Ryzon. Beat slightly again and add well beaten egg white and more flour if necessary to make stiff batter. Have 10 cups well greased and put in each 1 tablespoonful of batter. Then 1 tablespoonful of preserve. Cover preserve with another tablespoonful of batter. Put cups in steamer and cook 25 minutes. Serve immediately with any heavy sauce desired. This may also be baked. Sufficient for 10 persons. Ryzon strawberry pudding. 6 tablespoonfuls, 3 ounces butter. 1/2 cupful 4 ounces sugar. 1 egg. 1 teaspoonful strawberry extract. 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 2 1/4 level cupfuls 9 ounces flour. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. 1 quart strawberries whipped cream. Cream butter and sugar thoroughly together. Add egg well beaten, strawberry extract, milk, flour sifted with Ryzon and salt. Beat with a wooden spoon for 3 minutes. Turn into a large, well-greased mold. Cover and steam steadily for 3 hours. Turn out and serve with strawberries crushed and whipped cream sweetened to taste. Other fruits may be used in place of strawberries. Sufficient for 5 persons. Ryzon Baked Puddings. Ryzon Excellent Peach Pudding by Mrs. F. W. French, South Oil City, PA. 2 level cupfuls ½ pound sifted flour. 1 level tablespoonful ½ ounce butter. ½ cupful ¼ pound sugar. 1 egg. 3/4 cupful 1½ gills milk. ½ level teaspoonful salt. 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. Cream, butter, and sugar. Beat an egg until very light. Add salt. Add alternately milk and flour into which Ryzon has been sifted. Bake in square pan after placing the halves of peaches over the thin batter. Into hollow of peaches where pits have been removed, fill sugar which will brown while baking. Serve with whipped cream or a cream sauce. Apples or chopped dates may be used when peaches are not available. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon Colonial Pudding. 2 eggs separated. 6 tablespoonfuls, 3 ounces sugar. 3/4 level teaspoonsful Ryzon. 1/4 cupful, 1 ounce flour. 1/4 level teaspoonful salt. 2 cupfuls, 1 pint milk. 1½ level tablespoonfuls chopped preserved ginger. 1½ level tablespoonfuls, 3/4 ounces, powdered sugar. ½ teaspoonful vanilla. Beat yolks of eggs with sugar for 10 minutes. Then add flour sifted with salt and 1/2 teaspoonful of Ryzon. Scald milk and pour it onto a flour mixture, stirring all the time. Return to saucepan and stir over a slow fire until it forms a thick custard. Add ginger and pour into a buttered pudding dish. Beat whites of eggs to a stiff froth with remainder of Ryzon. Add gradually powdered sugar and vanilla extract. Spread this meringue on top of custard and place in a very moderate oven until light brown. Serve cold. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon Baked Apple Pudding. 2 cupfuls, 1 pint milk. 3 level cupfuls, 3/4 pound breadcrumbs. 3 eggs. 1 level cupful, ½ pound sugar. ½ level teaspoonful salt. 1 level teaspoonful powdered ginger. 1 level teaspoonful powdered mace. ½ level teaspoonful powdered cloves. ½ cupful, 3 ounces, sultana raisins. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 3 tablespoonfuls fruit juice or brandy. 3 level cupfuls, 1½ pints peeled and chopped apples. Sauce. 1 cupful, ½ pound butter. 2 level cupfuls, 1 pound sugar. 2 eggs separated. 1 tablespoonful brandy or fruit juice. For pudding, heat milk and pour it over breadcrumbs and eggs well beaten, sugar, salt, spices, raisins, Ryzon, fruit juice, and apples. Mix well and turn into a greased baking dish. Bake in a moderate oven for 1 hour. Serve hot with sauce. For sauce, cream butter and sugar thoroughly together. Add egg yolks, brandy or fruit juice, and whites of eggs stiffly beaten. Chill before serving. Sufficient for 6 to 8 persons. Ryzon Cottage Pudding. 1/4 cupful, 2 ounces butter. 3/4 cupful, 6 ounces sugar. 1 egg. 1 teaspoonful lemon extract. 1 cupful, ½ pint milk. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 2 1/4 level cupfuls, 9 ounces flour. ½ level teaspoonful salt. Hard sauce. ½ cupful, 4 ounces butter. 1 level cupful, ½ pound sugar. 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract. 1 teaspoonful hot water. For pudding, cream butter and sugar thoroughly. Add egg well beaten, lemon extract, milk, and flour sifted with Ryzon and salt. Mix and beat with a wooden spoon for 3 minutes. Then turn into a greased and flour tin or mold, and bake in a moderate oven for 35 minutes. Turn out and serve with sauce. For sauce, beat butter and sugar to a cream, add hot water and extract, mix well, and chill before using. This pudding may be served with lemon, vanilla, or wine sauce, or it may be steamed for 1½ hours and served with strawberry sauce. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon coffee souffle. 3 tablespoonfuls, 1½ ounces butter, 3 level tablespoonfuls, 3/4 ounce flour, 3/4 cupful, 1½ gills boiled coffee, 1/4 cupful, ½ gill cream, 1/2 cupful, 4 ounces sugar, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 4 eggs separated, 1/2 level teaspoonful, 1/16 ounce Ryzon, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract. Sauce: 2 egg yolks, 1/4 cupful, 2 ounces sugar, 1 pinch salt, 1/2 cupful, 1 gill strong hot coffee, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint whipped cream. For souffle, melt butter, add flour, and blend well. Pour on gradually, stirring constantly, coffee, cream, sugar, and salt. Stir and cook until smooth, and add well-beaten egg yolks. Cool, fold in stiffly beaten egg whites, Ryzon, and vanilla, and mix carefully. Turn into a well-greased baking dish and bake in a moderately hot oven for 25 minutes. For sauce, mix egg yolks with sugar and salt, then add coffee. Cool and fold in whipped cream, sufficient for 4 persons. Ryzon sultana roll. 1 level cupful, 6 ounces sultana raisins. 1 level cupful, ½ pound sugar. Water. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. 1 level cupful, 4 ounces flour. ½ level teaspoonful salt. 1½ tablespoonfuls, 3/4 ounce lard. 1 tablespoonful, ½ ounce butter. Cream. Put raisins and sugar into a small saucepan. Cover with water and cook slowly until raisins are soft and the juice like syrup. Sift flour, Ryzon, and salt into a bowl. Add lard and rub it in with the tips of fingers, and mix to a soft biscuit dough with water. Roll to 1/4 inch in thickness, spread with raisins, then roll up, pressing the ends firmly together. Place in a greased pan and pour juice over. Add butter and 1/2 cupful of water and bake in a hot oven for 20 minutes or until done. Serve hot with cream, sufficient for 5 to 6 persons. Ryzon baked apple dumplings. ½ pound Ryzon short or flaky pastry, see pages 56-58. 6 apples, 6 level tablespoonfuls, 3 ounces sugar, 6 cloves, 1 egg. Roll out pastry about 1/4 inch in thickness and cut out 12 rounds with a cutter. Peel apples thinly and core them without breaking. Place an apple in one of the rounds and work pastry round the apple until it reaches to the middle of it. Then fill center hole with sugar and a clove. Lay another round of pastry on the top and work it down to meet the other round. Fasten join with a little cold water. Continue in this way until all the apples are used. Place dumplings on a greased tin. Brush over with egg well beaten and bake for 30 minutes in a moderate oven. Dredge with sugar and serve hot or cold. Sufficient for 6 dumplings. End of section 10. Read by Grace Sila, Bangkok, 19th of March 2025.
Section 11 of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. Ryzon Savory Dishes. Quite the most interesting thing to many housewives today is the question of using leftovers, and this chapter is planned to be of assistance in offering suggestions. Some of our most attractive and nutritious dishes are made from a combination of foods remaining from one or more meals. When the family are tired of steaks, chops, and roasts, a savory made dish will be welcome and also assist in reducing the high cost of living. The food value of egg or cheese as meat substitutes is well known, and the daily menu may be varied by their use. Master recipe: Ryzon dumplings. 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce shortening, 7/8 cupful (scant 1/2 pint) milk and water. Mix flour, Ryzon, and salt together and sift them into a bowl. Add shortening and cut it in with a knife or rub it in with the tips of the fingers. Add liquid gradually and drop from a spoon on the top of a boiling pot pie. Cover closely and do not remove cover for about 20 minutes. Serve immediately. Sufficient for 10 dumplings. Ryzon Steak and Kidney Pudding. 1 pound round steak, 2 sheep's kidneys, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1/2 ounce flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 level teaspoonful pepper, 1 cupful 1/2 pint stock or water, 2 teaspoons mushroom catsup. Suet crust. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound chopped suet, cold water or buttermilk. For crust, sift flour, Ryzon, and salt into a bowl, add suet, and rub it well into flour. Then make a well in the center of these dry ingredients and stir in enough water or buttermilk to make a soft dough. Turn out on floured baking board, knead lightly until free from cracks, then roll out to about 1/4 inch in thickness and line a greased 1 1/2 pint basin or mold with it. Trim off round edges and roll out these scraps into a round to form a cover. For pudding, split kidneys, remove skin and inside fat, and cut them into quarters. Cut steak into small squares. Mix flour and seasonings together on a plate. Dip pieces of meat and kidney into this mixture, coating them on all sides. Place in prepared mold and pour in stock and catsup. Place round of pastry on top and press the edges well together. Cover with a greased paper and steam steadily for 3 hours. Serve hot with gravy. Chopped mushrooms or onions may also be used for flavoring. Sufficient for 5 persons. Ryzon mashed potato stuffing. 2 level cupfuls 1 pint mashed potatoes, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level cupful 1/2 pint breadcrumbs, 4 tablespoonfuls melted shortening, 1 beaten egg, 1 teaspoonful onion juice, powdered sage to taste, salt and pepper to taste. Mix all these ingredients together and use as a stuffing for any roast fowl. If preferred, celery may be substituted for the onion, and the sage may be omitted. Ryzon Egg Noodles by Mrs. Belle Failing, Sedalia, Colorado. 1 egg, 1/2 level cupful 2 ounces flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon. Break egg into mixing bowl, stir in flour sifted with Ryzon and salt, adding more flour if necessary to make a batter which will not be sticky. Stir until smooth. Roll very thin on a well floured board, then roll up dough into long roll and slice off thin strips. Place strips in boiling meat broth or water and boil for 10 minutes. Prize recipe, Ryzon Toad in the Hole, by Mrs. Maud Jervis, Brooklyn, New York. 1 1/2 pounds lean steak, 1 lamb's kidney, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 level teaspoonful pepper, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 4 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce flour, 2 eggs, 2 cupfuls 1 pint milk. Cut steak and kidney into small pieces and put them into a greased fireproof dish, seasoning them with salt and pepper to taste. Sift flour with Ryzon and pinch of salt, add eggs well beaten, and beat for 5 minutes. Add gradually milk and stir well and pour over steak. Bake in moderate oven for 1 1/2 hours and serve hot. The remains of rare beef may be substituted for the steak, and chopped onion to taste added. Prize recipe, Mel Done Pie Dinner, by Mrs. A. S. Westcott, Edgewater, New Jersey. 2 pounds stewing lamb, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 level teaspoonful pepper, 12 small onions, 2 large carrots, 6 medium-sized potatoes, 2 cupfuls 1 pint milk, 3 level tablespoonfuls 3/4 ounce flour. For paste, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound flour, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter, milk. For pie, stew lamb for an hour or until it is easily pierced with a fork. Add seasonings, onions peeled, carrots cut in quarters, potatoes cut in halves, and cook until tender. When done, place all the meat and vegetables in a deep baking dish. Add milk to stock in pan, thicken with flour, moistened with a little water, then pour over meat and vegetables. Cover with paste made as follows, and bake in a hot oven for 25 minutes. Serve at once. For paste, sift flour into a basin, cut and rub butter into flour. Add Ryzon and make into a softish paste with milk. Turn out on a floured baking board and roll 3/4 of an inch thick. Place on top of pie and bake. Sufficient for 6 to 8 persons. Ryzon pork pie. 3/4 pound fresh pork, 1 level teaspoonful powdered sage, 2 level teaspoonfuls chopped onion, 1 level teaspoonful salt. Wipe meat with a damp cloth and weigh it free from skin and bone. Cut it in small pieces and season it with pepper, salt, sage, and onion, mixing all well together. Take Ryzon raised pie crust while hot and cut off 1/4 of the quantity for the lid and decorations of the pie. Wrap it up in paper and keep it warm over steam. Roll out the other piece into a strip 4 inches wide and rather thin. Keep it even at the edges and of an equal thickness all over. Wet along one side and one end with cold water or beaten egg. Bring the two ends together so as to form a ring and make them overlap, pressing them well together. Then gather one of the sides together so as to form a bottom for the pie. Stand it up and make it into a good shape with the hands. Fill up with meat mixture, pressing it down tightly into it. Make it level at the top with just a small rim of pastry standing above it all the way around. Then take the piece of pastry that has been kept warm, roll it out thin, and cut out a round large enough to cover the top of pie. Wet round the edge of this with water, lay it on top of pie, and press the two edges together. Brush the pie all over, top and sides, with beaten egg, and make a hole in the top with the point of a knife. Pour in enough stock to 1/2 fill the pie. Roll out any trimmings of pastry that are left and cut out small leaves and decorate pie with them. Brush decorations also with egg and place pie in a greased tin. Bake in a moderate oven until pastry is set and browned and the meat feels tender. Lift pie from the oven and fill it up with some hot stock that will jelly when cold. If the stock is not stiff enough, dissolve a little powdered gelatin in it before using. Serve cold. Sufficient for 4 persons. Ryzon Potato Soup by Mrs. A. D. Fraser, Burlington, Washington. 2 cupfuls chopped potatoes, 2 cupfuls 1 pint water, 4 cupfuls 1 quart sweet milk, 2 eggs, 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1/2 ounce flour, pepper. Peel and cook potatoes in water until tender. Add milk, make a smooth paste of the flour in which has been sifted the salt and Ryzon. Add butter and pepper. Boil up once and serve with croutons. If soup is too thick, add more hot milk. Ryzon small mutton pies. For 6 pies, make double the quantity of Ryzon raised pie crust and 3/4 pound lean mutton. Any scraps or trimmings of mutton may be used for making these little pies, but they must not be too fat. Cut them in small pieces, removing all skin, bone, and gristle. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, and just moisten with water or gravy. Put aside 1/3 of paste to keep warm, and divide rest into 6 equal sized pieces. Form each of these pieces into a smooth ball, and then form them into little cases. This may either be done with the fingers or round a tumbler. Fill them with the meat and then raise up the sides again with the hands. Roll out paste, which has been kept warm, and cut out rounds to make covers for the pies. Wet round edges, lay them over the pies with the wetted sides down, and press the two edges of paste firmly together. Trim round with a pair of scissors, make a small hole in top of the pies, and brush them over with a little milk or beaten egg. Bake in a moderate oven for 30 minutes. When the pies are ready to be served, they should be filled up with a little hot gravy. Sufficient for 6 pies. Ryzon Savory Breakfast Dish. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1½ pounds cooking apples, 5 medium-sized apples, average 1½ pounds, 1½ pounds potatoes, 6 medium-sized potatoes, average 1½ pounds, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 level teaspoonful pepper, 1/4 pound bacon, 8 pork sausages. Steam or bake apples and scoop out pulp, removing all pips and bits of core. Steam potatoes until tender, mash them, add Ryzon seasonings and apples. Mix well and reheat. Cut bacon into small pieces, fry it slowly so that the fat may run freely out, and fry in it the sausages. Stir bacon fat and dice into the hot apple and potato. Pile the latter in center of well-heated platter, arrange the sausages round, and serve. Sufficient for 4 persons. Ryzon Rice Corn Pudding by Miss Frances R. Dickey, San Juan, Puerto Rico. 1 level cupful 6 ounces cornmeal, 1 level tablespoonful rice, 1 level tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter, 2 cupfuls 1 pint milk, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 2 eggs. Boil rice in 1 1/2 cupfuls water for 10 minutes. Scald half of the cornmeal with the boiled rice. Add melted butter and well beaten eggs. Then add milk and the remainder of the cornmeal, together with the salt and Ryzon. Mix thoroughly and bake in moderate oven 40 minutes. Ryzon Plain Omelet. 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter, 3 eggs, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1/4 level teaspoonful pepper, 1 tablespoonful warm water, 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon. Put 1 1/2 tablespoonfuls of the butter into an omelet pan, and allow it to melt slowly while preparing the eggs. Break eggs into a bowl, add seasonings, water, and Ryzon. Beat eggs just enough to break them or they will become watery. Add remainder of butter. Pour mixture into the pan, then with a fork break the cooked surface in several places quickly so that the eggs from the top may run to the bottom and cook. Or loosen the omelet from the sides of pan, letting the uncooked part run under. This must be done in the beginning so as not to make the surface uneven. When the egg is cooked but yet quite soft on the top, tilt the pan to one side, slip a spatula under 1/2 of omelet, and carefully roll the egg to the center. Let it cook a moment, then slide it gently onto a hot dish, doubling it over. Garnish with a little parsley and serve at once. Sufficient for 2 persons. The water is added to lighten the eggs. Milk must never be used, as it would make the omelet heavy, and flour must on no account enter into its composition. Ryzon Savory Corn Pudding. 1 small green pepper, 1/2 onion, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter, 2 level tablespoonfuls 1/2 ounce flour, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 level teaspoonful paprika, 1/4 level teaspoonful powdered nutmeg, 1/8 level teaspoonful red pepper, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk, 1 cupful 1/2 pint canned corn, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 egg, 2 level tablespoonfuls soft bread crumbs, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces buttered bread crumbs. Wash green pepper and cut it in half and remove seeds, then cut in fine strips. Chop onion fine and cook it with pepper and butter for 5 minutes, stirring constantly. Add flour, seasonings, and milk, bring to boiling point, then add corn, Ryzon, egg well beaten, and soft bread crumbs. Mix and turn into a greased baking dish, cover with buttered crumbs, and bake in a moderate oven for 30 minutes. Serve hot as a vegetable. Sufficient for 4 persons. Ryzon Salmon and Tomato by Mrs. Coralie Wallace, Topeka, Kansas. 1 can salmon, 1 cup 1/2 pint stewed tomatoes, 1 level tablespoonful melted butter, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1/8 level teaspoonful pepper, 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon. Remove all bone and skin and flake salmon. Mix in the other ingredients, turn into a baking dish, dust top with breadcrumbs, and bake 20 minutes in a moderate oven. 1 can tomato soup may be used instead of stewed tomatoes if preferred. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon Beef Loaf by Harriet Romer, Elmira, New York. 2 pounds round steak, 1/2 pound fresh fat pork, 2 cupfuls, 1 pint toasted breadcrumbs, 1 onion grated, 2 cupfuls, 1 pint milk, 1 level tablespoonful salt, 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1/4 teaspoonful pepper, 1 egg. Put steak and pork through meat grinder twice. Mix with crumbs, onion, salt, Ryzon, and pepper. Add egg slightly beaten. Mold into loaf and put in hot oven for 10 minutes. Pour over loaf 1 can condensed tomato soup, 1 cup of water. Put back into oven for 2 hours. Sufficient for 8 persons. Ryzon Potato Puff by Mrs. Allen Bancroft, Maywood, Illinois. 4 level cupfuls, 1 quart hot mashed potatoes, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1/4 level teaspoonful celery salt, 1 level tablespoonful chopped parsley, 1/2 cupful, 1 gill hot milk, 1 egg, 1 1/2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level tablespoonful, 1/2 ounce melted butter. Beat all ingredients, adding egg and Ryzon last. Pile in rocky form and bake 10 minutes or until puffed and brown. Ryzon Cheese Omelet by Mrs. Mary Fredericks, Oak Ridge, New Jersey. 3 eggs well beaten, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces breadcrumbs, 1/2 cupful 2 ounces grated cheese, 1 cupful 1/2 pint milk. Mix well and pour in buttered pudding dish and bake like custard. 1/2 cupful flaked fish may be used instead of cheese to vary the dish, making a delicious fish omelet. Sufficient for 4 persons. Prize Recipe Ryzon Apriba Loaf by Mrs. C.W. Shaw, Mountainville, New York. 1 level cupful, 1/2 pint bacon, fried crisp and chopped fine. 1 level cupful, 1/2 pint chopped sour apples. 1 level cupful, 1/2 pint boiled rice. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. 1/4 level teaspoonful paprika. 1 egg well beaten. 1 cupful, 1/2 pint milk. 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound flour. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. Put bacon into a basin, add apples, rice, seasonings, egg, milk, and flour sifted with Ryzon. Beat all well together and bake in a well-greased bread pan for 30 minutes, or boil for 1 hour in equally well-greased baking powder tins. Serve hot, garnished with fried apples, or cold, lightly spread with mayonnaise dressing. This mixture may be served in ramekins. So long as the proportion of flour and Ryzon remain constant, that of the other ingredients may be varied to suit taste and convenience. This dish contains in itself a completely balanced ration. It is substantial enough for the dinner of a working man, delicate enough for the digestion of an invalid, simple enough for the plainest cook, and palatable enough to make the family call for more. It may be baked, boiled, or fried, eaten hot, cold, or warmed over. Ryzon Artichokes à la Remoulade Shells by Corinne Carruthers, Seattle, Washington. 1 cupful, 8 ounces butter. 3 cupfuls, 12 ounces pastry flour. 1 level tablespoonful cornstarch. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. Ice water to mix. Filling: 1 can artichoke bottoms, 2 tablespoonfuls lemon juice, 4 tablespoonfuls, 2 ounces melted butter, salt, paprika, minced parsley, curry. Mix the ingredients for the shells in order given, not forgetting the proper number of turns to insure flakiness. Bake in rather deep pâté tins. Remove artichokes from can, drain, dip each in lemon juice, then in butter. Broil for 6 minutes, arrange in shells, sprinkle with seasonings, the parsley last. Place in the oven a moment to blend the seasonings. Ryzon Meat Shortcake by Forecast Modern School of Cookery. Take 2 thin layers shortcake dough and put together with minced cold meat flavored with onion, pepper, and salt, and moistened with gravy or brown sauce. Brown sauce or gravy can be poured over the shortcake if liked, or served with it. The shortcake can also be made in individual size. Creamed codfish can also be used instead of meat for the filling. To make the shortcake, use the following recipe: 1 1/2 level cupfuls, 6 ounces, white flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 3 level tablespoonfuls, 1 1/2 ounces chilled shortening, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 3/4 cupful, 1 1/2 gills, half milk, half water. Sift flour, Ryzon, and salt together. Work in the shortening. Wet to a dough with liquid, mix well, then put in thin layers in layer cake tins. Be sure the dough comes close to the rims. Bake light brown in hot oven and remove carefully 1 layer at a time. Put together with meat filling. Ryzon Fish Tarts by Forecast Modern School of Cookery. Crust: 2 level cupfuls, 1/2 pound flour, 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce butter or butter substitute, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce lard, 6 tablespoonfuls milk or water. Sift flour, salt, and Ryzon. Chop in shortening, add milk or water. Stir with the blade of a knife, roll out thin. Line ramekins or tart forms. Fill with fish mixture. Put on lattice tops. Bake for 25 minutes or until brown. Serve hot or cold. Filling: 1 cupful, 1/2 pint cold cooked fish, 1/2 cupful celery, 1 cupful, 1/2 pint white sauce, 1/2 small onion, 1 small sweet pepper. Free fish before measuring of all skin and bone and flake. Grate the onion, chop the celery fine, also sweet pepper. Mix all with the white sauce. Fill the pastry shells. Prize Recipe: Ryzon Meat Foldovers by Mrs. L. Boisse, Douglaston, Long Island. 1/2 pound sausage meat, fine quality. 1 level cupful, 4 ounces, chopped cooked chicken or ham. 1 level cupful, 1/2 pound boiled rice, scant. 1 chopped pimento, canned red pepper. 1 tablespoonful Worcestershire sauce. 1 egg, separated. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound flour. 1 level teaspoonful salt. 3/4 cupful, 1 1/2 gills water. 3 tablespoonfuls, 1 1/2 ounces lard. 3 tablespoonfuls, 1 1/2 ounces butter. Put sausage meat into a hot pan and cook it, but do not let it get brown and dry. Add ham or chicken, rice, chopped pimento, and Worcestershire sauce. Take from fire and mix with white of egg beaten to a stiff froth. Sift flour, salt, and Ryzon together. Add lard and butter, cut and rub them into the flour, and make into stiffish dough with water. Knead lightly, roll out 1/4 of an inch thick, and cut in pieces size of a saucer. Put 2 tablespoonfuls of meat mixture in the center, wet edges, then fold over and press edges together with a fork. Brush over with beaten egg yolk, lay on greased tins, and bake in a hot oven until a nice golden color. Serve hot. Sufficient for 10 foldovers. Ryzon Beefsteak Pie by Miss Nora Longway, Springbank, Alberta, Canada. 2 pounds round steak, 1/2 inch thick. 1 onion, sliced. 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1/2 ounce flour. 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce butter. 2 potatoes sliced thin. Salt and pepper to taste. Crust: 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound flour. 2 level tablespoonfuls, 1 ounce lard. 1 level tablespoonful, 1/2 ounce butter. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 1/2 teaspoonful salt. 1/2 cupful, 1 gill milk. Cut steak into squares, cover with boiling water, add sliced onions and potatoes. Cook until tender. Add seasonings and remove meat into casserole. Cream butter and flour and add to gravy. Pour over meat. Mix crust to make a soft dough. Roll out an inch thick, place on top of meat and gravy, and bake in hot oven. Sufficient for 8 persons. Prize Recipe Ryzon Cold Pigeon Pie by Mrs. Harold A. Brown, Caldwell, New Jersey. 6 fat pigeons cut in halves. 4 tablespoonfuls 2 ounces butter. 1 level teaspoonful salt. 1/2 level teaspoonful white pepper. Juice 1 lemon. 2 cupfuls 1 pint good cooking sherry wine. 1 can mushrooms. 4 hard cooked eggs. Parsley. For paste: 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 3 level cupfuls 3/4 pound flour, 1/2 level teaspoonful salt, 1/2 cupful 1/4 pound lard, 1 1/2 cupfuls 3/4 pint milk. Draw, clean, and dry pigeons. Melt butter, add pigeons, and cook them until they are light brown. Then pack them in a 4-quart earthenware or glass baking dish, or any tightly covered stewing pot. Cover with cold water and slowly bring to boiling point. Simmer gently 5 or 6 hours, or until birds are tender. Remove them from the pot and thicken the gravy with a little flour until of the consistency of thin stew, as when cold it jellies into thicker consistency. Add salt, pepper, and lemon juice to taste, and when cool add wine. Place birds in the baking dish, scattering in mushrooms and adding eggs cut in slices. Add chopped parsley to taste. Cover with gravy and pastry made as follows, and bake in a moderate oven for 1 hour. Serve cold next day. For paste: sift the flour, salt, and Ryzon together, then rub in the lard with the tips of the fingers and mix in the milk with a knife or a spoon. Roll out and cover dish, brush over with milk or beaten egg. This pie, with a plain salad, makes a substantial luncheon or supper in winter holiday season, to serve guests. The portions depend on the number of birds in pie. If desired, 9 pigeons may be used in pie. Sufficient for 12 persons. Ryzon War Meat Loaf by Mrs. Clara E. Wells, Patton, Iowa. 2 level cupfuls 1 pint leftover baked beans. 2 level cupfuls 12 ounces cornmeal. 2 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon. 2 level teaspoonfuls salt. 1/4 level teaspoonful pepper. 4 cupfuls 1 quart boiling water. Stir cornmeal and salt into the boiling water. When cooked to a mush, add remaining ingredients. Pour into a greased bread pan and bake in moderately hot oven until brown. This loaf is an appetizing and nutritious meat substitute, and is delicious sliced cold and served with homemade ketchup for a supper. Sufficient for 1 loaf. Ryzon Savory Cheese Pudding. 2 level cupfuls 1/2 pound grated cheese. 1 level teaspoonful flour. 1/2 level teaspoonful salt. 1/4 level teaspoonful pepper. 1 cupful 1/2 pint boiling milk. 1 tablespoonful 1/2 ounce butter. 2 eggs separated. 1/2 level teaspoonful Ryzon. 2 level tablespoonfuls breadcrumbs. Put cheese into a bowl, add flour, salt, pepper, milk, butter, yolks of eggs slightly beaten, whites beaten with Ryzon to a stiff froth, and breadcrumbs. Mix gently and pour into a greased fireproof dish, and bake in a moderate oven for 20 minutes. Serve hot. Sufficient for 6 persons. Ryzon Ham Croquettes by Mrs. M. Bollers, New York City. 1 cupful ham, 4 ounces chopped fine. 1/2 cupful 1 gill mashed potatoes. 1/2 level teaspoonful chopped parsley. 1 egg. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon. Mix all ingredients together well, shape and roll in breadcrumbs. Fry in deep fat. Sufficient for 8 croquettes. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. Ryzon Camp Cookery. Ryzon Homemade Candies. Ryzon Camp Cookery. 'Tis substantial happiness to eat. No doubt the general principles of cooking are the same in the open air as in the kitchen, yet a good cook might find it difficult to emulate the feats of some unpretentious woodsman if he found himself in a dark forest, and he were told to get a hearty meal for a few hungry people as quickly as possible. Under such conditions, fancy dishes are out of place. The simplest food is the most appetizing when camping and the best to eat. It should be simply prepared. When making tea at the camp, the old household allowance of 1 spoonful for each person and 1 for the pot will not do. For some occult reason, more of the leaf is required in open-air cookery. The same is true of coffee made in the woods, which has a different flavor from that made anywhere else. Brook trout and potatoes may be rolled in wet paper and cooked in hot ashes. Fried fish are appetizing. Cleanse and wash the fish, remove the fins, and rub them well over with salt. Roll the fish in a mixture of flour, salt, and pepper, and fry them in plenty of smoking hot fat. Ham sandwiches and chicken sandwiches are both appetizing, but when one combines the two, the result is delicious. Cream 1/2 cupful of butter using a wooden spoon, add 1 cupful each of finely chopped cold boiled ham and cold boiled chicken, season to taste with salt and pepper, and spread the mixture between slices of buttered bread. N.B. See other camping recipes: Surprise Muffins, page 19, Omelette, page 72, and Plum Duff, page 66. Anything which is cooked in frying pan or kettle can be managed over the campfire. Ryzon Corkscrew Bread. 8 level cupfuls, 2 pounds flour, 4 tablespoonfuls, 2 ounces, lard or drippings, 2 level tablespoonfuls Ryzon, 2 level teaspoonfuls salt, 1 cupful half pint milk, 1 cupful half pint water. Mix and sift flour, Ryzon, and salt into a bowl or pan. Add lard or drippings, rub them into the dry ingredients, add milk and water gradually, and mix to a dough that can be handled easily. The dough must be rather stiffer than for biscuits baked in a pan. Have a good bed of coals and the usual 2 forked sticks to hold the cooking utensils. Take a green stick an inch or more in diameter and wind the dough around it. Rest the ends on the 2 forked sticks and turn frequently until brown and crisp on all sides. Pull out the stick and the bread is ready for eating. Sufficient for 8 to 10 persons. Corkscrew bread is one of the camper's delicacies. Ryzon Camp Corn Bread. 2 level cupfuls, half pound flour, 2 level cupfuls, 12 ounces cornmeal, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level teaspoonful sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce lard or butter, 2 level tablespoonfuls egg powder, 6 tablespoonfuls evaporated milk, 1 1/2 cupfuls 3/4 pint water. Mix flour and cornmeal together, add Ryzon, salt, sugar, lard or butter melted, egg powder mixed with evaporated milk and water. Mix well and pour into a well-greased pan. Bake in a moderate oven for 40 minutes. If the campers have no oven, bake same as Ryzon Camp Bread, sufficient for 8 to 10 persons. Ryzon Camp Griddle Cakes. 4 level cupfuls, 1 pound flour, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 2 level tablespoonfuls egg powder, half cupful, 1 gill evaporated milk, 1 1/2 cupfuls, 3/4 pint water, butter and maple syrup. Mix flour, Ryzon, salt, and egg powder and sift into a bowl. Add evaporated milk and water and beat to a creamy batter. Do not have the batter thin. Fry in a hot frying pan, which has been greased with a piece of pork fat. Serve hot with butter and maple syrup. Sufficient for 20 cakes. N.B. See Master Griddle Cake recipe on page 25. Ryzon Camp Pot Pie, fresh meat or game, potatoes, onions, salt and pepper, sliced bacon or salt pork. For dumplings, 1 1/2 level cupfuls, 6 ounces flour, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level teaspoonful ½ ounce shortening, 3/4 cupful 1 1/2 gills water. Cut the game or meat into medium-sized pieces. Season highly with salt and pepper. Add strips of bacon and cover with hot water. After it begins to boil, hang kettle higher over fire so that it may cook more slowly. See that the liquid in the pot does not become more reduced than 1/3. Prepare vegetables. About half an hour before the time to serve, make a soft dough of the flour, Ryzon, salt, shortening, and water. Roll this out 1/2 inch thick and cut into strips. Pour off broth into another dish and remove most of the meat. Put a layer of meat, sliced potatoes, and sliced onion in the bottom of the kettle. Partially cover with strips of dough and repeat until materials are all used. Pour over this the hot broth, cover closely, and return to the fire to boil for 20 minutes. This may be served directly from the kettle. N.B. The quantities of meat and vegetables used will depend solely upon the number to be served. Dumpling recipe will serve 6 people. N.B. See Master Dumpling Recipe, page 69. Ryzon Camp Bread. 2 level cupfuls, ½ pound flour, 4 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level teaspoonful salt, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce lard or butter, 1 cupful ½ pint milk or water. Mix flour, Ryzon, and salt together and sift into a bowl. Add lard and rub it in lightly with tips of fingers, then add water and mix well. Grease a frying pan and turn in the batter and bake very slowly over the fire. Be sure to loosen from the pan with a thin knife as soon as a crust forms, so that it can be turned over and baked on other side. Sufficient for 4 persons. Ryzon Homemade Candies. Who can resist homemade candies? Very few indeed, for if well made, they are delicious. Then, besides being delicious, the home article is cheap as compared with bought candy of the same quality, and above all, it is pure. The making of dainty bonbons is a very attractive pastime to the amateur housekeeper and would-be confectioner, and it is quite surprising how many pretty and delicious candies can be made at home, and how simple and fascinating the process. The value of sugar as a food for both young and old is undisputed, and candy is looked upon nowadays as almost a necessity instead of a mere luxury. For homemade confectionery, very few tools are necessary, although for the more elaborate kinds, the investment of a few dollars amply repays the enthusiast. For instance, there are many candies which can be made without any special instruments, but for perfect candy boiling, a sugar thermometer is a great asset, ensuring as it does accuracy and success. The candy thermometer registers over 300 degrees Fahrenheit or more. But for those who are not so ambitious, there are many sweets which can be well made with a little experience and a careful consultation with the clock. Different kinds of sugar are needed for the various candies: brown, confectioners, and granulated, together with syrup, butter, milk, flavoring extracts, colors, and such toothsome dainties as fruits, shelled nuts, and preserved ginger. The use of a little Ryzon will be found of immense advantage to the amateur candy maker, as it makes the sugar less liable to crystallize while boiling, and gives a more creamy effect to such candies as fudge and caramels. Tiny crinkled paper cases are pretty for the more elaborate bonbons, but are not at all essential. Ryzon Old-Fashioned Molasses Candy. 2 cupfuls, 1 pint molasses, 1 tablespoonful vinegar, 2 tablespoonfuls 1 ounce butter, ½ level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 teaspoonful vanilla or ginger extract. Put molasses, vinegar, and butter into a saucepan. Bring to a boiling point and boil, stirring all the time until the mixture is brittle when dropped into cold water, or when it registers 265 degrees Fahrenheit by candy thermometer. Stir in Ryzon and extract and pour into a buttered tin. When nearly cold, pull until glossy, cut into small pieces, and lay on a buttered plate or wrap in waxed paper. Sufficient for 1 pound of candy. Ryzon cherry paste. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 3 level tablespoonfuls 1 ounce powdered gelatin, 1 1/4 cupfuls 2 1/2 gills water, 2 level cupfuls 1 pound sugar, 1 level cupful 1/4 pound chopped pre-served cherries, a few drops red color, 1 lemon, confectioner's sugar. Put gelatin, Ryzon, water, sugar, grated rind, and strained juice of lemon into a saucepan. Bring slowly to boiling point, then boil gently for 15 minutes, stirring constantly. Rinse a deep plate with cold water. Put in red color and cherries. Strain in mixture and stir. Set in a cold place until firm. Then cut into neat squares, using a knife constantly dipped into hot water, and roll in confectioner's sugar. Put into boxes lined with waxed paper. Sufficient for 30 squares. Ryzon fruit and nut fudge. 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 2 level cupfuls 1 pound sugar, half cupful 1/4 pint molasses, half cupful 1/4 pint cream, half cupful 1/4 pound butter, half cupful 2 ounces grated chocolate, 2 level tablespoonfuls chopped preserved ginger, 2 level tablespoonfuls stoned and chopped dates, half cupful 2 ounces chopped walnut meats, half cupful 2 ounces blanched and chopped almonds, 1 teaspoonful lemon extract, 1 teaspoonful orange extract. Boil together for 7 minutes. Sugar, molasses, cream, and butter, stirring all the time. Add chocolate and boil 7 minutes more. Then add fruit, Ryzon, and nut meats. Stir constantly until it boils. Then cook slowly until it forms a soft ball when tried in cold water or 240 degrees Fahrenheit by candy thermometer. Then add extracts. Remove from fire, put pan into larger pan of cold water, and stir until creamy. Pour into buttered tins and mark into squares when half cold. Sufficient for 50 squares. Ryzon Betty caramels. 2 level cupfuls, 12 ounces brown sugar, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, half cupful, 1 gill milk, 1 tablespoonful, half ounce butter, 1 teaspoonful coffee extract, pecan nut meats. Put into a saucepan sugar, Ryzon, milk, and butter. Bring to boiling point and boil gently, stirring all the time until the mixture forms a soft ball when tested in cold water or 240 degrees Fahrenheit by candy thermometer. Add coffee extract and pour into a dry basin and beat with a wooden spoon until the mixture becomes stiff. Then roll into large even-shaped marbles and put a pecan nut meat on top of each. Lay on waxed paper to become firm. These caramels are a pale coffee color. Serve in paper cases. Sufficient for 25 caramels. Ryzon nut candy. 3 level cupfuls, 1 1/2 pounds sugar, 1 cupful, half pint corn syrup, half cupful, 1 gill water, 2 egg whites, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1/4 level teaspoonful salt, 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound chopped nut meats, 1 teaspoonful almond extract, 1 teaspoonful lemon extract, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract. Put into a saucepan sugar, syrup, and water, and boil until the syrup forms a soft ball when tried in cold water or 240 degrees Fahrenheit by candy thermometer. Add salt and Ryzon to eggs and beat to a stiff froth. Take syrup from fire and add eggs. a tablespoonful at a time, until all has been added, beating constantly. When mixture begins to thicken, add nuts and extracts and beat until creamy. Pour into a deep buttered pan and allow to cool. Cut in cubes when cold. This candy is best when it has been allowed to stand for 3 days. Sufficient for 30 cubes. Ryzon stuffed dates. Stoned dates, 1 egg white, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract, 2 tablespoonfuls chopped preserved ginger, confectioner's sugar, pink sugar. Remove stones from desired number of dates. Drop egg white into a basin. Add Ryzon, extract, ginger, and enough sifted confectioner's sugar to make a stiff paste. Fill dates with mixture and roll in pink sugar. Serve in a bonbon dish. To make pink sugar, put some granulated sugar on a piece of stiff white paper. Sprinkle over a few drops of red color and rub with a wooden spoon or between the hands until evenly distributed. Dry in a moderate heat, occasionally separating the grains by rubbing them between the fingers, and keep for use in a dry bottle or a tin box. Lump sugar may be used, but it must be broken up with a rolling pin and sifted. Sufficient for 40 dates. Ryzon chocolate fudge. 2 1/2 level cupfuls, 1 1/4 pounds sugar, 1 level teaspoonful Ryzon, 2 squares 2 ounces chocolate, grated, 1 cupful, ½ pint milk, 1 tablespoonful, ½ ounce butter, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract. Put sugar, Ryzon, chocolate, milk, and butter into a saucepan and bring to a boiling point. Then boil, starting from that time to 240 degrees Fahrenheit, or until it forms a soft ball when tested in cold water. Remove from the fire, add extract, and beat until creamy. Pour into buttered tins and mark into squares when half cold. Ryzon almond and raisin brittle. 2 level cupfuls, 1 pound sugar, 1 teaspoonful vinegar, 3 level teaspoonfuls Ryzon, 1 level cupful, 2 ounces seeded raisins, 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound blanched and roasted almonds, 1 teaspoonful almond extract, 1 teaspoonful lemon extract. Melt sugar in a deep saucepan, stirring all the time until it is a nice brown color, or 290 degrees Fahrenheit. Then add vinegar and Ryzon and boil unto 300 degrees Fahrenheit by candy thermometer or until brittle when tested in cold water. Put raisins and almonds into a well-buttered tin. Add extracts to boiled syrup and pour at once over the fruit and nuts. Allow to cool and cut into squares or strips. Sufficient for 10 strips. Ryzon Kiss Me Quicks. 4 tablespoonfuls honey, 2 level cupfuls, 1 pound sugar, 8 tablespoonfuls water, ½ level teaspoonful Ryzon, 1 pinch of salt, 1 level cupful, 1/4 pound chopped English walnut meats, 1 teaspoonful rose extract, 1 teaspoonful orange extract. Put into a saucepan honey, sugar, water, and Ryzon, and stir over the fire with a wooden spoon until sugar is dissolved. Let it boil quickly, stirring gently all the time until it forms a soft ball when tried in cold water, or 240 degrees Fahrenheit by candy thermometer. Take pan from fire, stir in salt, nuts, and extracts, and beat until creamy. Pour into a buttered tin, let cool, and cut into neat squares. Sufficient for 40 squares. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. Weights and measures, baking timetable, utensils. Ryzon weights and measures. 1/2 pint, 1 cupful. 1 quart, 4 cupfuls. 3 teaspoonfuls, 1 tablespoonful. 1 gill, 1/2 cupful. 4 gills, 1 pint. 2 pints, 1 quart. 4 tablespoonfuls, 1 wineglassful. 60 drops, 1 teaspoonful. 4 wineglassfuls, 1 cupful. 4 quarts, 1 gallon. 2 tablespoonfuls sugar, 1 ounce. 4 tablespoonfuls flour, 1 ounce. 2 tablespoonfuls butter, 1 ounce. 1 quart flour, 1 pound. 1 pint butter, 1 pound. 8 large eggs, 1 pound. 2 cupfuls milk, 1 pound. 2 cupfuls sugar, 1 pound. 2 cupfuls butter, 1 pound. 1 cupful crumbs, 1/4 pound. 1 cupful chopped suet, 1/4 pound. 1 square chocolate, 1 ounce. 4 cupfuls whole wheat flour, 1 pound. 4 1/2 cupfuls graham flour, 1 pound. 1 cupful chopped nut meats, 1/4 pound. 2 2/3 cupfuls cornmeal, 1 pound. Baking timetable. The following table gives approximately the time for baking biscuits, cookies, pies, puddings, and cakes. The time will vary according to the state of the oven and the quantity to be cooked. Biscuits, 10 to 20 minutes. Cookies, 8 to 12 minutes. Pies, 30 to 45 minutes. Pudding, bread, 20 to 45 minutes. Pudding Indian, 3 to 4 hours. Pudding plum, 4 to 6 hours. Rolls, 15 to 20 minutes. Fritters, 3 to 5 minutes. Muffins, 10 to 20 minutes. Doughnuts, 3 to 5 minutes. Cake, fruit, 2 hours. Cake sponge, 35 to 60 minutes. Cake loaf, 40 to 60 minutes. Cake layer, 15 to 25 minutes. Cake plain, 25 to 40 minutes. Cake thin, 15 to 30 minutes. Gingerbread, 30 to 60 minutes. Bread white, 45 to 60 minutes. Bread graham, 35 to 50 minutes. Bread nut, 50 to 60 minutes. Whole wheat gems, 25 to 30 minutes. Popovers, 15 to 35 minutes. List of utensils and helps for the modern kitchen. White kitchen paper for covering cakes, etc. 1 baking board. 1 rolling pin. 1 chopping board. 3 wooden spoons. 1 flour sifter. 1 pastry brush. 2 biscuit pans. 2 bread pans. 6 to 8 cake tins. 1 sugar sifter. 1 double boiler. 6 bowls. 1 Dover egg beater. 1 wire egg beater. 2 measuring cups. 1 waffle iron. Gem pans. Muffin pans. 1 strainer. Forks and knives. 1 palette knife. 1 lemon squeezer. 1 kettle. 1 steamer. 1 grater. Scales and weights. Tablespoons. Cookie cutters. 1 can opener. 3 pie tins. 1 pair scissors. 1 apple corer. 1 donut cutter. 1 vegetable brush. Pudding molds. 1 sugar thermometer. Saucepans. 1 frying pan and basket. 1 tray. 3 cake racks. 1 flour bin. Teaspoons. 1 pot rest. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Ryzon Baking Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil. The Truth About Baking Powders. All baking powders are chemical compounds, and all are made by chemical processes. Purity, healthfulness, and reliability in baking powder can be obtained alone by chemical control and analysis. Consequently, the skilled chemist alone is competent to produce a perfect one. There are three classes of baking powder: the phosphate, the alum, and the tartrate or tartaric acid, known as cream of tartar. The phosphate type of baking powder is the only kind of which the characteristic ingredient exists naturally in many of our foods. In fact, phosphates in foods are necessary to life. Phosphate baking powder has long been recognized as the most desirable type, having been in use before either the cream of tartar or alum baking powders were known. The reason why phosphate baking powders have not been more widely used has been due to the difficulty in obtaining the right phosphate, one which reacts properly in baking, is perfect in purity, and retains indefinitely its strength and efficiency. Ryzon is made with crystallized monosodium phosphate, a new and better kind of phosphate and the right one for baking powder, as illustrated on this page. The ingredients used in Ryzon are guaranteed pure, clean, and wholesome by the General Chemical Company, whose facilities for ensuring their quality are well known to the scientific world. Ryzon, the perfect baking powder, is strictly an American pure food product made in the newest and cleanest baking powder plant in America. Where Ryzon, the perfect baking powder, is made. These illustrations give some idea of one unit of the Ryzon plant, which is constructed to conform to the most approved modern ideals in food production. Due regard is given to protection from fire in a substantial building, and also to securing plenty of air, light, and sunshine. Absolute cleanliness is maintained in the building and among the workers, who are examined at regular intervals by a physician. Service facilities are fitted up to encourage personal cleanliness. Purity and wholesomeness are not only watchwords for Ryzon, but also for the building where the perfect baking powder is produced. All the workers, men and women, wear white uniforms and caps, and the entire interior of the building is finished in white enamel. The Ryzon plant is open to domestic science teachers, food officials, and others properly interested in a model food establishment. End of section 14. End of a Ryzon Baking Book by Marion Harris Neil.